Energy, Government of India, as well as the Asian Development Bank. Now, there are a few things, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that we must know. First of all, of course, as I was announcing yesterday, these entry badges that we have, these have to be kept safe even today because these are access passes. So I request you to please keep them safe and visible. Interpretation, we've kept devices, headsets on your tables for interpretation. And as you can see, there's a little bit of a difference today than yesterday. Now, what's going to happen is we will begin with the first session. And during the first session, we will have the presence of the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly, as well as the Co-President of the ISA Assembly. Once the first session sets context for this conference, this room has already been divided into two, and there will be parallel sessions that will be running in this part of the room. Let's say we call it room A, and that part of the room. And for my convenience as well as yours, I'd like to call it room B. And I'm just going to give you the names of the sessions, which sessions are going to be conducted here, and the sessions that are going to be conducted in room B, that side. However, what we need to know is that after the first session, the headsets will become very important because it's going to be a silent session here and a silent session there. So you're going to hear everything on your headsets. Because if I start talking on the microphone and if I'm audible here, then that room, it's going to collide with that room. So we can't let that happen. These are going to be silent sessions in this part of the room as well as that part of the room, right? For which reason your headsets are incredibly important, Excellencies. So what we need to do is, we need to see what's right now being displayed on the screen. For getting all the updates, the sound from the floor, you need to switch to channel 1. So 1 is where you will hear me exactly like this. In case you need interpretation for English, switch to channel 2. For French, switch to channel 3. For Spanish, switch to channel 4. And for Arabic, it's channel 5. So after the first session, which takes place here, the session on illuminating pathways, the session that also sets context for the entire day, and there are also some significant ISA reports that will be launched in the session, in the presence of the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly and the Honorable Co-President of the ISA Assembly. So once they're here, and the esteemed dignitaries are here, that session will happen like this, of course, with speakers on. But right after that, when the split happens, when the audience is split between two sessions of their preferred choice, then these will be silent sessions and headsets will become of paramount importance. And that's why we need to see what's flashing on the screen right now. That over here in this room, for floor, it will be 1, English 2, French 3, Spanish 4, Arabic 5. In the other room, it's different. That side, for floor, it will be 6, English 7, French 8, Spanish 9, and Arabic 10. And of course, the Master of Ceremonies in that room is also going to advise you. Now, let me give you the list of sessions that are going to take place here. So we're going to start with the first session here, Illuminating Pathways, the International Solar Alliance flagship reports launch. Like I said, the session that sets context for the day of this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. And thereafter, when the audience is divided into these two rooms, Room A, which is this room, will host Accelerating Solar Ecosystem Through Country Partnerships from Ambition to Action. After that, there is From Blueprint to Impact, the SIDS platform in action. Then we have Transforming Solar Energy, Global Capability Center as hub for impact, and enhancing food security in ISA member countries by resolving the energy, water, food nexus. These are the 4 sessions that will take place in this room, room A. In the other room, the adjoining room, the sessions that will take place are Africa Solar Facility, catalyzing tailored financing for productive use of solar. Green hydrogen, powering the future of energy transition. Floating solar for a sustainable future, launch of ISA's global framework. Digital leapfrogging for smarter, resilient power systems in the global south. So these are the 4 sessions that will take place in that room, which is room B, 11:15 a.m. onwards. I hope that I have made myself clear. In case there are any questions, you can ask me or any of the volunteers, the ushers that we have around, or the ISA Secretariat team as well. And besides that, once again, I'd like to apprise you of the site visit that we have on the 30th of October from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. So as part of this year's program, delegates are invited to a site visit to India's first commercially approved and South Asia's largest utility-scale standalone battery energy storage system developed by BSES Rajdhani Power Limited at Kilokri, South Delhi. This 20-megawatt project represents a significant step in urban energy storage, enhancing power reliability for more than 1 lakh residents and offering a model for replication across India. And this visit is going to take place on the 30th of October 2025 from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. and includes a presentation on BRPL's digital twin of network technology. Your liaison officers will share logistics and assist with transport and coordination for this site visit on the 30th of October, which is tomorrow. The visit starts at 9 a.m. going on to 3 p.m. So we're delighted to invite you for this site visit. And we will be starting shortly with our first session here, Illuminating Pathways, and ISA's flagship reports that are going to be launched. So may I once again invite you all to please be seated. Here's a polite reminder to please keep your mobile phones on silent. This is the only session today where the speakers are going to be on loud. We're all going to be listening. Everyone's going to be listening. But once the division happens, in the sense that once the sessions start parallelly, we have to use our headsets. Those are very important because you will hear the sound of the floor in this room A switching on to channel 1 for English translations, channel 2, French translations, channel 3, Spanish, channel 4, and Arabic, channel 5. In the other room, the adjoining room, likewise, for the floor, for the sound of the floor, you'll have to switch to channel 6, English 7, French 8, Spanish 9, and Arabic 10. And the Master of Ceremonies in that room is also going to promptly advise you, so please don't worry. I request you to please take seats. We will begin very shortly. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. I'll be back with you shortly. to this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. May I request you to please take seats. We're going to be starting very shortly. Please be seated. And since there's a little bit of a confusion about which sessions will take place where, let me make a quick announcement on that. So the first session that we will be a part of in this room right now is the one on illuminating pathways. It's also about the flagship ISA reports that will be launched in this session. And this session we will be a part of in the presence of the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly and the Honorable Co-President of the ISA Assembly, as well as the Excellencies who are going to be seated on this dais. Right after this session, the audience will be divided because we have two sessions running concurrently, one in this room, which is room A, and the other one is room B on that side. So what we need to know is that right after this session, our headsets are going to become very important because we will need to gather all the proceedings through the headset because these will be silent sessions. So I'd like to bring your attention to the screens as well in that regard. For getting the sound of the floor in this room, we will need to switch to channel 1. For English, we would need to switch to channel 2, French 3, Spanish 4, and Arabic 5. And in the other room, to get the sound from the floor, we will need to switch to channel 6, English 7, French 8, Spanish 9, and Arabic 10. However, these announcements will also be made by the Master of Ceremonies in that room, so you will really not have to worry at all. Let me now take you through the sessions that will take place in room A, which is this room, after the first session on illuminating pathways. So the second sessions, 11:15 onwards, are going to run parallelly in both rooms. In this room, the sessions that are lined up are accelerating solar ecosystem through country partnerships, from ambition to action, from blueprint to impact, the SIDS platform in action. After that, we have a session on transforming solar energy, Global Capability Center as hub for impact, enhancing food security in ISA member countries by resolving the energy, water, food nexus. These are the sessions that will take place here in this room, room A. For the sessions that will be held in room B, which is the other adjoining room, the sessions are 11:15 a.m. onwards, Africa Solar Facility, catalyzing tailored financing for productive use of solar. Green hydrogen, powering the future of energy transition. Floating solar for a sustainable future, launch of ISA's global framework. And digital leapfrogging for smarter, resilient power systems in the global south. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in saying that, very compelling sessions in both rooms. You will have to make a choice because they will run parallelly. And the channels on the headsets are going to change from this room to that room. For the floor, we'll have to switch to channel 1 here, whereas 6 over there. So the other channels are for translations, for interpretations. English, channel 2, French, channel 3, Spanish, channel 4, and Arabic, channel 5. And in that room, for English, channel 7, French, channel 8, Spanish, channel 9, and Arabic, channel 10. And with that, we're going to be starting shortly, but let me once again apprise all of you that we've got exhibitions in the L1 area. We request you and invite you to visit them at your convenience during breaks. And we have media lounges in the east and west wings. We also urge you to please take a moment to browse through ISA's latest publications that have been displayed at the lounges. And we have a site visit as part of this year's program. And ladies and gentlemen, we are being joined by the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly, His Excellency Shri Prahlad Joshi Ji, Honorable Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India, and the Honorable President ISA. Let's welcome him. Shri Prahlad Venkatesh Joshi Ji, the Honorable Minister. Namaskar, sir. Warm welcome to you on day 2 of this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. And ladies and gentlemen, please extend a round of applause and welcome His Excellency Dr. Thierry Mathieu, Ambassador of France to India. Let's welcome him. the co-president. May I also invite and welcome DG International Solar Alliance, Mr. Ashish Khanna. Let us also extend a round of applause and welcome Mr. Santosh Sarangi. Mr. Santosh Sarangi, Secretary MNRE Government of India. Warm welcome, sir. He's already on the dais. His Excellency Mr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Honorable Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Government of Ghana. May we request you, sir, to kindly join us. And thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, sir. May I invite, I think His Excellency is going to, there he is, ladies and gentlemen. His Excellency Mr. John Abdullahi Jinapur. Warm welcome to you, His Excellency. And I invite, ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Mio Oka, Country Director, Asian Development Bank. And there she is. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause, please. So, warm welcome, Madam. Ms. Mio Oka, Country Director, Asian Development Bank. And ladies and gentlemen, we begin this morning with a verse from the Rig Veda that celebrates the eternal light of the sun. Suryo Jyotir Jyotihi Suryaha, which translates to, the sun is the light of all lights, the source of all illumination. From the Vedic age to the age of clean energy, this light has guided humanity from inner awakening to outer innovation. And it reminds us that when knowledge and technology align with nature's rhythm, progress becomes sustainable and universal. So our first session, aptly titled Illuminating Pathways, the International Solar Alliance Flagship Reports launch, will unveil ISA's key knowledge reports, global solar trends and outlook, solar PV skills and jobs in Africa, ease of doing solar, and the special issue of Solar Compass on integrated photovoltaics. With that, it is now my privilege to hand over the proceedings of this session to the session lead, Ms. Namrata Mukherjee from the International Solar Alliance. Please welcome Ms. Namrata Mukherjee, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Aishwarya. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished ministers, senior officials, esteemed representatives from member countries, development partners, and colleagues from across the solar and energy community. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this special session, Illuminating Pathways, ISA's flagship reports launch. Today, we gather to celebrate not just the launch of a series of landmark publications, but also the shared vision of transforming the world's solar journey, a vision which is powered by collaboration, knowledge, and innovation. The ISA flagship reports are an essential part of the global solar dialogue. They provide evidence-based insights, data-driven trends, and practical recommendations that support policy, investment, and capacity building across the global south. To set the stage for today's discussions, it is my pleasure to invite Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance, to deliver the welcome address and share key insights from ISA's latest analytical reports. DG, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable President of ISA Assembly, Shri Prahlad Joshi, Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Honorable Co-President, Ambassador of France, Thierry, Secretary Sarangi, and delegates, thank you so much. We are here to release multiple reports. Let me straight away go into the details. Is it working? Let me work. Yes, it is. So we heard a lot of you that we should be combining our reports that used to be separate for markets, investments, and technology as one set. We are pleased that today we will be launching the World Solar Trends, which is combining the outlook on markets, what's happening on investments, and what's happening on technology. As part of a thematic focus, this year we are focusing on green skills for jobs in Africa. Because we realize that every country eventually is very keen to look at the jobs agenda for the youth and therefore it's very important to also have a narrative of what is the scope for jobs in Africa. Then, after a gap of some years, we are launching a much more exhaustive ease of doing solar. It's an updated format where 123 countries have been classified across 4 classifications: achievers, influencers, progressive, and potential. This is assessed across 7 parameters that we'll be sharing with you. And finally, we heard, especially the Global South researchers will need a platform for cutting-edge research relevant for Global South. There is a journal called Solar Compass, which is done jointly with the leading agency of research. And we are launching a special issue today, which is focusing on integrated PV applications. I'll quickly go through some of the big messages that we would like to share with you. The first message that I have been sharing, but let me start with that. If you look at what's happening on global solar PV installations, you will see a fast graph, but it was a linear graph almost till 2021. The world reached 1,000 gigawatts in 2022, and it reached within 2 years above 2,200 gigawatts by 2024. As I mentioned yesterday, this is expected to continue largely on economic grounds because solar and PV is becoming economically viable. For the first 6 months in 2025, the share of energy generation, which has obviously lagged, as we will talk about in a bit, on renewables, also was higher than the share of coal. The third point that I have mentioned before, but let me also reiterate, 71% of all current solar additions are happening in Asia Pacific, and that is likely to continue for next couple of years, giving a much more onerous responsibility to a Global South institution based in Asia like ISA. The second message, and a lot of you have mentioned about the constraints of land, there is a much reduction in module cost that's happening largely because of the module power that's gone up from 300 watt power to 750. But also it is leading to a much lower amount of land allocation per megawatt of solar production. Our estimate is that if you use 800 watt modules, up to 15% less land is required. This innovation on technologies and its efficiencies are continuing to inverters as well. Voltage architecture is increasing from 1500 to 2000 volt. We all heard about the cumulative utilization factor where solar energy is much lower than a similar megawatt from coal or gas. It's gone up from 16% about 5-6 years back to as much as 24%. And of course, with perovskite and others getting commercially viable, it is expected to touch 26 or even more as well. All of this is leading to competitively determined prices significantly reducing. I mentioned about 90% over a decade, but just in last year, on an average across the globe, we are looking at levelized cost of energy coming down as much as 21% to roughly about 3.6 US cents. And for 2/3 of the global markets, this is now the lowest cost of energy. Now, one aspect that I just talked about, which is that the solar generation is much lower than solar capacity because the cumulative utilization factor, or what is called PLF for solar, is much lower, around 20-24%, compared to roughly 60 to 80% for thermal. Solar today accounts for 22% of global installed capacity, but only 8% of generation right now. But there is a very interesting example if you look at the graph on the left. Now, what this shows is what is the global share in solar capacity of key countries or continents, and what is the global share in solar generation. Since all countries have almost the same CUF, that ratio should have been similar. Therefore, India is today 5.7% of global share and roughly about 4.6% in solar generation. US is 10.4, 8.7, Brazil is 3 and 2.8. The only outlier is China, because we all know it is almost 10 times bigger than anyone else on generation, but they are having a lot more curtailment of solar than on the capacity. And therefore, you see almost a 14% difference between the actual share of generation in capacity and the global share in solar generation. This is largely an issue where India has solar as a must-run station, which means whenever solar is ready for dispatch, the grid operator system operator has to dispatch it. That is not the case in most countries, including China. And that is a very important question when you look at commercial viability, when you sign PPAs, that is solar getting curtailed or not. Now, a very important message we are seeing is if your country is looking at a policy target of X gigawatts of solar, probably it's not going to be the right strategy. Every target should increasingly be of gigawatts of solar and gigawatt hours of storage combined, along with a very clear transmission plan of how you're actually going to manage the resource integration of the renewable capacity. As you know, the storage, which roughly was only 370 gigawatt hours by 24, is projected to increase by almost 20 times over the next 10 years. And as you see the graph on the left, it talks about how all of you have been asking us in bilaterals that the storage is largely used for managing peak hours when sun is not there, which is energy shifting. Some of it only is happening on looking at ancillary serves or managing the commercial arrangements. That is going to increase much more. But more importantly, I want to reiterate this message that till now, storage is thought of as either through tender along with generation. So most countries, including of course in India and other places, there's a combined tender of solar and storage in generation. We are now envisaging with especially more of DRE, that is also going to be a point, distribution will see a lot of battery storage going ahead. We are taking all of you to the first South Asian largest battery storage done in distribution in Delhi, 40 megawatt hours, and you will see how this is actually going to become more and more important. The other element is doing a lot of storage at the consumer end, where there is a lot of technology of trading peer-to-peer. That's at least there are about 15 startups in India reaching scale of allowing consumers to trade power to each other based on the storage that you have. And finally, again emphasizing what the Power Grid mentioned yesterday, most countries are struggling for expansion of renewables because solar is easy to do, but transmission would take time. So please make sure you have enough transmission planning and resource adequacy and upfront investments to absorb renewable energy, because upwards of 1,500 gigawatts of RE is awaiting grid connections. Very important question we discussed over lunch with the ministers yesterday is that most countries still think of storage as lithium-ion batteries. We believe this will dramatically change over the next couple of years because there's a huge innovation happening on mechanical, thermal, electrical, and chemical solutions, whether it's to do with tiles, with molten salts, redox batteries. We have recently done a separate study that looks at different elements of modularity, energy density, efficiency, responsiveness, and we believe each country must look at a range of battery storage solutions that will suit your temperature, your needs, and that is probably going to give different level of markets. To do that, each country must develop a regulatory instrument. One of the aspects we have studied is how India's innovation on doing round-the-clock tenders and FDRE that you heard Seki talk about yesterday allows you to have a regulatory contract only for specific hours of night peak and other arrangements which might be a problem. And private sector is coming out with great ingenious solutions on what is the mode of providing you those particular hours. So this transparent competitive procurement on regulation will be very important to take advantage of all the new storage solutions for which a lot of research and development is happening, and that's also an area we believe governments need to focus a lot more on. We believe that decentralized renewable energy is probably going to be one of the biggest percentage increases in next couple of years for various reasons. One, as governments are keen for inclusion, whether for women and marginalized sections, because of the modular nature of DRE, it allows a very targeted use. But three aspects are very important. First, let me talk about the big use in agriculture. India is having a PM Kusum program of more than 3.5 million pumps, probably is going to go bigger, but we have been discussing with a lot of African delegation heads of state, where with just 4% of arable land today being cultivated, solarization of agriculture primarily through pumps is going to be one of the key requirements in Africa for use of solar. For example, in a pilot that was done in Uganda, 193% was the increase in production after using solar irrigation system. Our calculations suggest that average farmer can save $100 to $140 by replacing diesel-powered pump set from solar power pump sets. The payback period is roughly about 4 to 5 years if you replace a diesel power with solar power pump. Second is on solar rooftop. A lot of countries are still in early stages of having a policy and regulatory environment for solar rooftop. But with reduction in price, we believe when you look at the tariffs, starting with commercial and industrial consumers, some of you who were in regional committee meeting in Africa saw the 18 megawatt commercial industrial establishment just outside Accra. We believe in Africa especially, starting with commercial and industrial consumers, solar rooftop has a huge potential to enhance the industrial productivity because the tariffs there are as high as 25 to 35 US cents. It is inhibiting industrial competitiveness. It will eventually go to residential consumers as well, which is also the case of India, which is trying 10 million solar rooftops. And finally, for access, Africa is the continent that still has a huge deficit on energy access, almost 680 million people, while 560, just in the last couple of years, have benefited from off-grid solutions, which are solar home systems, mini-grids, and the like. We believe at least 40, if not 50% of Africans will get energy access from these off-grid sources, and that is why our Africa Solar Facility is focusing on private sector investments on off-grid sites in Africa. Finally, this is a very important point that most of us, and including a lot of governments, have been asking for a huge amount of concessional finance to solve this problem. We believe, if you just look at the numbers, 2 trillion was spent on clean energy investments in 2024, whereas if you look at the first bullet, the total money that was done on concessional public finance was roughly only 100 billion, which means 1.9 trillion is all by private sector. And that is an indication that the key for governments is to make yourself ready for private sector and not keep asking for a lot of only concessional finance. We believe the role of public money is to do leverage, and therefore, while there is a huge discussion in G20 and others on increasing the leverage from 1:2 to 1:4, through the Africa Solar Facility that we are going to launch, we are planning a leverage of 1:20, because I believe with very scarce public money, those models are really required. The second big thing we are discussing in our reports is that renewable energy and transmission are by very nature 25-year assets, and therefore they are ideal for pension funds and sovereign wealth funds to invest. However, very little investment is happening by those classes. Just to give you for institutional, just to take an example of India, less than 1% of assets for global sovereign wealth funds and pension funds have been invested in India. Even Indian Sovereign Wealth Fund and Life Insurance Corporation and EPFO have not been investing in India. As I mentioned in Africa, when I was there, a Sovereign Wealth Fund Forum, more than 1 trillion of pension and sovereign wealth fund of Africa is today not being invested for Africa's investment in renewable energy and transmission. And that, to us, is really one of the big sources of finance that will need to be tapped for long-term investments. We are going to work on infrastructure investment trusts in case of India that can be the vehicle for middle-income countries. Let me quickly go to the other report. One report is that on Africa, we are talking about 2.5 million jobs, but if in high-case scenario, we believe the small scale will actually lead to the highest increase in jobs, could be as much as 4.2 million. And same is true for downstream. And this is a huge potential, especially on technicians and small-scale systems that again reiterate the importance of Star C, which are the centers of excellence. If they can attune to almost the small-scale operations, maintenance, manufacturing kind of private sector-led jobs, this can be a great vehicle for job creation in Africa. Just some key recommendations: lot of regulatory work, alignment of curricula and digital learning that actually aligns to private sector needs and promotes a lot of learning from each of the countries. Those are some of the key findings from what African digital skills are really there. Let me go to the other report quickly. As I mentioned, we analyzed 123 countries across 7 analytical and 56 indicators. 20 countries are in achievers, 53 as influencers, 31 as progressive, and 19 as potential. Now you may ask, does this kind of a rating really translate into reality? We checked that 88% of investments and 80% of cumulative solar installations across ISA member countries have happened in achievers. That is the best market sign, that if you are an achiever, that's where the private sector is coming and investing. The parameters were more on the macroeconomic, then on the sector side, policy enablers, technological feasibility, market maturity and infrastructure, and finally looking at financing and energy imperatives. In each continent, Africa, Asia Pacific, Europe and others, and LAC, we have given a separate rating of how different continents and different countries are performing. This is just a very quick snapshot. You will see more on the reports. 13 countries have retained their previous classification as achievers. They include India, US, Australia, France, Brazil, Chile, Argentina, Germany, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Italy, Denmark, and Israel. Now, more than half of the countries that are in top quartile of technological feasibility, implying the quality of solar irradiation and the potential, are in Africa, reflecting that while the technological feasibility is highest in Africa, unfortunately, most of the African countries are in either progressive or potential, reflecting the huge need for focus on Africa for taking it forward. And Asia-Pacific regions are performing very well on policy enablers, market maturity, and macroeconomy. Let me quickly go to the last. As I mentioned, we must have a vehicle for the bright researchers, the PhD students, to do a lot of innovative thinking on what is really the technological needs of Global South, both for combating climate change, accelerating the energy transition, and looking at what are the innovations that are possible. We have today a Solar Compass session that is looking at 8 papers, 4 on agriculture PV, which has been a subject matter of huge discussion for some of the bilaterals. Building integrated PV, which I continue to say can be a game changer for developing world, floating PV, and battery coupled PV. But to make it more representative in terms of way forward, we have 12 countries who are coming onto the editorial board so that it becomes a much more research-focused agenda, and we will announce a set of awards of the best reviewer and top 3 best papers starting next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Director General, for that insightful overview. Your remarks have beautifully set the tone for this morning, reminding us about the versatility of solar energy and its power of leaving no one behind in this global energy transition journey. Thank you. We now have the privilege of hearing from a leader who has been at the forefront of India's clean energy transformation. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Santosh Sarangi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, to deliver the keynote address. Mr. Sarangi has been instrumental in advancing India's renewable energy policies and in fostering innovation, partnerships and reforms that are shaping the future of a sustainable energy access. Secretary, sir, we are honored to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Food and Consumer Affairs, and President of ISA, Sri Prahlad Joshi ji, Ambassador of France, DG of ISA, Honorable Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Government of Ghana, Mr. John Abdul Jinapur, Ms. Oka of ADB, and distinguished guests. It's my pleasure and privilege to join you on this occasion of launch of International Solar Alliance flagship reports. As all of you know, India stands at the forefront of global solar revolution, and we have expanded the installed capacity from less than 3 gigawatt of solar energy in 2014 to about 128 gigawatt by today. There has been almost a 30-fold jump in a decade, and this transformational journey of India has been anchored in its ambition, Panchamrit commitment, which was given by our Honorable Prime Minister in COP26. And in this, we have an ambition of achieving 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based energy installation by 2030. And out of this, we expect solar will contribute more than 300 gigawatt to this capacity. This will reduce our carbon emission by 1 billion tons, and it will meet more than half of our electricity requirements from renewables. We are already at 257 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based sources, and we are well on course to achieve about 500 gigawatt by 2030. DG ISA has spoken of some schemes like PM Surya Ghar and PM Kusum, which are probably the largest rooftop solarization program as well as farm solarization program. And in this, under PM Surya Ghar, we are targeting about 10 million households to be solarized within a period of next 1 to 1.5 years. And we are converting diesel pump sets into solar pump set, and we aim to add about 35 gigawatt of farm solarization in the next 1.5 years. So in terms of demography, we know that we have a lot of challenges with about 1.4 billion people. But this demography also provides us to innovate and find out low-cost solution which can be taken to scale. And this is what we are trying to do through expansion of distributed RE in our country. And this is one experience which we will be more than happy to share with the rest of the world. And this has immense potential for Global South. We also have, you must have heard, SECI's mechanism of competitive bidding process in driving down prices. Today, we discover prices at less than 3 cents for solar energy and about 4 cents for wind energy. And this has happened because of a very transparent competitive bidding process that we have adopted in the country. And SECI must have shared their experience with all of you yesterday. And in this is also an area where we are more than happy to collaborate with the interested countries in sharing the experience of SECI and promoting green energy transition in their respective countries. Innovations and strong institutional support remain one of the pillars of our success. And today, solar energy is one of the mainstays of India's energy transition as well as energy security. We also have massive schemes where we support transmission infrastructure at state and federal level to evacuate RE power from RE-rich zones to non-RE-rich zones. Our dedication to sustainability and technological leadership is demonstrated by our innovative work in floating solar, in hybrid renewables, and in green hydrogen. So taken together, we expect that for our green transition journey, we will be reaching about 300 gigawatt of solar by 2030. And for our green hydrogen mission, where we are aiming to create 5 million tons of green hydrogen by 2030, we will be requiring another 80 to 90 gigawatt of solar energy to be installed. And this ISS program in Africa, Pacific and Latin America, including OSOWOG initiative that they have spoken of, exemplify our spirit of South-South cooperation and shared prosperity. India keeps pushing for fair access to renewable energy, financial equality, and strong cooperation in the fight for global solar adoption through global groups like G20 and COP. India's model of reconciling fast growth with a shift to clean energy has been possible because of our record low solar tariffs, a production-linked incentive plan which have enabled India to set up about 100 gigawatt of module manufacturing capacity, and this has helped push local manufacturing growth. It has also enabled green bonds market to take off in the domestic market, and we have also seen a very strong public-private partnership in the country. ISS flagship journal, Solar Compass, was created as the organization's global R&D thought leadership platform, and today's launch will only provide the necessary platform for sharing cutting-edge research, practical demonstration in a variety of applications, including floating photovoltaics, public integrated PVs, and agri-photovoltaics. All of our research, workforce program, and collaborations together strengthen ISS's resolve to establish solar energy as the foundation of sustainable growth and prosperity on a worldwide scale. Let us maintain this momentum, encourage creativity and cooperation so that solar energy can actually become the source of light for generations to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Sarangi, for those inspiring remarks. Your words remind us of India's leadership and commitment to ensuring that clean energy becomes a driver of inclusive and equitable growth across the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now honored to welcome His Excellency, Dr. Thierry Mathou, Ambassador of France to India, for the special address. France and India, as co-founders of the International Solar Alliance, continue to champion the spirit of global cooperation. Dr. Mathou's leadership and France's unwavering support have been vital in strengthening ISA's program. Excellency, we're delighted to have you with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Honourable Minister of New Energies, dear President of International Solar Alliance, Honourable Minister Mr. John Abdullah Jinapur, DG, dear Ashish, Eminent House Secretary Mr. Sarangi, Ms. Myohoka from ADB, distinguished guests and delegates, good morning. It's a pleasure and an honor for me to join you right after ISA 8th Assembly General Meeting, which reaffirmed the members' commitment to advance a clean energy future to combat climate change, but also to support growth, development, and of course, energy security and sovereignty. Discussion yesterday highlighted that innovation in renewable energy is advancing at a rapid scale through new technologies and low-cost solutions. However, for this transition to be fair and sustainable, and for innovations to be useful, nobody can be left behind. This requires investment in capacity building, information sharing, local manufacturing, skills development, and research partnerships that empower developing economies to lead the energy future. One way to do this is to promote through leadership, exchange of best practices, and collective assessments. The 4 ISA flagship reports we have now on the table will be an important support for all countries wishing to set up forward-looking strategies in solar energy. They add a lot to the work also made by the International Energy Agency. I would like to specifically highlight the fact that the issue concerning solar PV skills and jobs in Africa will resonate with the Starseed centers like the Solar Academy that was launched a year ago in Senegal with French support. France has been a historical supporter of ISA's activity regarding skills development and capacity building through the Starseed program. The centers created under this program help train solar professionals, build expertise, create local networks, and enhance institutional capacities in these countries. They are conceived in close partnership with the local universities, governments, and private sectors in order to correspond as much as possible to the local needs. In Senegal, for instance, after discussion with the local private sector, a specific training has been organized in order to target directly the informal sector. I want to thank ISA Secretariat for preparing these reports and to member countries for engaging with ISA in order to produce this work. I am sure they will be great support to countries' development in solar energy. Ladies and gentlemen, multilateralism can only be reinforced when everyone has the same level of information. Ahead of COP30 in Brazil, France, together with ISA, is ready to defend facts and science to fight climate disinformation and guide the global transition. I wish you all a most fruitful and inspiring session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for those thoughtful reflections. France's continued partnership and commitment to knowledge, technology, and capacity sharing between the global North and South remain a source of inspiration for all of us. Thank you. It is now my great honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, Honorable Minister of New and Renewable Energy and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Government of India and President of the International Solar Alliance to deliver the presidential address. Mr. Joshi's leadership continues to guide the ISA's global mission to make solar the foundation of sustainable development and energy access for all. Sir, we are deeply privileged to hear your address.
Good morning to all. Mr. John Janapara, Honorable Minister, Energy Ghana, Dr. Thierry Mathieu, Ambassador of France to India and Co-President ISA, Ms. Oka, Country Director ADB, Sri Santosh Sarangi, Secretary MNRE, Sri Ashish Khanna, Director General ISA, Excellencies, distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends. I am very pleased to join the launch of the International Solar Alliance latest flagship reports This movement shows the growing leadership of the Global South in shaping the clean energy future. As we launch these reports, we will not be just releasing the data, we shall be renewing our shared commitment. Across the world, climate challenges are getting worse. But at the same time, our determination is growing strong. We see the effects of the climate change worldwide, whether it is in the form of untimely rain or longer summers, shifting the weather, affecting the lives and livelihoods. Even here in Delhi, we can feel it, the pollution around us is a reminder why we must now act. Despite all our progress, the access to affordable and reliable energy is still uneven, especially across the Global South. This is why ISA stands as a beacon of hope and action, bringing the sunlight to the heart of global development. Today, technology is advancing faster than ever before. These innovations call for the bold and forward-looking action. I am happy to see that the International Solar Alliance has taken up the challenge with a purpose and a confidence. Our new strategy builds on a proven success. It addresses the real bottlenecks in finance, policy, and technology. And most importantly, it appears every member country to succeed in energy landscape of tomorrow. Across the world, nations are introducing the policies and the financial mechanism to enable the solar growth. But as the new ISA reports show, progress remains uneven. In 2024, global solar investment crossed $521 billion, yet the Global South received less than 7% of that. This imbalance, this disparity makes the knowledge sharing and collaboration not just important, but it is absolutely essential. That is where ISA plays a critical role. We serve as a catalyst for the global solar growth, bringing together expertise from around the world. We help the countries to build their own capabilities and provide the strong technical and policy leadership. Our annual and special publication reflect this mission, giving the governments, investors, and practitioners a clarity and confidence to act. Today, we are proud to launch 3 flagship reports along with the special issue of ISA's research journal, Solar Compass. First, the Global Solar Trends and the Outlook report. It offers the comprehensive picture of the solar sector's growth and challenges. The world took 68 years to install the first terawatt of the solar power, but only 2 years to build the next. This pace of change is extraordinary. But as I said, the growth remains uneven. Africa and Latin America together attract less than 2% of the global solar investment. Our shared duty is to make the acceleration truly global, ensuring the solar access for all. Today's second launch of Ease of Doing Solar report, we understand that the policymakers and the investors need a clear evidence of what drives success. Through extensive consultation, ISA has developed a framework based on 7 key drivers: macroeconomy, policy enablers, technology, market maturity, infrastructure, finance, and energy imperatives. Countries are grouped as achievers, influencers, progressive, or potential based on these drivers. The message is simple: every nation can move faster with right enabling environment. Let me make the moment to highlight that India is proud to be in the achievers category. This is not by chance, it is a deliberate action. We removed the investment risk through the viability gap funding. We strengthened the infrastructure by waiving the interstate transmission charges for the solar and storage. We built the market maturity with the PLI scheme to create full domestic supply chain. We reformed the financial ecosystem, allowing the insurance surety bonds as an alternative to bank guarantees, freeing up the working capital for the developers. This shows that the ease of doing solar framework is not just a theory, it is a roadmap that works. Third, the solar PV skills and the jobs in Africa report. As per the report, Africa can host 1.3 terawatts of the solar capacity by 2030 and create 4.2 million jobs. The report highlights how skill development will determine the scale of this transformation. It offers practical steps to empower youth and create green livelihoods. This aligns with India's own programs like Surya Mitra, Vayu Mitra, and Jal Urja Mitra that are training thousands for the clean energy economy. Finally, the special issue of Solar Compass, it is ISA's R&D thought leadership journal and focus on integrated photovoltaics. It is the time to make solar a part of every aspect of the life, in our buildings, in our farms, in our factories, and in our cities. Technology like agri-PV, floating PV are no longer remote, they are essential. They allow us to produce clean energy while protecting the crops, conserving the water, and improving the productivity. India's Pradhan Mantri Kisan Urja Suraksha Evam Utthana Maha Abhiyan, which is in short PM Kusum scheme, has been one of the world's largest programs for solarizing the agriculture. With an ambitious goal of 34.8 gigawatt of renewable capacity by 26, it enables the farmers to install the decentralized solar plants, adopt the solar pumps, and feed the surplus electricity to the grid. This has transformed the rural landscape, turning the cultivators into the clean energy entrepreneurs and reducing the burden of diesel-based irrigation. Ours is more than success story, it is a model of the future where the solar energy becomes part of development itself. These publications take us closer to the goal, and they show how to expand the deployment, build the strong markets, create jobs, and make solar part of the daily life. The clean energy transition needs speed, skill and scale with three S are very, very important and essential. We need more investment. We need technology and skills to reach everyone. We need innovation that strengthens the communities and brings the real benefits to the people. At the International Solar Alliance, we are committed to support every member country. We will provide the technical help, reduce the risks, and make it easier to adopt solar solutions. I assure all our partners, no country will be left behind in this transition. I invite all partners, governments, industries and financial institutions use these insights. I urge everyone to develop their own national pathways. Let us build stronger South and South cooperation and direct more investment into the solar project that improves the lives. India is fully committed to its shared vision. We will continue to share our experience, our technologies, our lessons with all ISA partners. Together, we will take solar energy to the last mile. We will help shape a cleaner, safer, fairer world for everyone and to the next generation also. Let us move forward with a purpose. Let us make the solar for all a reality. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for your powerful and visionary address. Your remarks truly encapsulate the spirit of ISA, uniting nations under one sun and one shared purpose. With this, I will now hand over the next segment of this session, which will witness the launch of ISA's flagship reports, to Aishwarya.
Thank you very much, Madam. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, for the launch of ISA's flagship reports, we request the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly, Honorable Minister Shri Prahlad Venkatesh Joshi ji, to kindly launch the reports. And I also request the Excellencies and distinguished dignitaries seated on the dais to please join him. We begin with the joint launch of two reports that reflect ISA's vision for a solar-powered, skills-driven future. I'd like to invite Senior Partner eBuy, Mr. Somesh Kumar, to kindly join us on stage for this launch, as I also invite Mr. Philippe Masse, COO, the Becquerel Institute. There he is. And we will now launch. This is actually a joint launch of two reports that reflect ISA's vision for a solar-powered, skills-driven future. The report Global Solar Trends and Outlook 2025 is ISA's flagship publication capturing the transformation of the global solar landscape. Can we have the books coming up on stage, please? And we're also launching the Solar PV Skills and Jobs in Africa. So, Global Solar Trends and Outlook 2025 highlights record-breaking growth, rising investment, and the shift from subsidies to self-sustaining markets, while reminding us that solar progress remains uneven, with the global south attracting less than 7% of total investment. The report calls for inclusive financing, resilient supply chains, and stronger global partnerships to ensure that the solar revolution becomes truly universal and equitable. And the report Solar PV Skills and Jobs in Africa highlights how people power the clean energy future. It also showcases Africa's growing solar potential and the need to develop the skilled workforce that will sustain it. I request Honorable President of the Assembly and the Excellencies and distinguished dignitaries to kindly do the honors for both these reports, Global Solar Trends and Outlook 2025 and Solar PV Skills and Jobs in Africa. And let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. And with that, I thank Mr. Philippe Masse for coming on stage and joining us for this launch. Now we go on to the second launch, and we request Mr. Somesh Kumar, Senior Partner, to please stay with us for this one as well. We have the honor of releasing. Oh, they didn't go together? Let him stay. Why don't you tell me? Okay, that was the joint report that was to be launched together, but the second report has just come in, the solar PV skills and jobs in Africa. So we would first do that, and I'd request Mr. Philippe Massé to please stay with us. Let's have a huge round of applause for solar PV skills and jobs in Africa, which highlights how people power the clean energy future. Like I said, it showcases Africa's growing solar potential and the need to develop the skilled workforce that will sustain it. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a huge round of applause for solar PV skills and jobs in Africa? Thank you, Honorable President. Thank you, esteemed dignitaries, for doing the honors. And with that, I now thank Mr. Philippe Massé for doing the honors. And now we go on to the second launch. And we have the honor of releasing the Ease of Doing Solar 2025 report, ISA's flagship benchmarking study assessing solar readiness across 123 continents. It evaluates 7 key drivers from policy and financing to infrastructure and market maturity, identifying achievers, influencers, progressives, and potentials, in fact, in the global solar ecosystem. Can we have the report, please? This report serves as a vital tool for evidence-based policy making and investment decisions, helping member countries accelerate progress towards a resilient and inclusive solar future. Let's have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the esteemed dignitaries. And I'm going to request you for one more applause once they pose with the report. Ease of Doing Solar 2025, ISA's flagship benchmarking study assessing solar readiness across 123 countries. Thank you very much. And with that, we now turn to the special edition of Solar Compass. And at this juncture, may I also invite the guest editor for the special issue of Solar Compass Journal, Integrated PV Applications, Dr. Gurleen Kaur. We'd also like to mention that Dr. Lawrence Kazmersky is also the guest editor for this particular journal, special issue, in fact. So we turn to the special edition of Solar Compass Journal, which explores how solar energy is moving beyond rooftops into fields, facades, and water bodies, transforming the way we design and power our world. Through innovations in agrivoltaics, floating PV, and building integrated PV, it demonstrates how the solar revolution can create green livelihoods, optimize resources, and make sustainability a part of everyday life. And the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly and Excellencies doing the honors, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a huge round of applause for this special edition of the Solar Compass Journal. And the guest editor here with us as well for the special issue of Integrated PV Applications. Thank you very much. Thank you once again to the esteemed dignitaries for doing the honors. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as part of this session, we move into a moderated fireside chat on global solar trends and outlook, a conversation that brings insight, reflection, and foresight together. And for this, I request Mr. Somesh Kumar, Senior Partner, EY, to please moderate this segment. Sir. Honorable President would have to leave. Sir, may we request you for a group photo before you go with the eminent panelists? Thank you very much, Honorable President. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a thundering round of applause for the Honorable President of the ISA Assembly, Honorable Union Minister of MNRE and Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Prahlad Venkatesh Joshi ji, Honorable Minister, thank you very much once again for sparing the time and being part of this very, very crucial session at this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. With that, we will now move on to that moderated fireside chat on global solar trends and outlook, and I'm going to request Mr. Somesh Kumar, Senior Partner, EY, to kindly take over.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my deep honor and privilege to be moderating this session with such eminent, distinguished dignitaries on the dais. Along with the esteemed panelists that I have here, I would also like to invite Piotr Boyk, who's the renewable energy analyst at IEA, to please join for this moderated discussion. While Piotr is joining the dais, I would just like to compliment ISA for such path-taking reports launched, flagship reports launched. They indeed serve as a very comprehensive source of knowledge for not just a few countries, but for almost all the countries across the globe working in the solar and the renewable energy sector. So excellent work done. I must also add that, on the dais, we are represented by almost 3 continents. Of course, from India, we have Secretary New and Renewable Energy, who's leading the renewable energy and solar revolution in the country. We also have Mio from Asia, heading ADB in India, and looking at, as part of ADB, the revolution across energy, across entire Asia. And we also have His Excellency Minister of Energy from Ghana, looking at and leading the solar and renewable energy and energy transition efforts in West Africa and also in Africa in general. And then we also have Piotr Boyk, looking at, as part of International Energy Agency, these efforts across the globe. And of course, DG ISA, again, looking at solar across the globe and leading those efforts. With that, I would, straight away go into a few questions that I have. And I would like to start with the DG. In your presentation and in the reports that were launched, you mentioned clearly about the disparities that are existing and in the world across solar capacity additions, PV capacity additions have happened across the globe, but we still see disparities. So what do you think are some of the challenges or specific factors that inhibit uniform progress across the globe, particularly in countries like South Africa or SIDS or such countries, LDCs, and how can stakeholders prioritize their efforts in this context?
Thank you, Somesh. Thank you, everyone, for coming together. I will probably put 2-3 things very broadly. The first is, as the ease of doing solar talks about, Africa, which has the best solar radiation and hence technological feasibility, if you take out South Africa and Egypt, less than 1 gigawatt only is happening in all across Africa. And that definitely needs to change, both for energy access and for growth. And to do that, we believe the African countries have to focus on attracting private sector enabling policies, regulations, and obviously some of the macroeconomic aspects that are impeding private sector's ability. To help, we believe there's a lot of innovation needed to help Africa on financing. That's why the Africa Solar Facility is providing private risk mitigation, because the space of renewable energy there has to increase by multiple times, and we want to be partners on that. They need to build capability because that's also one of the binding constraints, as you heard the Honorable Minister about the ecosystem aspect. And therefore, the Star C centers and the global capability centers and digitization can really move. And I will just say some aggregation may also be very important. And that's why the SIDS agenda of doing a joint procurement, not doing 5-10 megawatts by everyone, but a large 300-400 megawatt program, learning from each other. Those are some of the very essential elements of unleashing the solar power. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DG, for those succinct and brief comments. With that, I would like to move to the country agenda. We have representatives from India and Ghana. So first starting with Secretary Sir, India clearly has been at the helm of a transformative solar journey, not only by the pace of the capacity addition, but also for the strength, stability and depth of the systems that we are adopting. The focus now is clearly shifting from just creating a simple capacity to actually looking at robust, dispatchable, resilient clean energy architecture, be it storage or FDRE tenders, as was mentioned earlier, ensuring renewables are must run and more round the clock. So, sir, what are some of the things that you think India's solar journey can actually serve as a lesson for the world?
Thank you. I think India's solar journey has moved forward with a three-pronged approach. One is expanding deployment. The second is expanding manufacturing capacity. And the third is to ensure that RE sufficiently empowers people, because for any success of a project or a program, if the people don't own it up, if the people don't feel empowered, then it's not going to succeed. Coming first to deployment, our expansion in deployment, I said that in a decade back, our solar installation was less than 3 gigawatt. Today it is 128 gigawatt, and we are the third largest solar installation in the world. And this has happened because of a combination of incentives as well as policy instruments. Incentives in the shape of working out a transparent bidding mechanism and having a long-term PPA, power purchase agreement, over a period of 25 years through a transparent bidding mechanism has provided the generators as well as the power procurers the confidence to enter into this kind of a binding agreement over a period of 25 years. So that set the stage for a rapid expansion in our solar installation. Secondly, through a range of policy instruments, we have created an ecosystem which will support RE in the country. So whether it is renewable purchase obligation, whether renewable consumption obligation, a variety of policy instruments that we have used in our MNRE to encourage domestic manufacturing, has also led to expansion of deployment in the country. And today we are proud to have about 257 gigawatt of RE deployment in our country. Coming to manufacturing, I think again a range of incentives as well as policy measures have helped. One is we have a production linked incentive where we are supporting the manufacturing of modules, cells, wafer, ingot wafer and polysilicon manufacturing, and we have seen some good progress there. Today we have more than 110 gigawatt of module manufacturing in the country, 27 gigawatt of cell manufacturing and another 38 gigawatt in the pipeline which will be commissioned by June 2026. And we also have a lot of industries working towards ingot and polysilicon manufacturing. In addition, we have about 20 gigawatt of wind turbine manufacturing. So this has been enabled through, again, policy instruments which support manufacturing ecosystem and also production linked incentive or viability gap funding in these areas. The third is in empowering people and making RE a people's movement. And I spoke of the schemes like PM Surya Ghar and PM Kusum, which are the largest rooftop solarization program, the largest farm solarization program. And this has enabled people to own up RE in a big way. And decentralized RE has now a significant contribution in people's livelihood. It saves them money. It empowers them to be free from the whims of electricity distribution companies and become prosumers. They are the producers and consumers themselves. And to that extent, it is a big empowering tool for a citizen. So these three-pronged approach has ensured policy ownership, implementation ownership, as well as people's ownership in adopting and in expanding RE.
Thank you so much, sir. I think very comprehensive comments across all the three pillars that you outlined, coupled with what you mentioned in your opening remarks. And clearly, as you outlined, India is leading some of the largest programs in these sectors, both maybe at utility scale, but more at a decentralized scale. So thank you so much for that. And just building upon that, I would like to bring in His Excellency, Honorable Minister of Energy for Ghana. So, sir, as outlined, India is doing a lot of work in solar and general renewable energy. And it is also increasingly, turning towards Africa as a strategic partner in its efforts to diversify the energy sources. And on the other hand, I think Africa is also a big market for Indian manufacturers and developers. So, sir, how do you see the partnership between India and Africa, and particularly Western Africa and Ghana, working out? So, your views on that, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Clearly, I'm not surprised that India is turning towards Africa. Because in Ghana, for instance, a lot of our meter manufacturing companies, transformer manufacturing companies are Indian companies. And so, naturally, there is that South-South cooperation. India, when I was looking at the statistics, has tripled its renewable energy capacity in just 10 years. And from what I'm hearing, by 2030, your guess is as good as mine. India brings technology to the table. India brings speed in terms of executing projects to the table. But more importantly, India brings efficiency. And for me, that is the most important part that Africa should be looking at. How can we solve these problems in terms of ensuring that we deliver access to energy in an efficient manner, in a cost-effective manner? Solar now in India hovering around 3 cents, when in Africa it's about 5 times or 4 times that amount. So what can we learn from India? What lessons can we learn from India? And how can we deepen the collaboration and cooperation so that we can tap from India's experience in order to accelerate the pace of solar development? Africa has about 60% of solar potential in the world, and yet we have less than 2% of installed solar in the world. It tells you that there's a huge capacity, there's a huge opportunity for Africa and India to collaborate. And I'm very happy that we are working with organizations such as ISA. Through this collaboration, for instance, in Ghana, on our own, we've launched what we call a Renewable Energy and Investment Fund. I've just secured approval from the finance minister to give out the first $10 million project. And we are looking at Indian companies. And from what I'm seeing from working with DJ and Co., we can accelerate the pace. And if we do that, it means that the entire Africa continent can benefit. Africa's energy demand is expected to double by 2050. We have the highest youth when it comes to population dynamics, and we are hungry for growth. So clearly, we must deepen that collaboration, we must break that barrier, and we must ensure that we raise the needed capital. But Africa must lead the pace when it comes to raising the capital. When we do that on our own and set consistency, it means that the private sector, like we've all been saying, would move into Africa. And so I find our collaboration very, very positive. At lunch and at dinner yesterday, we had very, very fruitful engagements. And I believe that based on what we are doing, the two countries should focus on cleaner energy, on a more inclusive growth, and ensure that there's a win-win situation between the two countries. And I'm very, very optimistic and positive by what I'm seeing so far. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such optimistic comments. And, you know, as you rightly outlined, there is huge potential. And, you know, not just for capacity addition, but definitely for collaboration as well. And I think I must compliment ISA again for, you know, doing such path-breaking work and building that or bringing that knowledge to various countries in Africa, particularly some of the best examples from India and across to leverage on that. So thank you so much, sir, on that. Now, given the time, I would like to bring in just an analyst perspective. So Piotr, if I may bring you in, simply from an analyst perspective, you know, we are seeing that small scale PV investments are actually, or decentralized investments are now actually surpassing utility scale investments or capacity additions. So this is a very interesting trend. So how do you see that? What do you make out of that for energy sector as a whole and the power markets? So your views on that.
Yes, thank you for this question. First, I would like to congratulate ISA on those very timely and important reports. Us, IEA, also published our main renewables report a few weeks ago with a forecast until 2030. So we can see, based on our findings, that the overall PV capacity will triple between 2024 and 2030. So from 2 terawatts to almost 6 terawatts. And 40% of this growth will come from those small-scale distributed systems. So this is a share similar to the past 5 years. So I would say that the balance between big installations and small ones is kept similar. But of course, because of absolute numbers are so huge, those distributed systems have enormous impact on overall operation of the power systems. And those impacts depend on the application case. So for areas where there is no grid or grid is unreliable and has many supply interruptions, of course those systems provide an enormous opportunity to gain access to electricity and to do this affordably and quickly, much faster probably than developing the whole infrastructure. So in this case it's an easy win. Basically, consumers get electricity, all the economic benefits of having access to it. The situation is a bit more complicated for areas with developed grids. So of course, there are also big benefits. Consumers get an opportunity to become more independent in their energy supply, often also decrease their electricity bills, and ensure access to renewable electricity, which is very important for many companies who have certain obligations. So yeah, those are the benefits, and they can be achieved on the individual consumer scale and also increasingly on the whole community scale by creating these zones of trade between the small producers and together increasing those cost reductions and independence gains. However, there are some challenges which needs to be managed carefully in the interaction between those systems and the overall power system. I would put them into two categories. One is regulatory, the second is technical. So from the regulatory side, most power utilities and system operators depend on revenues based on the variable charges, so per kilowatt hour used by the consumer. And when we have more and more distributed generation, of course, those revenues decrease, and usually from the most lucrative consumers who can afford to build their own systems. And in this case, because the grid is still needed and still needs to expand, it's very important to balance and make sure that those costs don't increase for remaining consumers, and that the grid operators have enough means to keep maintaining the grid. The second challenge, which is technical, well, most power systems were designed in a very centralized way, so transferring electricity from big generators to consumers. And with increasing role of those distributed systems, this model is changing, because in most cases the generation profile is not exactly matching the consumption profile. So system operators, especially distributed system operators, suddenly are in a completely new situation that they are not prepared for. So it's very important to support them, to enhance their technical capabilities, and also to create the policies in a way that promotes self-consumption. So this disruption to the overall grid is limited. So there is a very important role on the side of the policymakers to make sure that this transition goes on in the most beneficial way to all users of the power system. So it's doable, it just requires attention. I think the benefits that can be achieved there on the side of both consumers and the overall system costs of supplying electricity are really enormous. And we are seeing this happening faster and faster.
Thank you, Piotr. Very comprehensive comments. Very well outlined, all the prerequisites, challenges, and what needs to be done on various fronts for decentralized systems. I think both the two systems will coexist. I mean, utility, while we're seeing more on decentralized and small scale systems, but I think the utility scale will also continue in the equal manner. So probably balance needs to be struck, as you rightly said. Thank you for that. And then, I started with DG, and I would like to close the panel discussion also with DG with a final question. And Mio, we are reserving you for the closing remarks, so not asking you any specific question here. So DG, we also released a report on ease of doing solar. So just, we had 4 categories as you outlined. So what do you think are 1 or 2 lessons which we can learn from the achievers, and 1 or 2 things that could be done for the bottom 2 categories, what they could do? So just a few lessons from both categories to learn.
Yep. So I think what ease of doing solar, when it looks at the 7 categories, it is basically trying to summarize the ecosystem creation. The ecosystem creation would require things that are beyond the control of utilities, like the macroeconomic, currency, and other things that private sector sees as very important. And then there are a whole host of things that are under the control of the policymakers, which is to do with the law, markets, technological feasibility, financing, and infrastructure. So we believe if you have the right transmission plan, if you have the right policy and regulatory environment, and private sector really looks for governance. Private sector wants to see that there is transparency, there is competitive bidding, and long-term clarity. And that's why I think ISA wants a lot of focus on both Africa's solar facility, because a lot of it is perceived risk actually in Africa. I always say, if half the countries have tariff of 30-35 US cents, you set up a solar at 10 cents, it will always get paid, because the alternative for all other countries is so expensive. But there is a lot of perceived risk. We need to reduce the perceived risk, and we need to help the governments on that ecosystem of policy, regulations, and upstream work to attract private sector.
Thank you, DG. Thank you so much for outlining that. And I'm sure a lot more detail is available in the reports, the flagship reports that have been launched, and I encourage everybody to go through those. I think the online version will also be available. So with that, I would like to close this discussion, and I really thank all the panelists for taking their time out, especially His Excellency from Ghana, Secretary Sir, Piotr and DG, and of course Mio Oka. We'll be having your remarks now on closing. So once again, thank you so much for joining and sharing your comments, very valuable comments. Over to you, Namrata.
Thank you, Somesh. Can we have a round of applause to the panel, please? Great, stimulating and forward-looking discussion. The insights shared today will certainly help guide ISA's work and our collective strategies for scaling solar globally. I'm being mindful of the time, so to conclude this important session, I will now invite Ms. Mio Oka, Country Director for India for the Asian Development Bank, to deliver the way forward and concluding remarks. Ms. Oka has been a strong advocate of partnerships and knowledge, finance and capacity building to accelerate solar energy deployment across the global south. Ms. Oka, we look forward to your reflections. Over to you.
His Excellency Mr. John Abdoulaye Jinapor, Honorable Minister of Energy and Green Transition Government of Ghana, Shri Santosh Saratogi and Sarangi, Secretary MNRE, Mr. Shish Khanna, Director General ISA, and Dr. Thierry Matu, Ambassador of France to India, and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to address the ISA Assembly New Technology Conference. At the Asian Development Bank, we deeply value our partnership with ISA and MNRE. Their leadership continues to inspire the global solar movement. I sincerely thank both institutions for convening this timely and forward-looking event. Solar energy lies at the heart of achievement of Viksit Bharat, as it is central to ensuring energy access, resilience, and prosperity. What I want to emphasize today is that the transformation cannot be achieved by the governments alone. It requires strong private sector participation through investment, innovation, and entrepreneurship to bring scale and speed. ISA's flagship initiatives, StarSea, SolarX, and Ease of Doing Solar, are bringing gaps in policy, technology, and finance. The reports launched today provide practical guidance for countries designing strategies that attract private investment and strengthen enabling environments. ADB is proud to work with ISA and its members, particularly India, to translate this shared vision into action in its member countries. As DG mentioned before me, I want ADB to support India to share good practices to ISA member countries, and will support. For example, ADB supports India through the 1 billion PM Shri Agar. ADB will enable the government to leverage 6 billion in private capital, installing systems in 10 million households and cutting 15 million tons of CO2 every year. At the state level, our support to PM Kusum through Maharashtra Agricultural Solarization Program will bring daytime solar power to farmers while mobilizing private developers. While it introduced viability gap funding, project aggregation, and battery storage pilots, but ADB also support will enable training 5,000 people, including 1,500 women, in green energy skills and entrepreneurship, building local enterprises that sustain the solar ecosystem. Together, these initiatives show that the task ahead is clear: to use public finance smartly to catalyze and leverage private investment innovation that deliver inclusive climate solutions, from rooftops in cities to solarized feeders in rural Asia, creating jobs, empowering women and youth, and advancing the ISA mission. Looking ahead, allow me to highlight 5 key action areas for ISA. First, we urge stronger regional cooperation and integration among ISA member countries. By sharing best practices, harmonizing standards, and addressing cross-border challenges together, we can accelerate solar deployment and maximize impact globally. Second, mobilizing public and private capital to scale up investment in solar infrastructure, from large-scale solar parks to decentralized and off-grid solutions that reach a last mile. Third, designing and implementing enabling policy and regulatory frameworks that foster innovation, ensure bankability, and attract sustainable investment in solar technologies. Fourth, building local capacity. ISA can expand training programs when we support, strengthen institutions, and promote knowledge sharing to empower national and regional stakeholders. Fifth, helping countries adopt emerging solar technologies and build a local ecosystem for manufacturing, research, and skilled employment. Let me once again reaffirm ADB's commitment to work closely with ISA and its members to make solar energy a cornerstone of inclusive, private sector-led, low-carbon growth, empowering communities and enhancing resilience. On behalf of ADB, I extend my deep appreciation to ISA, MNRE, and all partners for their leadership and commitment. We also thank today the experts behind today's reports for advancing knowledge and practical solutions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Oka, for your encouraging message and for ADB's steadfast partnership with ISA and its member countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude, on behalf of the International Solar Alliance, I extend heartfelt thanks to all the distinguished speakers, President ISA, Co-President ISA, His Excellency Honorable Minister of Energy and Green Transition from Ghana, Secretary MNRE, Director General ISA, Country Director ADB, IEA, and all contributors of the ISA analytical reports. A special thanks goes out to all our ISA member countries and partner organizations for your active participation and continuous collaboration. Together, we are indeed illuminating pathways to a brighter, cleaner, and more inclusive solar future. Thank you, everyone. I will hand it back to the MC now. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause, please?
Thank you very much, Ms. Mukherjee, and I'd request you to please join our esteemed panelists here for a group photograph. That's our session lead, ladies and gentlemen, the Strategic Planning Specialists of ISA, Ms. Namrata Mukherjee. I request Excellencies, respected Secretary Sir, respected DG Sir, and Ms. Oka as well to please join us for this group photograph. Mr. Kumar. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to be breaking into two rooms as far as the audience is concerned. We're going to be splitting into two because we have different themes going forward. So in this session, in this room, the first session that takes place parallelly is Accelerating Solar Ecosystem Through Country Partnerships from Ambition to Action. And in the other room, concurrently, we have Africa Solar Facility, Catalyzing Tailored Financing for Productive Use of Solar. So we're going to make that change, make that choice as members in the audience, which one to attend while we reset the days here. The days in that room is already set. Once again, I thank the eminent panelists for this session. And I thank Mr. Somesh Kumar, Senior Partner, EY, for wonderfully steering the discussion as well. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I do have a few announcements at this juncture. One, of course, is that both sessions, which will run concurrently in these two rooms, room A, which is this room, room B is the next room that I'm indicating to, that now these sessions are going to be silent sessions. So we're going to be using our headsets. So I have one here as well. So we need to know how these work. If I can request the event management team at the console to please display the channels now, because those become very important so I can guide everybody. Once again, let me tell you that in this particular room, we have the session on accelerating solar ecosystem through country partnerships from ambition to action. In the adjoining room, which is that one, room B, you have Africa Solar Facility catalyzing tailored financing for productive use of solar. And while we reset the days, let me also now show you, those are the languages options on your headsets. For the sound of the flow, because it's going to be a silent session in the sense that, you know, the speakers will be off so that the sounds don't collide with each other of these two rooms. So for the floor, we need to switch to channel 1, where you will get the proceedings as they are being said. If, in case you need interpretation for English, please switch to channel 2, for French channel 3, Spanish channel 4, and Arabic channel 5. And in that adjoining room, for floor, the channel will be 6, English channel 7, French 8, Spanish 9, and Arabic 10 for room B. Of course, the MC in room B is also going to enlighten you about the same. And we are very, very shortly going to be inviting our eminent panelists for this next session, ladies and gentlemen. And our next session is going to start very, very shortly. So I request you to please remain seated. Those of you are going to be attending this one. Our next session is titled, like I said, Accelerating Solar Ecosystems Through Country Partnerships from Ambition to Action. So we will just give it 2 minutes, and we will progress to this, to the next parallel sessions. One in room A here, and the other one in room B. Just resetting the days here. And the eminent panelists also making their choice. I can see some of them going to the other room, room B. I'm assuming when we start with this session, my microphone will also be cut out, right? Because we will now use headsets from hereafter. So once again, let me first give you a little list of the sessions that will take place here and the parallel sessions taking place in room B. So 11:15 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. we have 2 sessions. One in this room, room A, accelerating solar ecosystem through country partnerships from ambition to action. In room B, that side, we have Africa Solar Facility catalyzing tailored financing for productive use of solar. From 1400 hours to 1515 hours, which is 2 p.m. to 3:15 p.m. Now I'm sure you can hear me on the headsets only. Now I think, are the headsets on? Okay. So our speakers and our panelists will, our moderator, our speakers, panelists, everybody will also have to wear headsets now. Let's all put our headsets on. Can I have the mic on for 2 minutes? Can I have the mic on for 2 minutes? I'd like to bring to your attention that I hope everybody can hear me on the headsets as well, yes? So our moderator, our panelists, I request you as well to please put those headsets on as I invite you. Let me just do the honors of inviting our eminent panelists very quickly, because the stage is set here almost. We're just changing the water bottles very quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, from hereafter we'll have to all wear these headsets, because the sound of the floor will be audible to you only through this. This is the medium of you hearing anything that happens. So the proceedings are going to be audible only on these headsets. And for switching on to the floor sound, you've got to switch on to channel 1. So all the sound of the floor, whatever the proceedings are taking place, floor, like you see on the screen right now, the channel to switch to is 1. For English translations 2, French translations 3, Spanish 4, and Arabic 5. Yes, so I guess what I'm going to do is, as the stage is set, let me first invite our panelists here. Let me call on stage Our panelists, His Excellency, Mr. Derek Rawcliffe, Minister of Mines, Energy and Rural Electrification, Solomon Islands. There he is, ladies and gentlemen, joining us on stage. Let's welcome him. We have His Excellency, Derek Rawcliffe, Minister of Mines, Energy and Rural Electrification, Solomon Islands. Warm welcome, sir. I'd like to invite His Excellency, Mr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Ghana. Mr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, His Excellency, Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Ghana. May I also invite His Excellency Dr. Frevert Voldehana, Associate Professor, Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia, National Focal Point, Ethiopia, and also the former Minister of Ethiopia. His Excellency Mr. Jagannath Samy, High Commissioner of Fiji. His Excellency Mr. Jagannath Samy, High Commissioner of Fiji. Ms. Eneda Rodriguez Chapman, Specialist Directorate of Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Mines of the Republic of Cuba. Mr. Moni Kaptan, former Foreign Minister and CEO, Liberia Electricity Corporation. Mr. Harish Hande, CEO, Selco Foundation. I'd also request DG ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna, to please grace us. May I also invite our moderator for this session, Dr. Barkat Ahmed, Regional Programs Head, Africa ISA. And I'd also like to apprise you all, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that this session will come to a close with the signing of the country partnership framework with Papua New Guinea. We also have a group photograph at the end of this session, so we request Excellencies seated on the dais to please give us that photo opportunity as well.
Yes, it's good.
So once again, so we've got everyone on the stage. We've got His Excellency Derek Rawcliffe, Minister of Mines, Energy and Rural Electrification, Solomon Islands. His Excellency Mr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Honorable Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Ghana. We have His Excellency Dr. Frevert Voldehana, Associate Professor, Addis Ababa University, Ethiopia, National Focal Point, Ethiopia, and also the former Minister of Ethiopia of Energy. His Excellency Mr. Jagannath Samy, High Commissioner of Fiji. Ms. Eneda Rodriguez Chapman is awaited. She's going to be joining us. Specialist Directorate of Renewable Energy, Ministry of Energy and Mines of the Republic of Cuba. And Mr. Moni Kaptan, former Foreign Minister and CEO, Liberia Electricity Corporation. Mr. Harish Hande, CEO, Selco Foundation. And we have our DG, Mr. Ashish Khanna. And now, taking over the proceedings is Dr. Barkat Ahmed, Regional Programs Head, Africa ISA. Sir.
Thank you so much, MC. A very good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and esteemed partners. A warm welcome to this session, Accelerating Solar Ecosystem Through Country Partnership from Ambition to Action. I will start from the previous session, the concluding remark of the Asian Development Bank. And the first recommendation was mentioned is to, for ISA as a way forward to strengthen regional and the country integration. And this session is about that. So today's ISA engagement with member countries has evolved into a deeper and more strategic collaboration through the country partnership framework, a cornerstone for long-term cooperation and measurable outcomes. The session provides a unique platform for dialogue among ministers and development partners to collectively chart the next phase of our journey from framework to field results. So as we discuss innovation, financing models, capacity building pathway, and regional programs, our goal is to accelerate implementation. So let's together reaffirm our shared resolve to make solar energy not just a pillar of clean power, but a catalyst for sustainable, inclusive development across ISA member countries. It gives me a great pleasure now to invite Mr. Ashish Khanna, ISA DG, to give us a presentation about the country partnership framework, to make also the other countries more familiar what is the country partnership is about and how we go about it. DG, you have the floor. So, presentation, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start by mentioning that those countries for which we are not doing a country partnership strategy, it does not imply that we are not going to work with you. There was a question that we have heard in our regional committee meetings. We are equally committed to all our member countries, but because we cannot go very deep in every country, in some countries we have to go through the entire value chain. This is part of a third pillar on regional and country engagement, as I shared with all of you during my presentation in Assembly yesterday. The status is that we have 3 countries in Asia region. We started with Bangladesh, and now we are working with Bhutan and Sri Lanka. In Pacific region, we have Fiji, Kiribati, and Solomon Islands. We will be signing a country partnership framework with Papua New Guinea today. In Africa, we are working with Ethiopia, Gambia, Ghana, Mauritius, Nigeria, and we believe we will be working with at least with 2-3 more countries. And in Latin America region, we are working with Cuba and Grenada. How we begin with a country partnership framework, we look at broadly 4 strategic priorities, and I will talk about how each country is very unique. First is to look what should be the solar roadmap on solar deployment for energy security. We focus a lot more on policy and regulations. We definitely will have a Star C in all our CPS countries, and we look at how to help them on financing. We really believe the reason for doing a CPS is to have an institutional governance structure for joint oversight with the government. So there's a steering committee that has to be chaired by either the minister or the secretary, along with DG ISA, a technical committee, and as I keep mentioning, this work cannot be done sitting out of Delhi. So we will definitely be setting up a larger national focal point support unit in our country partnership strategy. The whole idea is to have a results-based milestones. Everything should be clear what's possible in 6 months, 1 year to 3 years. And of course, we will have Star C as the implementation vehicle for capacity development and a communication plan. Now let me talk about how the journey in last 6 months for different country partnership strategies is going. As I talked about, Star C will increasingly be the entire training, capacity building and entrepreneurship for entire CPS implementation. And we will have a dedicated office to support the NFP as National Focal Point Support Unit. In Mauritius, the focus is on floating solar. So we are going to help the government get the 17 megawatt floating solar and 12 megawatt rooftop solar. We are working with them on the policy and regulatory support, strategy roadmap, especially on agri-PV because they are land constrained. And of course, Mauritius is part of the SIDS platform as well. Because of their advanced structure of the utility, they are also very interested in both tapping Africa's solar facility and a digital twin program. In Ethiopia, which has a huge access agenda, we are starting with one of the largest mini-grid pilot projects, 700 kilowatt. Based on the discussions at the highest level of the political level, we are focusing on solarization of agriculture, looking at whether we can have a large program of 10,000 solar pumps. We will be working on national energy policies as well. Cuba's case is very unique because they have foreign exchange regulations. So we are focusing a lot more on commercial and industrial consumers like BioCube Pharma to have a solar of 60 megawatt, but also looking at pumps, both in terms of water pumping, but also a lot of agriculture usage. If you look at Bhutan, that was the first country we have actually launched a country partnership strategy. They want to do 5 gigawatts. by 2040, 4 gigawatt by 2030, out of which 620 will be done through our support. We are looking at right now, again, policy and regulatory support. We want to look at how we can help them on doing the first solar IPP. We will help them on the first 1 megawatt green hydrogen plant and also an off-grid EV-based charging infrastructure. And of course, they are also candidates for working on financing arrangements along with IFCA and a digital twin. In Fiji, we are looking at electrification of schools, residential and government buildings, but we are also looking at a big solar home standalone systems. Of course, they are part of SITS platform, so they will have a chance to be part of aggregated procurement and policy and regulatory guidance. So what are our steps? What are our offerings? Because you may ask, if you're not a bank, what are all that ISA really provides as part of country partnership strategy? First, we bring all the knowledge through technical assistance, whether it is requiring on procurement, whether it is on upstream national solar energy roadmap, assessment of why private sector is not investing in that particular country and what needs to happen on policy and regulatory. It could be a review of a bankable PPA, feasibility study. So there's a whole range of technical assistance support. Each of you wants to develop your own capacity to find your own answers. So there's a very exhaustive training and capacity building plan. As I mentioned, housed in Star C, but looking at what are the trainings, what are the capacity building, train the trainers and other programs, including on digitization, which is both a global capability center, but you can also look at a lot of use of AI. And finally, financing, where we do have now Africa Solar Facility for the African countries, but we can look at other continents if they need some financing instrument as well. I will say this is very important. In my experience across 3 continents, when you have a right institutional structure to monitor, things get done, including a strong political ownership. So we do believe that a steering committee, which is chaired by at least the minister or the principal secretary with me, that meets at least once a quarter, with a convening member and secretary, which is the NFP from our side, and the regional program heads that we have for each of the regions. There is a technical committee that includes the NFP and working group members that are finalized in consultation, both from the ISA and from the government and private stakeholders. And then there are partners like Celco and others that are joining these teams. And finally, we have a NFP support unit in the local, which is going to work on communications, technical support. So seamless working of this group, not only as coordination, but on project management at the highest level will be the heart of it. This is just some snapshot. I will not go into the details of this because that should be the subject matter of the discussion, but there are slides that will be shared with you. Thank you very much. I hand over back to Barakat.
Is it okay? Okay. Thank you so much, DG. So let's start with His Excellency, Honorable Minister of Solomon Island. And my question is that given the geopolitical challenge of the small island development states, how do you see the country partnership framework helping the small Solomon Island to scale the solar deployment and the energy access?
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, fellow panelists and Secretary General, Director General of ISA for this opportunity. Solomon Islands is a small island developing state located in the Pacific Ocean, and in the context of a small island developing state like Solomon Islands, almost everything is a priority when it comes to looking at how we participate meaningfully in these initiatives. However, having a clear way forward, working with stakeholders is the most important thing for us to map the way forward. All partners in this effort endeavors are very important. not only our bilateral partners, but also multilateral partners who are working with us in mapping a way forward. In terms of solarization and advancing solar development and renewable energy in Solomon Islands, we do have a potential renewable energy resources, particularly in solar, but also in other renewable energy sources. Harmonizing these different potentials is very, very important. Hello. Thank you. It's very important. And having partners that are readily available to assist us, not only in terms of resources, but also in terms of technical. Sorry. Yes, having partners and bodies that are readily available to work with us in identifying ways forward is a very critical for us. So I think we have challenges, but these challenges can be easily converted into opportunities by working closely with our multilateral and bilateral partners, not only our political friends, but also organizations like ISA. And I do note the steps that have been identified by the Director General, which are very useful in identifying and in paving a clear way forward in this endeavor.
Thank you so much, Excellency. So moving to His Excellency Mr. John Jinapor, Minister of Energy and the Green Transition of Ghana. Excellency, we keep talking about financing innovation, tools, and risk mitigation. What do you think it is required to accelerate the bankable project in the solar energy in Ghana and in West Africa in general?
Thank you very much. Firstly, I think that there should be policy consistency. Very, very important. You must get a policy right. You must get what you want to do right. And Ghana has learned some bitter lessons. At a point, we had to do what we call emergency procurement of power. And that came at a very, very high cost. And it continues to hurt us. So my advice to my colleagues is that learning from Ghana's experience, let's always be ahead of the curve. In the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, where do we envisage Ghana and Africa to be? What will be our energy mix and how do we get it right? When you get that right and you sell it to investors, they feel comfortable and they know what is happening. The next is the macroeconomic stability, because investments want areas where there's certainty, where there's predictability, and where the rule of law works. And so if we make the macro environment quite conducive, naturally it attracts people. But like you said, the issue is risk. If you do not take risk, your returns are low. But investors are also risk averse. So governments must put in place the necessary fiscal framework. For instance, my lessons that I've learned is that if you want to promote solar, let's get land banks. So that when somebody as an investor comes, they don't go through the very difficult land tenure systems. But when the land is available, then the nature of our PPAs. The investor goes to raise capital and comes to invest. So he wants to be sure that it will be paid back. And that can only be achieved if the distribution sector is properly catered for. Because when you sell the power, you have to collect the money. So we need to bring about a lot of reforms that ensure that the power sold, we account for that money. So we pay through that value chain till it gets to the final developer. And Ghana, we've been taking some Hello. We've been taking some very difficult decisions. I know it's tough, but at the end of the day, that is the way to go. So we've been talking to the Indian government to work with ISA so that we can think it's a general system. So we can improve in the distribution sector. We've instituted what we call a cash waterfall mechanism. What the system? What the cash waterfall does is that as the distributor collects the money, it is put in a central account and automatically is distributed. So the investor is sure of what he will get. But let Africa and Ghana lead the way. Let us mobilize our own capital first. We have the African Development Bank. They are now doing about 25 billion in terms of investments in renewable energy. We have the Africa. Hello. Okay. Thank you. Currently, we have the Africa Energy Bank, and we have similar side banks, Climate Fund, and all that. We must tap into those funds that I call patient capital. Because renewable energy investment is capital intensive. It has a long gestation period, and the project itself is long, 25 years. So those are some of the things that I think African governments should do. But finally, one country cannot do it alone. Let us pool resources together. In West Africa, we have what we call the West African Power Pool, where all of us can share power. So, for instance, if Ghana can send power to Nigeria and vice versa, because of time difference, we can adjust so that when they have enough, we can take from them, and it's interference. So it keeps breaking. Maybe we should have just gone to rooms where we are. So they are trying to rectify. They are just workers. Sometimes they don't know the noise comes in. Okay, so to wind it up, maybe I may just end it and say that let's collaborate and work together. I'm sure maybe when somebody takes the mic. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. I think that, if we look inside Africa itself, there is a lot, many countries. Hello? Hello? Okay, so again. Hello? Okay, so if we look to inside Africa itself, a lot of countries has taken a lot of measures and put a lot of efforts. If we look to Hello?
Check.
Okay.
Yeah, please, we can go ahead.
Okay. So I give you an example of no. In North Africa, of course, Egypt and Morocco, Egypt and Morocco in North Africa has done a great job, and East Africa, and also there's a lot of lessons to be learned from Ghana. The message that when country really goes on strong reform, private sector will come.
It's a very interesting discussion.
Okay, let me now take the word of Honorable Jinapur and the importance of policy and regulation, and go to Ethiopia and Dr. Fruit. Without policy and regulation, we cannot attract private sector. This is very clear. So, from the Ethiopian perspective, what is the critical policy and regulatory enablers needed to really create a robust national solar ecosystem? Let's see if this will work.
Thank you, Dr. Barakat, for the question and for the opportunity to discuss in this panel discussion. So, in Ethiopia, of course, there are a number of policy areas where the effect is, of course, to improve private sector participation in many projects.
Oh, they are
having problems. They are pulling all the
I think let's. Can you hear? No.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear?
Yeah, we can hear you, okay. Yeah.
Okay. But there is noise in it.
Interpretation is interfering.
Hello.
Mm.
Hello.
Yes, maybe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just go
Use the podium. Yes.
Yeah,
Good idea.
use
We can use the
the
podium.
Shall we try?
The person is about to answer, he hopes there.
Maybe the question can be asked over there.
Yes. Can we use this? Can we use this? Yeah, but can we use this one? What? Hello? No? Hello? Hello? No, they are working on it. They need 2 minutes. Hello?
Barakat, please go ahead.
Okay. So, can we speak from the podium, or mic is okay?
It's mic.
Mic is
Now
okay?
it is fixed, yes.
Okay. Anyway, technology bring funny also. Okay. Yes.
Okay. Sorry for the disturbance. Anyways, from the Ethiopian policy environment, there are a number of policies which support development of the energy sector. The first is, of course, the energy policy, renewable energy policy, which is which has been updated for the last few years, and now it's almost over. So that's the starting point. And there are also other policies which support the private sector, like the investment policy. Investment policy allows the private sector in many areas, including energy. So that's one. And the other is maybe tax policy. For instance, renewable energy products are subject to minimal tax, like solar and even wind technologies and the like. So it's also possible to mention other minor policies, but with major effects, major impacts on the private sector participation. So all in all, I would say now the condition is ripe for strong private sector engagement in Ethiopia. You know, given the fact that Ethiopia is endowed with lots of renewable energy resources, including hydropower, solar, wind, and even geothermal, as well as biomass, renewable energy development in general, and solar energy in particular, are that they have good time, and private sectors are encouraged to come and participate in various aspects, not only generation but also even local manufacturing and the like. So that's in short what I can say.
Thank you so much, Dr. Fruit. And moving from Africa to a small island again, development states, and going to Fiji, Mr. Sami, High Commissioner of Fiji. So Fiji has been a strong advocate for regional solar collaboration. So how is the country partnership framework help enhance South-South cooperation among Pacific Island states? And also we can touch upon also digitalization, how really digitalization is helping and facilitating this kind of cooperation.
Thank you. Yes, indeed. Fiji comes from a very, from the South Pacific, small island nation, but we are deeply engaged in the solarization programs. But before that, I want to say, bring warm greetings from the government of Fiji and the people of Fiji. Fiji Islands is, of course, very well known for the sun, the sea, the sand, and the smiles. And I invite everyone to visit our shores. Of course, this theme truly resonates with the Fiji's vision. For us, solar energy is not only about providing homes, powering homes. It is about empowering lives, sustaining livelihoods, and building resilience in the face of climate change. Through the International Solar Alliance, we share a collective responsibility to turn our solar ambitions into tangible actions that transform communities and economies. Fiji has been a strong advocate, to answer the question, for regional solar collaboration, and the country partnership framework provides an important avenue to deepen South-South cooperation among Pacific Island countries. Through this framework, we can share technical expertise, pool resources, and jointly access concessional financing for renewable energy projects. It also enables regional training, harmonizing of standards, and joint procurement of solar equipment, making clean energy more affordable and sustainable across our islands. At this point, I must add that Fiji recognizes the initiative taken by ISA under the SIDS platform to put a structure for financing. By working together under the CPF, Pacific nations can strengthen collective resilience and accelerate our transition towards a low-carbon future. Those are the 3 points that I would like to make in response to that question.
Thank you so much, Excellency. Mr. Moni Kaptan, you have been inside the industry as a CEO of Liberia Electricity Corporation. And in Africa, we keep hearing that there is no fund from the countries and there is no resources. And when you speak with the financial institution and donors, they say, no, just bring bankable project and money is there. So in your view, what are the challenges in structuring bankable solar project and how ISA can bridge this gap?
Thank you. Let me put this first in context. Under ISA, the country partnership is really based on a shared vision between the country and ISA. And normally that involves accelerating the transition to solar energy where you can get affordable, reliable, and sustainable energy. In order to achieve that vision, there are objectives that are set. And one of the primary objectives is getting the private sector involved, private sector engagement being a primary objective. Once that is defined as an objective to achieve your vision, it is necessary to undertake a review of the country's readiness for private sector participation. And that review or assessment of the country's readiness will address, basically look at the challenges that the private sector would have in terms of making an investment. And the results of that assessment then leads to how you go about de-risking the investment. And in de-risking the investment, ISA has 4 pillars, and they include strategies to help de-risk and get countries' investment moving. So having said that, I'd like to just cover a few of the challenges. Of course, the first one our colleague has already mentioned, and that is the regulatory and policy. An investor coming into a country would be concerned about the licensing requirements, the tax requirements, foreign exchange, and land use. And so there is definitely a need for a very clear renewable energy law. And that is one of the first signals as to whether you're ready or not. If there's no clear renewable energy law, I don't see how an investor is going to look seriously. Secondly, in addition to that law, I think there's confidence that can be built if there's a long-term government commitment to solarization. And that commitment can be expressed in several ways. Secondly, there's a challenge of financial structure and access to capital. As we all know, there are limited local capital in our countries. There are high initial investment costs. Local loans are very short in tenor, and sometimes there are currency mismatch. In helping to mitigate that, I think the DG has mentioned the assistance that can be provided in sorting out blended financing, which can help mitigate this, and also looking for long-term loans, because the nature of the solarization requires long-term loans for investment. Third, which is I think a very critical one, has to do with offtake and revenue risk. There's a major issue with creditworthiness of off-takers, and that has to be addressed. There's also sometimes low tariffs, and so feed-in tariffs might be an important aspect of it. And then the length of power purchase agreements, they need to be longer. So in terms of mitigating that, I think the introduction of credit guarantees and the escrow account, I think our colleague from Ghana mentioned a waterfall mechanism. I think that's a very useful mechanism that can give some comfort to investors. Another challenge has to do with the technical risk associated with solarization. The grids are critical. Do they have, what is the interconnection requirements? Do they have the capacity to allow evacuation? Are they stable? Then there's also the question of data quality. What data is available on radiation? Are these reliable data that can be used? So in mitigating that, I think, again, the DG mentioned what ISA can do in terms of helping with early grid studies. And there's also a need to get a commitment from governments for an upgrade of the network. So if you don't see a clear plan, a development plan from the government's end where they will upgrade the network, it also raises some challenges in terms of a long-term investment and the nature of the investment you undertake. And then there's some contractual and legal issues that have to be addressed for countries. And one is if there's a practice of having non-standardized power purchase agreements, that can be problematic. So you want to see a more standardized power purchase agreement. And then, of course, the legal system has to be conducive enough for investment where investments are protected. And last, I'll just mention quickly the need for a good environmental social framework that would be in place and one that would be IFC compliant. would help a lot in terms of achieving the kind of financing and comfort to investors. But ISA, I believe, has critical pillars that can provide the advisory service, the technical assistance, data digitization, which then can serve generally as a catalyst and enabler for investors to get into the field. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. This is very, very precise. And this is a good advice for the countries who really wants to go forward. So maybe we can talk about 4 things. Policy and regulation, political commitment should come at the first thing, and addressing also risk mitigation and the data quality. And I think ISA already working and supporting member countries in all those aspects. So moving to Mr. Harish Handi. Harish, you have been working more than 30 years in how innovation can address the livelihood, health and the education challenge through energy as an enabler. So please tell us something about how really can solar energy as an enabler help people in rural areas and poor people to get out of this poverty?
Thanks, Barakat, for this. And as you know, and thanks to Ashish for doing this wonderful two-day assembly. And Barakat, as you know, my views on decentralized energy, because I believe the centralized grid is going to be a typewriter in 10 years. And I think with we need to relook at the last 5 years was different to what next 5 years is. We're not considering how AI is going to change the way the services are going to be installed, right? Very small example. Day before yesterday, I was in Mumbai. I'd gone to an incubation center, health incubation center, where this young startup had created a very portable, not big, as big as this size, a blood test kit and a urine test kit, right? Now imagine a teleservices center in a very rural area. Now a person takes 3 days to come to a public health center, a tribal household. It takes 3 days. That means 3 days out of 30 days, that is 10% of his or her income is actually lost in transaction of actually getting a service. And after going there also, they might take 2 more days to get the service, which is 5 days. Imagine a teleservice center, 10 feet by 10 feet, running on AI, run by an entrepreneur, powered by solar. You're democratizing it today, where a person sits in front of the ATM machine. You have access to 5 doctors, one sitting in Lagos, one sitting in Dar, one sitting somewhere else. But you have access, you reduce the liability of having an HR, you have that. A urine test and blood test is done there. Blood pressure, everything is through app. And then suddenly says you don't need to come. You save that time. We are looking from an electron's perspective. We need to reverse it, saying that what are we supplying the electricity for? It's health, education. Moment you see that, you might not need so much of electricity in the future, right? Now, it's instead of saying that, okay, we have 20% renewables and 80% fossil fuels, maybe the 20% renewables are most efficiently used. We need to increase the efficiency to get this 80% down, and this automatically rather than increasing renewables, are we relooking at the services? Now, for example, when a doctor actually does your stethoscope, right? He or she, from his experience, only has seen, say, 5,000 patients. Now, AI-enabled stethoscope has seen millions, and that is in a rural area. You're democratizing it. Same in livelihoods. So the present public health centers across the world are going to be post offices. How do we redesign health, redesign education, redesign livelihoods? And suddenly our need of electricity is going to be different. And for me, grid is, can you imagine a youngster, you're having wireless technologies coming up, grid in 5 years is like an ugly transmission line. It's going to be a typewriter. We need to relook at how does energy play a role. And the wonderful part of Africa that we are not mentioning at all is a huge talent of youngsters who are brilliant. It's not about capital, it's the resource of Africa is the youngsters who are extremely smart. And they are going to change the way innovation, health, education, livelihoods are going to make, provided they are given a platform and then they use energy as an enabler. That's why I see the discussion should be turned overheads rather than just looking from an energy focus. Let's look at from a service focused.
Thank you so much, Harish. I think what I would like to add here that Africa is not only rich in natural resources,
Exactly.
also in people.
Human. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. And always I enjoy listening to you with these new ideas, how solar energy can be enabler for getting those poor people out of poverty.
Exactly.
Those who are really left behind, nobody's talking about it. Now we are talking about AI and digitalization, and still a lot of people don't have even access to energy.
Because Barakat, Somalia is going to teach the world, it's going to teach New York how health services in 2035 will be delivered. Why are we catching up? Why can't nations become a future for London or New York to follow what Mogadishu does? And that's the chance, because Mogadishu does not have the baggage that New York has.
I think we need to change this prototype.
Absolutely.
The solution will come from inside,
No, it's
not
good.
outside.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. The second round of question, I will go quickly. Honorable Minister, keep talking about policy and regulation. So what policy or institutional mechanism do you think to believe that to ensure the CBF is linked with initiatives translating tangible outcomes at the community living at Solomon Island?
Thank you. Yes, in the context of Solomon Islands, we are at a moment when we are initiating reforms in the energy sector, renewable energy. We are heavily dependent on diesel energy. And at the moment, almost 80% of the people are living off-grid in the rural areas where there is entirely no electricity. In addition to that, the capacity of the expertise that we currently have in Solomon Islands is diesel fuel-based. We have been over the last decades relying heavily on diesel power, and the current technical and capacity that we have is diesel fuel-based. When we advance into solarization, it is not only about providing the infrastructure, it is also about considering the human aspect of that exercise. And that, I think, is very, very important. It's about looking at what technologies we have, at the standards and the qualities that are suitable to the context that we have, as well as to what degree, to what levels would the service provided be able to advance the livelihood of the people. You know, in Solomon Islands, we have had micro solar, rooftop solar programs for the last maybe 20 years. But because we have not been able to have policies that ensure that we procure products at good quality, these things are administered mostly on an ad hoc basis. And that doesn't have the maximum impact that we envisage for the rural people and even the lives of our people. So when looking at the policy aspect of solarization in Solomon Islands, the legislative frameworks must be our primary focus, but also looking at how these legislative and structural reforms can have a positive impact to the lives of the people who are far from the arms of government in terms of the administrative arms of government, and how that can impact on them for into the future. We are at the moment reforming our Electricity Act to integrate diesel power administration along with solarization. But also our basic problem at the moment is that we have a regulator that is also an utility with the Solomon Power in Solomon Islands. And the reform, which is a basic reform and legislation, is to have an independent regulator and allow for utilities to participate in a competitive environment where they can provide cheap and affordable and quality service to the people. We, in the Solomon Islands, we have one of the highest tariff rates in the world, even though it's forecast, it's centralized in the urban areas. But having a conducive legislative environment that can allow for public-private partnerships and meaningful PPIs can be very, very useful for us in the long term. As I've mentioned earlier, we have now having challenges. We have challenges, but these challenges can be easily converted into opportunities if we allow ourselves to come up with reforms, legislative, policy, and sectoral reforms that can be able to sustain the benefits of having to have meaningful partnerships with our bilateral and multilateral donor partners, but also with opportunities that are offered with our memberships, like with the International Alliance, that can go a long way in providing a conducive environment that can be utilized not only by the government to bilateral and multilateral arrangements, but also with the private sector. I think that is very important. We do have the Tin Hydro project at the moment, which it's a multi-donor funded project. It's a 15 megawatts project. It's a hydro power project, but that would provide an environment where solarization will be boosted. But we have challenges in the past where the financial safeguards have made it almost impossible for us to access climate funding. And that is where I believe institutions and organizations like ISA comes in. They will help us to de-risk and the integration agenda of pulling resources together, joint procurement, will only make us stronger and be able to be more as meaningful participants in helping to save our people, but also having one global agenda of saving the environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. I think the way forward is clear. The urgent need for policy and regulation and partnership. This is very important, looking to create an impact to the poor people and who are really very far away, left behind. Quickly going to Ethiopia, Dr. Frewitt, I mean, we have signed the country partnership framework with Ethiopia. In the coming 6 or 1 year, what is the low-hanging fruits or quick wins, in your opinion, quickly?
Okay, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, Barakat. The country partnership framework was signed recently, as you know, but the cooperation, the support from ISA was enabled a few years back. And over the years, we have been able to start a number of projects, pilot projects, including floating solar or IPPs, solar IPPs and the like. So that's also the establishment of the Star Center for capacity building. Now, all these things, it doesn't mean that there are no issues, there are no problems. Even the policies, they might need some refinements, some of the policies. And this CPF would be really a vehicle to really address all these issues and strengthen the cooperation and build the confidence of the private sector. So even through financing, getting partners, financial partners through the ISA would be easier than government alone or other partners alone. So it creates a conducive environment for further solarization of projects, be it in the agriculture or even urbanization and so on. So the CPF is really a good tool, and I think we can rely on it. and the government will be more committed. It has been committed earlier, but still it will be further committed, to go for better projects, higher projects, for encouragement of private sector and the like. So I think it's very useful. It's really, personally, I'm appreciative of it. So
thank you so much. Yeah, thank you, Dr. Fruit. Moving to Fiji, High Commissioner, I mean, we keep saying that Fiji advocating for regional cooperation. So in your opinion, what are the expectations from ISA and development partners in enabling long-term sustainability and ownership of solar initiatives in island states?
Thank you for that question. I think Fiji, if you look at Fiji's location, I mean, it is in the South Pacific, surrounded by oceans, and it's more largely made up of over 300 islands, although about 110 islands may be inhabited. So our problem, our challenges in the Pacific would be similar to what most of the SIDS have. So there has to be some special approach or unique approaches when it comes to addressing these challenges. Now, Fiji has, of course, closely working with the Pacific. ISA is you could say the facilitator, or has become more like an energy or energizing the Pacific through the sun. So there is the challenges of legal frameworks that needs to be put in place. If you look at Fiji itself, Fiji has only one energy supplier, and they basically control the pricing, largely, of course, diesel, although we have alternative means of producing energy as well. But solar has to reach out to these small islands, remotely based villages, and agriculture right now is not not powered. And I think with the approach that ISA and Fiji in collaboration is taken, is a big step forward to see how we can strengthen the agricultural sector. Like I said, Fiji is largely an agricultural country, and unless we power the agricultural sector, I think the economies of the communities who are remotely based will not, will be addressed. So we are very confident that working with the Pacific and maybe the platform, the SIDS platform, where the financing arrangements being done, if these are, strengthened, these challenges are addressed, Pacific would be the way forward in seeing maybe in near future to come, fulfilling its targets of solarizing and moving away from diesel-powered supplies. So I'm very confident that this partnership is working very well, and we are very positive of achieving results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Excellency. My last question to Muni and Harish, quickly, as we are moving to the implementation of the country partnership framework, so in your opinion, what is the low-hanging fruits or the quick wins in the coming 6 months and for 1 year in some countries in Africa? What are the areas that we can tap in so we can showcase in 1 year that there is something has been created on the ground? Mr. Muni?
Well, I think you already have a success story with the refrigeration, solar refrigeration concept.
Yes.
Which has a direct impact on livelihood for communities. And I think from the regional meeting we had in Accra, there was quite an interest in other countries benefiting from that. So I think spreading that success story, piloting more of this refrigeration through solar for instance, fishing communities and so forth, I think would be very useful. And I think one of the things that can be done also is bringing vendors closer to the markets. How do you facilitate and encourage vendors to move into those markets and make it easier so that the pilot projects that were started by ISA can then be sustainable, where you've made the connection, you've shown the proof of concept, you've shown the benefits, and now bringing the parties together, the partners, so that they can then go forward in doing this.
Thank you so much. Harish?
Yeah, hello. Hi. Barack, one small digression is that when His Excellency from Solomon Islands and Fiji talked about, I mean, when we look at de-risking capital, we also look, if the people said that how are you going to de-risk our lives, that not de-risking their lives is more expensive than the de-risking the capital right now, right? We would actually should look at a de-risking fund of how the people are de-risked, right? Number one, the low-hanging fruits, Barakat, is very clear. If I have to look at Ethiopia, for example, and I look at Afar, Oromia, as well as Gambela region, easily in the next 1 year, we should be able to do 1,000 small-scale farmers who own less than 2-acre land in terms of both irrigation, cold storage, and little market linkage. There are champion farmers who become a pilot and template for both Somalia, Djibouti, and the neighboring countries. Same thing, you can actually pick up Rwanda and Uganda to look at re-looking at their health centers. And in the next 5 years, are we able to do 1,000 health centers? And each health center is actually linked to an innovation center that actually upscales the skill sets in terms of innovation and incubation of local enterprises. These are things that in next 1 year, we should be able to do, at least in these countries, that creates a template for rest of Africa.
Thank you so much, Harish. And this is kind of partnership really we are looking for in ISA. With this and considering the time constraint, this session has been come to the end. I will give the floor back to the MS to guide us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ahmed. And I guess before we have the signing of the country partnership with Papua New Guinea, shall we do a group photograph while we prepare for that, with all the excellencies and the moderator here, please? And right after this, ladies and gentlemen, I have been apprised that we have a signing ceremony of the country partnership framework with Papua New Guinea. And we will break for lunch and come back here a couple of minutes before 2 p.m. That's when we start the next session. The next session is on SIDS.
I enjoyed the solar when in this country there were 2 people. I was one.
So the ceremony of the signing, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, is going to happen in another room in the presence of the DG of International Solar Alliance. With that, I extend my thank you, my gratitude to our excellencies and our esteemed panelists, as well as our moderator, for that wonderful and insightful session. I now invite you to please join us for lunch. Lunch venue is the same for the excellencies, honorable ministers. Lunch venue is level 1, room 19. For heads of delegations, lunch venue is level 1, room 18. And for everyone else, lunch venue is the pre-function area of level 1. So please do join us for lunch, excellencies, honorable dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, and come back here a couple of minutes before 2 p.m. because we will start right away with the SIDS session, and thereafter we have another session on GCC here. Let me just give you a little detail on the sessions that are happening here as well as that side. So 2 to 3:15 we have here from blueprint to impact, the SIDS platform in action. Whereas in that other room, we have the session on green hydrogen powering the future of energy transition between 1400 to 1515 hours, 2 p.m. to 3:15. Here again at 3:15 to 4:30 in this room A, we have Transforming Solar Energy Global Capability Center as Hub for Impact. And in that session, between 3:15 to 4:30, we have Floating Solar for a Sustainable Future, launch of ISA's global framework. So we're also launching a report at 15:15 to 16:30 hours in that room, where we do the floating solar session. Then in this room between 16:30 to 17:45 hours, we have Enhancing Food Security in ISA member countries by resolving the energy water food nexus. Whereas in that room, we have digital leapfrogging for smarter resilient power systems in the global south, 16:30 to 17:45 hours. And with that said, I thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being very, very patient. And we will now all join for lunch. Come back here a couple of minutes before 2 so that we are not late for the rest of the sessions of the day. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. I'll see you back in this room a couple of minutes before 2 p.m. Thank you very much. some announcements. First, of course, I would request and urge all our eminent participants to kindly join us back in the room and be seated. This is an announcement for everyone in the pre-function area. I hope you can hear me. You can choose the rooms that you would like to go to as far as the sessions are concerned. We've got to be starting here in room A with From Blueprint to Impact, the SIDS platform in action. And in the other room, which is room B, a parallel session on green hydrogen would be running, powering the future of energy transition. So I'm going to request you all to please be seated, and then we will start shortly. Thereafter, from 15:15 to 16:30 hours, which is 3:15 to 4:30 p.m., we have Transforming Solar Energy Global Capability Center as a hub for impact to be held in this particular room, room A. And in the parallel room, Floating Solar for a Sustainable Future, launch of ISA's global framework. So here, what is important is we are launching a report on ISA's global framework in the adjoining room, which is room B, at 3:15 to 4:30 p.m. So these are the two sessions that will take place in room A and room B between 3:15 to 4:30 p.m. And then the last two sessions of the day, running concurrently, will be in room A. You'll have enhancing food security in ISA member countries by resolving the energy water food nexus. And in the adjoining room, we have digital leapfrogging for smarter, resilient power systems in the global south. So these are the sessions, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I do hope that during lunch at level 1, you could find some time to go and see and witness the exhibits that have been placed there. And we also want to remind you once again that we have a site visit on the 30th of October, 30th of October, which is tomorrow, in fact. It starts at 9 a.m. and ends at 3 p.m. And the LOs are going to give you the logistics plan. They will arrange for transport and coordination. And we're very excited to have you there for the site visit. We also have media lounges in the east and the west wing of this room, where you're going to find ISA's latest publications. So we request you to please find the time to browse through those latest publications as well at the media lounges. Now, we all already know, because we've got a hang of the headsets, we know how to use them. But just in case you still are struggling a little, we've been given the headset with this machine over here. What we need to do here is we just need to switch it on. There's a power button. And once you switch it on, the languages, of course, will, I'll tell you what the languages are, but it's going to be a silent session here as well as in the other room so that we don't collide. And the sound of the floor is going to be audible to you when you tune into channel 1. And the other channels are for interpretation. English, you'll have to switch to channel 2, French, channel 3, Spanish channel 4, and Arabic channel 5. In the adjoining room, the sound of the floor would be heard on switching to channel 6. Upon switching to channel 7, you hear English translations or interpretations. French, you need to switch to channel 8. For Spanish, it is channel 9 in the other room, and Arabic, channel 10. So it is wonderful that you're coming back. I request you all at the back to please come and be seated. I thank you very much, Excellencies and distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. And we will start very, very shortly, maybe in under 2 minutes. So may I request you to please take seats. And this is a request to those of you who are attending the green hydrogen session in the adjoining room to also please settle in. My mic will be closed down and we will be starting with the session very shortly. Of course, right now in this room, we have a very pertinent session from Blueprint to Impact, the SIDS platform or the SIDS platform in action. And it's a session that lies at the very heart of ISA's global mission, a dialogue that gives voice to those nations most vulnerable to climate change, yet most committed to the energy transition. So I invite you to please be seated. It's going to be a very interesting session. I thank you very much for your kind cooperation. We will begin shortly. And now I guess since I've made all my announcements, my microphone will be cut out and then we will begin with headsets. Thank you very much. 5 minutes. So we're going to be starting in about 4 to 5 minutes. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to please take seats in both rooms. This is a request to the audience to please pick a room of their preference. We've got from Blueprint to Impact, the SIDS platform in action to be held in this room, which is room A. And in room B, which is adjoining this room, is green hydrogen powering the future of energy transition. That's the session that will take place. So I think I will have to cut out my mic because I can see the screens over there have started to work. So I'm going to speak to you through headsets now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. So ladies and gentlemen, I hope you can hear me. Our next session, like I said, is titled From Blueprint to Impact, the SIDS platform in action. Small island developing states face some of the world's toughest energy and climate challenges, high fuel dependence, extreme weather risks, and limited access to finance and technology. The SIDS platform, an initiative of the International Solar Alliance and the World Bank Group, aims to turn these challenges into opportunities by building structured pathways for project aggregation, financing, and implementation. So this session focuses on taking this platform from design to delivery, advancing its governance, implementation roadmap, and collaborative mechanisms across 16 island nations. And through this dialogue, member states and partners will work together to ensure that island nations not only transition to solar energy, but lead the way in resilience, innovation, and sustainable development. And with that, it is now my privilege to request Mr. Karan Mangotra, Partnerships and Strategy Specialists, ISA, the session lead, to please steer this session. We invite you, sir. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, Mr. Karan Mangotra.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this powerhouse of a session on the SIDS platform, something that we have worked with all of you to curate since April onwards, and have come to this powerhouse of a panel that you will see today. It gives me immense pleasure to invite on stage my Director General, Mr. Ashish Khanna, Chandrasekhar Govind Rajalu, Practice Manager from SMAP, and His Excellency Kumar Jaikori, the Honorable Minister of Energy from Sri Lanka. On the stage, please. How we are structuring this session is I will start with a short presentation of why we are doing what we are doing, and then have some addresses from our partners. The bank, we started in Colombo. Sri Lanka is a supporter of our aggregated procurement platform. Then we go into the first ministerial session that will be moderated by Ms. Jayashree Nandi, followed by the second session moderated by Amit. If I could request the dignitaries on the dais to take the central seat, and then last year we started to do an analytics around the energy transition story across the 4 archetypes of countries. And what we realized was that SIDS was an archetype on its own. You know, the need for energy transition was, the exposure to climate risk was extremely high. Emissions were, relatively higher as well because of a lot of imported diesel. The potential of solar was extremely high, but I think the economics wasn't working out, and the access to low-cost finance, risk mitigation instruments were all low, and that's where we started to look at solutions which could tackle the SIDS on its own while being conscious that there is uniqueness in each country as well. That's why we started to work with the World Bank Group and started to look at how do we create a digital public infrastructure beginning with an aggregated and digitized procurement platform which serves as an e-marketplace, helps with projectization and finance, has strategic outreach and capacity building embedded into it. The 2 or 3 main value propositions of the platform for all our SIDS member countries, the first and foremost was fiscal stability. It leads you to move out of diesel and those imports and reduces that dependency. In some of the countries, it's a large number as a percentage compared to their GDP. And of course, then there are the benefits around the SDGs and the climate goals, cost optimization, data-driven planning, and then finally, last but not the least, in sustainability and local jobs. With this intent, we had started to develop this and curate this from April onwards. Out of a total of 57 SIDS, 34 of them are ISA member and signatory countries, out of which in April and August, which were the regional committee meetings for ISA in the Asia region and Asia Pacific region and the Latin America and Caribbean region, we had 17 of you all coming together and joining the intent and providing the support and the political buy-in to take it towards operationalization. Since August, then we started to look at how would the institutional arrangement for this work out, because a lot of questions were around how do procurement policies of each nation interact with the common standards of a global SIDS platform. So we started to look into literature of best practices, and we found that in West Africa, there was a project that the World Bank had did with 4 countries called the Respite Project, where something of a similar sort was done, and we picked that as a best practice on which we started to look at our institutional arrangement, where 2 things were necessary, and that is why the discussion today. One, how do we ensure that there is less interaction between the national procurement laws and the standard procurement regulations and the procedures of the global SIDS platform, and to ensure that all the national sovereignty principles are adhered to in our global SIDS platform. Who are the 2 most relevant people to sit in our technical committee? We came up with the constitution of a panel of experts that will be provided by ISA and the World Bank Group to provide you with all the technical expertise and enable you to make that decision. And of course, have a coordination unit of ISA and then see how the design of the procurement lots would function. It could be geographical lots, it could be technology lots. And these are procurement for utility scale solar plus storage. We have gone through the political buy-in securing process since April, August. This is the 3rd one, and we from here go to the COP, where we are doing a large SIDS event with the COP30 presidency. But we are also conscious that we don't want to leave anyone behind, and that's why we are trying to bucket all our SIDS member countries into 2 buckets. Countries that are ready for procurement, that means they have land identified, a project pipeline in place, evacuation network that is in place as well, but also looking at readiness activities for countries to enable them to move to bucket 1. And readiness could mean, assessment of your regulatory frameworks, institutional setups, projects and prioritization. The bottom line is we don't want to leave anyone behind and want to make it inclusive rather than exclusive. We intend to, in the first quarter of next year, announce and start to seek interest from countries on what a possible MOU could be. A start of that would be the intent and the in-principle MOU that we start today, and start to look at megawatt and megawatt hour numbers for solar and storage that can be put out for procurement in phase 1, hopefully building up momentum to next year's COP, if it is in Australia, which will most likely focus a lot on the SIDS countries. With that, I come to the end of my presentation, and let me now hand it over to my Director General for his inaugural address. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. Very warm welcome once again. Let me just start by saying, if there is one program that embodies our strategy of moving from ambition to action, it is the SIDS agenda. When we started discussing jointly with the World Bank Group just 6 months back that how about we try and get some countries together to sign a declaration of intent, we went to Colombo and we were not sure the response we will get, but we had 6 Pacific countries sign the declaration of intent. Then we went to Latin America, Santiago and Caribbean, and I must admit, one day before the start of the assembly, we were not sure if we will get the interest from countries to sign, and within 3 days we had 9 countries from Caribbean who had signed the intent. So this is really something that we are enablers, but it is being led from a very clear demand from the countries. The demand that for SIDS, too long people have spoken about the importance of renewables, the need, but no real concrete platform was created for this joint procurement. Now, as we today have all the SIDS countries, because of the nature of assembly where Pacific, Africa, Asia and Latin American and Caribbean countries are together, we think it is the right moment to actually accelerate this momentum even further. And by doing so, our real objective today is to agree on a joint procurement which would require certain learning journeys because each country has its own national procurement laws, but having a central international panel of experts which will provide all the assistance on how to do a good procurement of solar project, because most of the SIDS countries have not done one before. Second is to learn from each other, because all of you will have representation in that panel of experts and will provide an opportunity to learn from each other, because all of you face similar challenges. Third, it allows customization, because each one of you is different. Some will have floating solar, some will have utility scale solar, some will have better ability to pay and therefore less risk mitigation requirement. Some will have more risk, less infrastructure enabling with roads and others, and may require more support. Finally, the proof of this movement, if I may call so, of real action orientation will lie only in how fast we are able to move on next steps. We believe by coming together, launching a big movement of at least say 300 megawatts of solar and 300 megawatt hour of battery storage, we can give a direction, but more importantly, make sure the procurement is launched very soon. My target would be next 6 months, because if you are late, then some of you who are ready may feel they are losing time and may actually proceed on their own, which will not be a good thing for the platform as a whole. So my request to all of you is that we are all in this together as a family. Some of you will be ready faster, some of you will take more time. It will be a program. Those who miss the first phase will definitely join the second phase. We are thinking of at least 3 phases of 3 procurements. But the proof of the pudding is, let's get into this journey together, which will be evolutionary, and try and launch the first procurement in 6 months from now. With that open mind, I welcome you all to the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. And, as you mentioned, partnerships are then crucial to embark on this journey. And it's important to learn from each other's experience, and we could have not embarked on this journey with a better partner than the World Bank Group, who's been supporting this right from day one. With this, let me invite Mr. Chandrasekhar Govind Rajalu, Practice Manager, SMAP, for his special address. So, over to you.
Thank you, Karan. Thank you, Ashish. It is such a pleasure to be here. World Bank and ISA have worked together from the inception of ISA, and we share a common vision on solar development, its application and scale up. And the SIDS platform is a very nice example of this. I'd like to make a few points overall on why such a program could be so transformative. As extreme weather events increase, one of the strongest hurricanes, by the way, is battering the Caribbean as we speak. The need of the hour is for collective action to bring resilient, affordable, and clean energy at scale in the island states. And we are not starting from scratch. Last 10 years, the World Bank Group and the partners and the countries have gained significant experience, knowledge on enabling environment creation, on commercial approaches, on the technology and applications and so on. And now is the time to really aggregate and scale and make sure that the private sector has the right incentives to come and invest in the island nations. Although the market is developing rapidly, the first costs and BESS, they still remain a bit high, especially as they are delivered to the islands, which is why aggregation and which is why looking at these commercial approaches in a different lens is so important at this point of time, as also is the role of innovative financing, which is probably where the World Bank comes in. And SMAP, the Energy Sector Management Assistance Program, we provide upfront grants as we have done in the past, and also we help mobilize innovative concessional financing to drive these transformative operations and programs. So World Bank and SMAP are committed to our island clients and partners to find the best possible energy solutions. At the same time, it is important that all the countries here that are here from the island states also have an unwavering commitment to this, to finding the solutions, right? And let's not make perfect the enemy of good, as they say. If countries are ready, if some packages are ready in some of the islands, we should start communicating about them, coming together on some aspects that we can bring together at this point of time, and go, get the program started. As the other countries come on board and get their procurement strategies aligned with the overall vision here. So with those few words, I would like to hand this back to Karan to continue the discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. And, I'm delighted to have His Excellency Kumar Jayakori, the Honorable Minister from Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka, despite of not being a SIDS country, has supported this aggregated platform for us. And actually, it was the first place, Colombo's regional committee meeting for ISA's Asia Pacific region, where Sir had chaired and had provided his support also. Sir, let me invite you for your keynote address, sir. Over to you.
Thank you, Karan. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great privilege to address this gathering under the theme From Blueprint to Impact, the SIDS platform in action. Although Sri Lanka does not belong to the Small Island Developing States Group, we deeply appreciate this opportunity to engage with the SIDS platform, which is being developed both by the World Bank Group and ISA, and was launched in Colombo in July this year during the 7th meeting of Regional Committee meeting of Asia and the Pacific. We extend our gratitude to both ISA and the World Bank Group in inviting Sri Lanka to work with this platform, and we look forward to explore the opportunities. We recognize the platform's vital role in fostering shared learning, cooperation, and collective action towards achieving sustainable energy transition goals that resonate strongly with our own national priorities. When considering Sri Lanka's renewable energy scenario, Sri Lanka has set an ambitious national target to achieving 70% renewable energy generation by 2030, a goal underpinned by strong policy direction and growing investor confidence. Our country already draws a significant share of its electricity from hydropower, solar and wind, and is now rapidly expanding through active participation of both public and private sector. The government is promoting decentralized and distributed renewable generation, including rooftop solar system and community-based mini-grids, to strengthen energy security and ensure equitable access across the regions. These efforts are transforming Sri Lanka's energy landscape towards a more inclusive, sustainable and low-carbon future. Also in cost trend and emerging technologies, the global renewable energy landscape has changed drastically. The cost of solar PV has fallen by nearly 90% and onshore wind by around 70% over the past decade, making renewable the most cost-competitive form of new power generation today. For island nation like Sri Lanka, floating solar represents a key opportunity, optimizing the use of island water bodies while minimizing land use conflicts. Meanwhile, advances in battery storage and hybrid systems are further reducing system level control cost and enhancing grid reliability. These innovations make renewable energy increasingly viable for round-the-clock supply, even in island settings. I would like to highlight the importance of aggregation and collective learning for small and mid-sized economies. Aggregating demand is essential to unlock economic of scale, reduce transaction cost, and attract global suppliers at competitive rates. Equally important is the sharing of experience among island and developing nations. Such collaboration help avoid duplication of effort, accelerates learning and support the creation of harmonized technical and regulatory framework. Together, these actions can strengthen regional supply chain and enhance our collective bargaining power for cleaner and resilient energy systems. When speaking about supporting for the ISA's aggregated procurement platform, Sri Lanka strongly supports the International Solar Alliance aggregated procurement platform, which provides transparent, efficient and scalable mechanism for solar and storage procurement. This platform allows countries to leverage collective demand, standardized specification and build local capacity, all of which are critical for sustaining renewable energy transition. Sri Lanka looks forward to working closely with the ISA and partner countries to pilot engage procurement initiatives in our region, particularly in areas such as floating solar, battery storage and rooftop system. In conclusion, distinguished delegates, Sri Lanka firmly believes that through collective action, innovation and shared commitment, the SIDS platform can truly move from blueprint to impact. Together, we can demonstrate that small island nations are not only vulnerable to global challenges, we are also capable of leading the world towards a cleaner, more resilient and sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And moving on to the first ministerial session. But before I move on to the first ministerial session, I wanted to acknowledge the support of all of you to have been in touch with our team across the region, across the World Bank team. And I could not have done it because the format only allows me to come and moderate this. But I thought it's a good time to also identify all my team that is here. My regional program heads, Sandeep, Barakat, and I'll ask them all to stand up because they have been in constant touch and we could not have done it without them. Rohan from my team and Amit and Vivan who have been constant support from the bank as well. So thank you very much guys. And moving to the first ministerial session titled Leading Islands, Powering the Future, a Solar Transition for SIDS. Let me now invite His Excellency Conris Maynard on the stage, please. His Excellency Mr. Jagannath Sami, His Excellency Mr. Vince Henderson. My DG is already on the dais. And to moderate, let me invite Ms. Jayashree Nandi, who's the environmental editor from the Hindustan Times, to moderate this, please. And let me also invite His Excellency Hussein Agil Nasir from the Republic of Maldives to join this panel as well. Excellency, please.
Hi, can I start? No. Okay, yeah. All right. So my name is Jayashree Nandi. I report for the Hindustan Times. I write on environment and climate change and also cover a large part of our energy transition story and what's happening on energy transition globally. Before we start talking about this very important issue, I would like to say that I'm really honored to be part of this panel. It's a very, very important issue. And just before we start, a little bit of background, just to bring us, at pace with what's happening in the small island nations. I know that all of us know that they have been at the forefront of climate change, but just how serious the issue is needs to be probably retold. As early as 2018, I remember covering the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's report on 1.5 degree of global warming. This is a special report on 1.5 degree of global warming. And I remember that the report clearly underlined that any breach of the 1.5 degree threshold would impact the SIDS extremely highly and would cause large-scale devastation to very sensitive ecologies like the small islands, like the dryland ecosystems, like the polar regions. And so all that we are seeing today, for example, the latest science is telling us that the first tipping point has been reached, which is the collapse of the coral reefs, of certain coral reefs. And we also know that the UN Secretary General has said that now we know that the 1.5 degree goal may have been, it's likely to be breached. So having this as the background, I was thinking when I was, asked to moderate this session, is it all about this, or we can do more to see how these islands can adapt and depend on resilient, very reliable energy systems so that they have enough space to grow. And so would like to thank ISA for taking up this very, very important project. And as a journalist, my job is to break down things, make them accessible. So would like to have like an open conversation with all the speakers here. So my first question to the Director General ISA, sir, Mr. Ashish Khanna, I wanted to know, how did you conceive this project? What was the whole idea behind it?
Thank you, Jayashree. First of all, I must start by talking about the impact of Hurricane Melissa. Our hearts are with Jamaica and citizens of Cuba, both are members. And that's just an example of how important resilience and decentralized renewable energy is going to be for all the countries. So I must admit, the genesis of all these things is about a seed that was planted long terms back. I will talk about two parts. First is a conversation I had with Amit while I was still in World Bank, and he came and saw me in Washington, D.C. talking about Maldives. And the first thing I told him is, that's a great idea, but what Maldives is going through is something that every SIDS is going through. Why can't we join forces and actually do a joint thing? It took me to leave World Bank and join ISA for me to again have that conversation and take this forward. And the second is my own experience in Western Africa, where when there was a power riot and a lot of people unfortunately got killed and the Sierra Leone energy minister came to ask us for diesel as emergency. I said, why diesel? Why don't we do emergency solar? But they were small countries, so Sierra Leone, Chad, Togo and Liberia, fragile and conflict-prone countries, did the first competitive tender, and even with concessional finance of IDA, discovered a tariff of 4.5 US cents with storage. That got me through proof of concept, collective procurement is possible. So that's the story.
Sure, thank you. His Excellency Hussein Anjil Nasser, Deputy Minister of Tourism and Environment, Republic of Maldives. I wanted to know, what are the key lessons from Maldives? Maldives has had some experience in this. And what would be the best practices that you would like to share with other island nations on solarizing, on having, common procurement practices, or doing it through ISA? What would your thoughts be?
Thank you very much. When it comes to renewable energy, we are talking about minimizing dependency on diesel, fossil fuels, and also energy security and environmental protection. So when it comes to Maldives, as you know, Maldives is an island nation with limited space. So when we started initially, it was with around very few kilowatt PV systems, and later it grew with the help of development banks. So now what we are doing is we have three approaches. One is consumer basis, where they can install solar PV under net meter regulation. The other one is EPC contracts. As you know, we give funding, and then contractors come in and install there. The third one is power purchasing, where the private investment comes in, which we cannot actually achieve on our own. If we are to install solar PV that is required for the country on our own, then our budget constraint will be there. So that is where the investors come in, and they invest in the solar PV which we require and give us it a fairly good rate so that we can have an economical benefit out of it.
And like you said about the whole economy being dependent on, imports, on fuel, diesel imports, I would like to ask His Excellency Congress Meinrad, Minister of Public Infrastructure, Energy and Utilities, St. Kitts and Nevis. How does St. Kitts and Nevis, manage its energy needs? Is it completely import dependent? What are the challenges that you face domestically?
Thank you very much for that question. That's a very important question because St. Kitts and Nevis still largely, almost 100%, relies on imported fossil fuel for energy generation or electricity generation. Now, in order for that not to shock the economy, what the government has been doing over the past couple of years is actually subsidizing the variation of the fuel cost for that electricity. So there is something called the fuel variation charge. So over the past couple of years, the price of electricity has not gone up for the consumer, but the government is absorbing that cost. Now, as you would imagine, that is not sustainable. So the true cost of energy is probably around 35 cents per kilowatt hour, while the consumer is probably paying around 26 cents per kilowatt hour. So our transition to renewables is a must in order to assist in us being able to afford the energy costs and for it then not to belabor the economy by throwing all of it on the consumer. So that is a real challenge of the imported costs of fossil fuel for us, and why the case is very straightforward as to why we need to ramp up our investment in renewables. We're spending, for a small economy like ours, we're spending in excess of over $100 million in fuel alone. That's the cost of a major solar installation. That's enough money to start drilling our wells for geothermal, for instance. So it is critical for us to upscale our renewable energy exploits, because it is a matter of survival why we have to do it.
Absolutely. In fact, my third question would also be related. His Excellency Mr. Jagannath Samy, High Commissioner of Fiji to the Republic of India. Fiji has faced several disasters in the past and rebuilt itself like other SIDS. How do you think having affordable and reliable solar energy would help people and the economy? Sorry.
Thank you for that question. I think before I answer that question, I think it's very important to understand not only Fiji. Fiji maybe I represent Fiji here, but also the Pacific. The people of Fiji, the landscape, the culture. I think all this matters when it comes to bringing changes in the lives of the people. And if you look at Fiji, Fiji's main economy used to be sugar. And that is how about 35% of the Indo-Fijians from India were taken to Fiji. And that is the foundation for the sugar industry. However, because of the European Union sugar reforms, that industry is now almost at its last leg. So that's number one. Number two is that the indigenous population of Fiji are largely in the agricultural sector, apart from those who live and work in the urban centers. Now, we have the best of land, we have rich land, we're surrounded by the ocean, We have huge potential from the sun, because we are the one country that sees the first sun in the world. Yet we have not harnessed the sun, for our economies. And I think I would say it's a blessing that ISA has joined in or initiated this very ambitious move or launch these projects of getting energy from sun, from solar. And I think this is where Fiji and the Pacific Islands will gain a lot, because we are countries which are very exposed. We have issues about the rising sea levels. We have the strongest of cyclones, ranging to up to 300 kilometers per hour, right? So there are a lot of challenges that these islands face, and one is the cost of production. Cost of production of not only energy, of course it filters down to the cost of all our exports, whether it's be agricultural, whether it is sugar, whether it is any other produce. So it's all related to the cost of production, and the source happens to be energy, which dictates the end price. So I think this efforts to solarize the Pacific, Fiji and the Pacific, and ISA is already ventured into quite a few programs in Fiji, and we have embraced it and we support it, and we believe that that is one way forward for the Pacific Island countries, and Fiji is fully committed in driving it and also providing the leadership in the Pacific to see that all our other neighboring countries, our Pacific families, do the same and are able to save their economies or grow their economies. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much. In fact, we are talking about an aggregated procurement here, and would like to understand that how does the domestic policies, impact this? For example, His Excellency, Mr. Congress, how would you see, a procurement policy which is, common and aggregated? How does it,
Right. So, as I would have mentioned before, St. Kitts and Nevis is the smallest independent nation in the Western Hemisphere, which means we have one of the smallest grids. Our peak demand presently on St. Kitts is about 30 megawatts, and on Nevis it's 10 megawatts. Now, big companies who are putting gigawatt installations here in India would probably laugh at a project of 50 megawatt. So in pool procurement now, it now changes from 50 megawatts to maybe 50 megawatts in St. Kitts, 30 megawatts someplace else, 100 megawatts someplace else, and now that goes up to 300 megawatts. Yes. So now the business case becomes more real for that developer and gives us a chance to maximize on cost. So when we go it alone, we know that we have to pay the premium price. Oftentimes we don't have the option of waiting, but this pool procurement platform that is being proposed here offers an opportunity for us to get the best of both worlds by having the best developers in the world be accessible to us at the best price. So I think it's an extraordinary opportunity that we have spoken about. In the OECS, actually, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, we do pool procurement for our healthcare needs, and it has lowered the cost significantly because we buy together. Right. So we are a living example that pool procurement can work. The test case now is, can we do it for something like energy through solar adoption?
Yeah, sure. Let me move away a little bit from solar just to again bring back the unique story of small island nations. I would like to ask His Excellency Vince Henderson, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Business, Commonwealth of Dominica. Could you please tell us what are the main challenges and concerns facing the SIDS, including the climate impacts, but also otherwise facing the economies?
Thank you very much. Well, SIDS, by their very nature, small island developing states, and my friend from Fiji did in fact explain to us the challenge that we have every year. Yeah. And our prayers and thoughts are with our brothers and sisters in Jamaica, in Cuba, and the rest of the Northern Caribbean, in Haiti, the Bahamas. And we know, we've been for Dominica, for example, in 2017. We got hit by a major hurricane where 225% of our GDP was lost in 18 hours. The devastation that it brought, it totally, well, almost totally destroyed the energy sector. And it took us at least 8 months to get back online in different areas. So we are faced with those challenges. And one of the things that we don't talk about, Director General, we don't thank the ISA enough for helping to reduce the emission of greenhouse gases. Because it's not so much of what you can do for us, but what you're doing for the major emitters. By promoting solar power, you are also helping us, as small island developing states, to do exactly what you spoke about earlier, achieving 1.5 to stay alive. Because when we fought for 1.5 to stay alive, that is what it was based on. So that is a real challenge, is to ensure that we can survive. But also, the same things that make us beautiful, people love to go to Fiji, they love to go to the Caribbean, they love to go to the Pacific, because we have the sun, we have the lovely beaches, we lovely places to visit. But the challenges that we are faced with, resilience, building resilience in the energy sector is critical. Yeah. And solar PV allows us some opportunity to do that with distributed generation, ensuring that we can have different sources of power, yes, you know, compared to if we were to go with diesel generation and so forth. So it presents an opportunity, but it also has a major challenge, a major threat. And this is why I believe the SIDS platform needs to focus heavily on how we can in fact build the resilience. It's not just saying that solar power or renewable energy is resilient. I don't believe that. I believe what is resilient is the systems that we build using those technologies. Right. So solar power can create that opportunity for us, and we have to be able to work on it. We have to be able to consider the price of the cost of insurance. You know, it's difficult to insure a house in these islands. Yes. And in some parts of South Florida, you can't even get insurance coverage because of the same problem, hurricanes. So we need to talk about the cost of insurance. So pool procurement is great. And this will help to reduce the unit cost and to ensure the availability of equipment, because that is part of the challenges that we face. I remember when we were drilling one well for geothermal power, no company in the world wanted to come to Dominica just for one well. Yeah. So we had to work with the World Bank and very creatively increase it to 2 wells, which was a little benefit. But the guy said to us, hey, you know, wait a minute, we getting to drill 10 wells in Ethiopia, you're going to have to wait. So this is part of the challenge we're going to face with solar as well. If we go, as Minister Maynard said, if we go as small countries with small systems, it's going to be difficult to actually get access to the equipment, to the hardware that we need. And pool procurement can help us to overcome that challenge. But I really strongly want to make the plea that we need to consider how we develop the systems to be resilient.
Right. Thank you so much. Director General, Mr. Khanna, you said in your opening remarks that this is really urgent and you really want this to be rolled out in the next 6 months. What is the institutional structure? How ready are you? Where are we? What else needs to be done in the next 6 months to see this rolling?
Yeah, before I answer, if I may add something that Minister Vince said, which I really think is fundamental. that it's not only about procurement, it's about the quality of resilience inbuilt in the procurement, but also the quality of the institutions that will kick in when they are there. And I want to acknowledge we have the CDRI Director General, Coalition of Disaster, because that's exactly the kind of partnership by bringing people together that's very important. On your question, what is our next plan? I would say each country is very different. And I must openly confess, one of the reasons why pool procurement, beyond nobody creating a platform, has happened is each country thinks that I'm very unique and I'm very different. They will think, oh, I will need to have this kind of floating solar. Somebody will say, no, I need to have this kind of a utility scale solar. Some will say, I don't have transmission. Some will say, I need transmission. So for next 6 months, now we have to dive deep into the details of readiness of countries. And some of them will be ready, those with higher income countries, lower risk premiums, some with lower risk, higher risk premiums, but deep desire and have done the feasibility studies. Sure. We need to separate them so that at least the market will require scale and clarity of speed. But then some countries will need some help. That can you help me that whether this land is okay? A feasibility study for floating solar, looking at transmission evacuation systems. We are discussing with most countries, don't stay with utilities. Go to all your private resorts that are beautiful in Fiji and Caribbean islands. Tell them to go completely solar and include their demand in the aggregate bidding as well. So that's the work that needs to happen. Some will happen 6 months, some will happen in a year, but we need to continue working on it.
Sure. And so we are almost coming to an end of this panel, but before we end, I would like to hear some parting thoughts from everybody. Just 2 sentences, just a few sentences on what do you think solarization of small islands can do to these islands? It's a story of hope. We always write stories about islands facing cyclones. It is the reality, but also there is a story of hope that is building up. So if you could, share.
Thank you very much. So when it comes to Maldives, Maldives islands are very small. The grids, we call it microgrids, if I may. So if we are to have established 100% electrification within the islands, the cost of production per unit exceeds above 30 cents. So which is not very much practical if we have to sustain it for a very long term. So I believe solarization is very important, but it requires to go along with battery to be hybridized so that we can do real solarization of the island. If we have to have only solar in the island, the system becomes unstable. So if we could go with the battery, solar, and whichever other additional renewable resource we could get into it, then it is perfect. And also that with that we can cut down the cost of unit of production per production. So I would recommend, if we are going for solarization in microgrids, very much recommended to go along with the battery. Thank you.
Let me answer that question in 2 parts. First part would be that solar is like our lifeline. I think for Fiji and the Pacific and the SIDS, I think it's a lifeline that will change the lives of the people of these countries in cost of produce, so that they can be more competitive in their exports and bringing in bettering their economies. And I think, like I said earlier, this giant step, Pacific and the SIDS have been blessed with the abundance of sun. We have never exploited it in the past. And here is an opportunity that I say is giving a lifeline to the SIDS countries to take it on and bring a change. I think that is our greatest of gift, and as well as a big challenge for us to take on. But at the same time, I'm wanting to recognize and thank ISA for bringing the seeds together. I think parallel to this, I think the seeds must also voice out, we are the innocent victims of this climate change. Right? Some of our villages will have to be replaced or relocated in Fiji and like other Pacific islands. So whilst we are doing everything possible for our own countries, at the same time I think there has to be an international voice to say that we are innocent victims. Why should these countries who are the ones who are emitting huge carbons should get away, get away from I mean, it is criminal, I think. It is criminal that we young, small states should be suffering while they keep on changing the, the approach to reducing carbon. Right? The levels are changing all the time. 1.5 was achievable. Now they're saying it's not achievable. So I think they should be made accountable. And I think SIDS could be a voice. Thanks to ISA, I think SIDS should now perhaps work together also at the same time to raise this voice about these countries to come in to provide assistance or support.
Yeah, well, I just want to say, first of all, that Dominica is committed, as I know all other SIDS are, to achieving 100% renewable energy in the grid by 2030. We are well on our way there. We already have 30% of our power from hydro. We will, by first quarter of next year, we'll be adding another 70%, well, sorry, another 55% from geothermal power. We're hoping that solar power can provide the top-up that we need to get to 100% and to help us to peak as our power demand grows. So we are well on our way there. But I just wanted to again make a plea to ISA that in pursuing this platform, I think it is useful, and I should say before I give my piece, that I want to thank you for bringing new eyes and new energy in helping SIDS to deal with their transition to renewable energy. But I just also want to add, and the SMAP knows that more than a decade ago we established SIDSDOC, which was a sustainable energy initiative for SIDS, and a lot of progress was made. We, as a result of that, created the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, the Pacific Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, the PICRE, and the SICRE, and other initiatives that we were able to get done. We have seen Irene as well create the SIDS Lighthouse. And so we have seen all of these initiatives. So what, simply put, we need to ensure that we can build on the experiences that we've gained over these years. We need collaboration and partnerships in the regions of the SIDS, in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, the Indian Ocean. I'm sure our friends in the Seychelles and the Maldives, they have done, Mauritius have done a lot of work as well. And we need to build on this and to help us to deal with the main challenges that confront SIDS. And you've mentioned some of those before, Director General. The country risk, which is, most of the time fabricated. I mean, I have negotiated enough of those deals to know that and said that to our friends, especially in Europe, in IFIs as well. And we need to be able to ensure that, as our friend from Fiji said, climate justice continues to remain at the heart of that transition for SIDS. And to ensure that the polluters pay, we have to create facilities where SIDS can actually access funding, which are concessional, where we can have grant funding to do some of the upfront studies that we need, some of the research and development that we need. So we should not lose sight of the fact that SIDS must continue to demand climate justice and to ensure that that transition is not at the expense of our people.
What does solarization offer for a small country like ours is, one, increased energy security. Right now, we are completely dependent on imports, and what solarization offers is some increased energy independence and to be part of our overall renewable energy mix. As Dominica would have mentioned, we are also pursuing geothermal production. So with solar, with geothermal, we hope to reach as well to 100% renewable energy. That offers us energy independence. But added to that, and very importantly, is the economic diversification that can come as a result of that. With all of this disposable cash that we're using to produce energy, if we can reduce that, it means that we open up all sorts of options for our country and for our people. With geothermal and with and solar as a mix of energy, it means that we can invite manufacturing, for instance, that we did not have access to. It means that we could invite data centers that we did not have access to because of the cost of energy. So solarization also offers us a pathway to economic diversification. And the IMF has gone as far as saying that for St. Kitts and Nevis, who has traditionally first depended on sugar as an industry, also depended heavily on CBI, they have identified that our energy transition is the next kingpin as it relates to our economic viability going in the future. So energy security and economic diversity.
Sure. No, I think we have to wrap up now. This was a very, very important session, but also very emotive, because I think all of you spoke from your heart and we could really have the SIDS perspective here. And thank you, DG sir. Thank you all the speakers on the dais. I would like to hand over the mic to Mr. Karan Mangotra, and I think we then transition to our next session.
Thank you, Jayashree, for moderating this so well, and thank you, Excellencies, for this heartfelt and meaningful session that we had. Moving on to the next ministerial, focusing on turning commitments into projects and from planning to procurement. Let me. We need to sit here. Yes. Excellencies, you continue to stay on the dais. I will invite the other. We progressively fill up the stage as a symbolic, gesture to show the support for the SIDS platform. Let me invite on stage His Excellency Derek Rockcliffe from the Solomon Islands, His Excellency Melford Nicholas from Antigua and Barbuda, His Excellency Tony Imaduwa, Principal Secretary from the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Amit Prothi, Director General for the Coalition of Disaster Resilient Infrastructure, Mr. Chandrasekhar Govindarajulu is already on the stage, and let me invite my colleague and friend, Mr. Amit Jain, Senior Energy Specialist from the World Bank, to moderate this.
Karan, if you can be on stage just for one more minute. DG, he announced me as a friend and colleague, but I have an official complaint against Karan right in front of everybody. You know how possessed I am regarding Maldives. So Honorable Minister was supposed to be on my panel, but he stole and put it on the first panel. So I would like to register this right in front of everybody to make sure.
I'm the one responsible because in my brief he was there in my panel.
Okay. Then it's all right. Then we can take it forward. We just heard from several Honorable Excellencies some time back how beautiful SIDS is. I will just play a 20-second video of a solar project in Maldives. It was shot 1 week back. This is a testimony of how beautiful small island developing states are. The reason I am showing this video is for two reasons. As we know, SIDS does not have land. That is one thing which they don't have at all. But if you see this video, we have a canopy style structure of solar panels where we don't waste an inch of land. The shade under the solar panels is used for productive purposes, including prayers, selling vegetables. So the atolls in Maldives are using the space under the solar panels. The second reason I'm showing this video, this is a 1.5 megawatt facility. So if you ask an investor to come and invest in a remote island, whether it is Caribbean or Pacific, for a 1.5 megawatt, unless and until it's a grant, they will not come. And if they will come, they will charge you 20 cents plus, which defeats the whole purpose of solar and battery storage in SIDS countries. That's the reason, given an example of Maldives, what we did over there, we aggregated 10 plants of 1.5 megawatt each, took a bundle of 15 megawatts and took it on market, which got us a record single-digit pricing. That is one of the models we want to bring over here. So in the presentation you will see, first I would like to give a disclaimer. We are using Maldives as an example because that is where we have conducted business in the last 7 to 8 years. We have successfully developed business model in Maldives. What we are proposing in partnership with ISA is not an exact replication of what we did over there, but learnings from Maldives and how we can customize this to different SIDS countries. Now, Rohan, if you can please play the presentation. On the left-hand side of the first slide, you will see this is the Maldives map. The red points indicates several small projects, but aggregated demand over a period of time. You can see more than 10 to 15 small red dots of 1 or 1.5 or 2 megawatts each. So we took all these projects together to market and got record lower prices. That is what we are proposing under the SIDS platform. Again, as DG was mentioning about a discussion 6 to 9 months back in Washington, D.C., when he was in the World Bank. To be frank, we were both very skeptical for two reasons. One, whether the global aggregation of procurement can work in SIDS, because there is one SIDS in Caribbean and one in Pacific. Secondly, we were not sure at all if the SIDS countries will give this commitment to us or not. So when we went to Colombo and then he went to LAC, and today I am astonished and surprised to see honorable ministers giving us in principle approval of conducting joint procurement. This is a true spirit I can see from SIDS countries. And many excellencies just mentioned that the GHG emissions contributed by them is less than 0.001%. But the impact of climate change is more than 99.9% to these countries. Why them? And I can see, on the contrary, the commitment from SIDS countries, I would say, is at the foremost, as can be seen today when they signed this partnership with ISA and World Bank. In the next slide, very quickly, I will go a little fast. We are short of time. You will see that when we started our work in Maldives, it was 1.5 megawatt project to start with. We had only 4 investors. In the next slide, you will be able to see that more clearly. And with the 4 investors, the project was getting a 22 cents price. Why? 2 reasons. The project was very small, so high transaction cost. Second reason, the off-taker risk. We know very well the utilities in many SIDS countries are not doing well. They are either in the red or the cash flow situation is not very good. Because of these 2 main reasons, small project size, no economies of scale, and utility track record, we tend to get very high prices in many SIDS countries, which are north of 20 cents. This is the 2 main challenges we are trying to tackle over here. Transaction cost and time, and second is the off-taker risk. In the next slide, you will see 3 scenarios, what we have done for Maldives in the last 10 years. When we started in 2015, the project size was 1.5 megawatt, only 4 investors, and the PPA price was 22 cents. We realized we were doing something wrong, which the 2 challenges what I mentioned earlier. 2022-23, we floated 2 tenders, 5 megawatt and 11 megawatts, much higher than before. You see the difference in price from 22 cents to 9.82 cents, single digit figure in Maldives. And 63 investors lined up, all international, in partnership with the local companies in Maldives. This was a true game changer for us as a learning for the World Bank and for the Maldives as well. Currently, 36 megawatts and 50 megawatt hours of battery storage is under construction, and we all welcome you, with permission of Honorable Minister from Maldives, to come and visit us in Maldives to see this with their own eyes, just similar to the video what I presented. The target is we will not stop here. We are contributing to the Maldives target of 30% by 2030. In the next slide, you will see Why SIDS platform is different? Again, we heard from excellencies, SIDS as a block has existed for several decades, but limited progress has been done on the ground. A very good example from the Dominican Republic, we heard that how geothermal started from 1 well to 2 well under the SIDS DOC program, but now is doing very well. So we are building on some of these success stories from Caribbean, Pacific, and from South Asia, where we are offering two things. Number one, demand aggregation, global procurement. Number two, how to mitigate off-taker risk. In Maldives, what we did, we prepared a 3-tier risk mitigation framework. Number one, 6 months of a funded escrow account is sitting in the Bank of Maldives as we speak. Any investor who is getting delayed on the payments of PPA can go to the Bank of Maldives and take this 6 months of escrow account if there's a delay. When investors sees hard cash sitting in a bank, they feel a lot more comfort. There was also a discussion on perceived risk on SIDS. This 3-tier risk mitigation framework is just to cater to that perceived risk in SIDS. Second is a currency convertibility clause. The tenders which came out in the Maldives included a currency convertibility clause where an investor can repatriate its PPA in dollars back to their own home country. Third and final, MEGA and IDA guarantees for termination. If there's a war, if there's a political coup, if there is a debt situation as in the case in many SIDS countries. If everything fails, the World Bank Group also offers termination guarantees where the off-taker risk is mitigated by the World Bank Group guarantees. All three are operation in Maldives as we speak, and we want to replicate in other countries with the help of SIDS platform. That's what is unique about the SIDS platform, which I believe has not been done earlier. In the next slide, you will see the next steps, very important. Why we are here and what we need to do next. What we request is on behalf of ISA that if SIDS countries share their existing feasibility studies to International Solar Alliance for review and bankability. We are not asking you to do some additional work, we are just asking you to share your existing work with ISA, which can be reviewed and we can give you feedback. Once the 16 SIDS countries sign today the joint declaration, the plan is to select first few low-hanging fruits, first few progressive SIDS countries, it could be 5, 6 or 7, whom we can aggregate a demand of 100 megawatt of renewables and 50 megawatt of battery energy storage. Again, this is the phase 1. The SIDS country who are not prepared to go for procurement today will be part of the phase 2 right away, and with ISA and World Bank we will help them in conducting feasibility studies and conducting VRE studies to make sure they are procurement ready few months down the line. We also request a contact person from your side for us to start this work as soon as possible. With this, I will culminate my presentation and move directly to the panel discussion. My first question is to Mr. Chandrasekhar from SMAP. Chanda, we heard a lot about SMAP, and I believe SMAP is uniquely placed for 2 reasons. First, money matters. You know, we are all sitting here and talking about several initiatives, but unless somebody puts money and funds on the table, we cannot move forward. And I believe you are one person on the dais who has maximum funds who can offer, especially to SIDS countries, given SIDS DOC as a background. If you can shed more light on what SMAP has to offer in future in light of the work done by SIDS DOC.
Thanks, Amit. Thanks, colleagues. Yeah, this is an exciting program, and as the speaker from Dominica, the minister, spoke, SIDS DOC was really championing and supporting much of this work in the last 10 years. The program is now coming to a close, and SMAP is talking to more than all our donor base, which is over 20 donors, about a new program. Essentially, the idea will be to put in place a program that can support not only the upstream support that is required for structuring these mechanisms that we spoke and supporting the aggregation of procurement, but also to bring some concessional financing for the investments themselves. So we are in discussions to launch this program that will be the financing arm, as much as possible of this global SIDS platform. That's the idea. That's the vision to bring. And then I think also to the point on resilience, I must say that batteries themselves, they can be good in terms of at least making sure that there is some level of continuity of supply. If the batteries are placed properly in the system, they can bring the resilience to the system. So, and also as we engaged in the Maldives and other places, the grids can be made resilient as we start the programs, and also to bring new technologies, like people mentioned data centers. And we need to understand that there are aspirations for the people in these islands that are beyond just the energy, which is an abstract element, right? So we need to create a program that caters to the aspirations and the resilience and the broader needs of the program. And that's what we want to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandra. Just two quick takeaways from you said. First, you said this could be a financial arm of the proposed SIDS platform. I want to highlight that. And you also mentioned upstream work which could be supported potentially, and concessional financing like SAFE for GCF, which offers concessional fund, could be potentially offered to this, which I think is a big segue to move forward both on grant financing and for concessional financing. I'll now request Mr. Amit Prothi, Director General. I think resilience is the buzzword today. And I must accept, while in my short career I have done a lot of work for mitigation, but resilience has been a drawback, at least on my side, on pushing forward because of funding not available or ignorance on my side. But I think it is coming forward in such a great manner today. Chandra spoke about resilience in grids or battery storage. I see myself how corals are being impacted in Maldives and Seychelles and Mauritius. May I request your intervention, and how do we take it forward?
Sure, thank you very much. And first of all, thank you, Isa, for inviting me. So I represent an organization which is similar to the International Solar Alliance. The Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure was launched by the Honorable Prime Minister of India in 2019. We now have 61 members, and quite a few are actually island nations. And the reason we are in existence is, I think the minister from Dominica made a key point, that their island lost 25% of their GDP when they were hit by a hurricane. Now, again and again and again, I mean, what's going to happen in Jamaica today, what's going to happen in Cuba, we are building infrastructure and we are losing infrastructure at the same time, right? So what CDRI is trying to do is trying to see how do you look at elements of codes and standards, capacities, etc., etc., etc. How do you unpackage the demand that is required to build infrastructure resilience? And the rationale is that today you cannot build infrastructure without embedding resilience already from the starting point. So, I can get into a lot of the nuances around it, but when you're investing $1 in energy, and you're losing about 10% of that because of you hadn't predicted the hurricane or understood it because you didn't have data, or your standard was not ready to tell you this is the wind speed that you have to design for, or what happened after Hurricane Maria in the Dominican Republic, where you could not restore power for close to a year. How do you address those aspects of your systems? Again, I'm using the member from the minister from Dominica, but he used that word systems, and I think it's an incredibly important word. Energy systems, water systems, and they're all interrelated as well. So when you start to think about these islands, and the beauty of an island actually is that your system is relatively easier to understand. It's not necessarily that complex either, right? So what CDRI is trying to do is trying to see how do you start to build frameworks, how do you start to come up with methodologies with right partners. We are working with the 5 Cs, we are working with SPC, we are working with a number of other partners already in the regions to see how do you look at elements of power, transportation, water, etc., etc. I'll stop there and I'll come back with more answers.
I think as DG Isa mentioned, your partnership and contribution is going to be very critical for us to move forward given your expertise in the area of resilience. Now I'll request my friend Tony from Seychelles. Tony, a couple of days back, we had a long discussion on the SIDS platform, and you were very vocal in the right manner on raising the do's and don'ts and the pros and cons of the SIDS platform. May I request to share your intervention with the whole audience, and which will guide us to take it forward?
Thank you, Hamid. Yes, I did raise some concern with regards to the aggregated procurement process. In general, we do understand the whole aim of going aggregated, because if we look for the case of Seychelles, for example, we recently financially closed a 5 megawatt PV project, and what we saw was the unit cost was a bit high. So, as you know, we also recently completed an integrated resource plan, and from there we've developed a power procurement plan over 5 years, where we're looking to build almost more than 80 megawatt of renewable energy over a 5-year period. And with the support of World Bank through the Renewable Energy Acceleration Program, we plan to roll out these projects. And one way we want to do that is to aggregate these various projects. So as a first phase, we already identified more than 20 megawatt of project, which is basically located at various locations in Seychelles. With the SIDS platform, it does provide an opportunity for us to look at it. And that's why, from Seychelles' perspective, we do align to that approach. We do commit to this approach, as we believe aggregated procurement will help in bringing down the cost. And for small island state like Seychelles, this is what's important for us, because it's that cost that actually the utility buys from the private side, and it's also that cost that is translated to the end user tariff. So the lower we can get that, better. So that's why we definitely support the SIDS platform. But during my intervention a few days ago, my concern was, even though SIDS are same, we are very different. Very different. And I think it's important for whoever partners or initiative or programs takes this into consideration. Yes, there are certain minimal elements that are similar, but when you look deeper, you will see priorities are different, risks are different. I mean, we heard from, on that day, the situation of Maldives and Seychelles. For Maldives, probably they will need the MEGA guarantees, but for Seychelles, we don't. The cost of producing and the cost which we sell is not comparable. And for us, the environment is already there for the private sector. So our aim is really to focus on projects that are ready, and that's why the two approach of this platform, which is basically looking at readiness as well as rolling it out, is very important. Yes, we will have projects that will straight away go into the procurement process, and those that will have to be further assessed. But in doing so, whilst we go into this procurement process, we also need to take into consideration what are the additionalities that countries, respective countries, can bring to the table. Because, for example, if tomorrow I want to push down that rate further, I can implement or say introduce new incentive that will push down the price. So moving forward with the procurement process, we need to take that into consideration. And I think let's not, put all the seeds on the same sort of level, but do look at us differently. And I think what I like about this approach, and I think I made my point regarding, let it be led by the seeds. It should be in collaboration with the seeds, not it's ISA or yes, we like the partners, yes, we want to enroll, but let it be driven by the seed. I've worked for the regulator, I've worked for the government, and I've seen many times when an organization comes in with their own priorities. So I think it's important that we as the seeds say what exactly we want and how we work together. So I think this is something we've suddenly from Seychelles definitely look forward. Oh, sorry.
We didn't do it deliberately, Tony.
Yeah?
You can still go ahead. We didn't do it deliberately.
So for us, we definitely support the approach and definitely look forward to having this more discussion with the World Bank, with ISA, in terms of really putting in place a program or initiative that really works for all seas. And I think it's at the end of the day, what we want is the best price.
Tony, thank you very much. DG and Chanda, this is the reason I like Tony and invite to the discussions, to give an honest opinion so that if we are moving in a wrong direction, he's a very good course correction in that regard. Now, I'll request His Excellency Mr. Derek Manuari to give closing remarks. Sir, we have kept you so that you can summarize the discussion, what you have heard.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you for this opportunity to be on the panel again with all these distinguished panelists. I think moving forward, in the case of the SEEDS platform, it is important that the SEEDS small island developing states, the disparities in the context and the social policies, there's a space for them to be recognized in their own merits, as my colleague here said, and I'm sure that ISA is on top of that, is fully aware of that. In the context of small island states, like in the case of Solomon Islands, we have there's a very wide disparity in terms of the disbursement of the islands, but as well as the high risks associated with micro projects that lacks economics of scale. So concessional funding as well as blending financing led by government could also be encouraged to allow for private sector participation and PPIs. Power purchasing agreements with existing regulators and utilities. But most importantly, I think the SEEDS platform is a way forward for small island developing countries. The aggregation of procurement, to me, is not only about the processes of payment, but it's also in aggregating information sharing, peer sharing of experiences, as well as the aggregation of technical expertise. All these things add up to make up the sum of the whole. So I think moving forward, ISA, I would like to commend you for this vision, DG, for taking the leadership in this. I hope that as small island countries, together, we can be stronger. Thank you.
So thank you very much for your intervention. I'll now request His Excellency Mr. Melford Nicholas, Honorable Minister from Antigua and Barbuda, to share his experience, especially on risk mitigation framework and doing global procurement with us. Sir, over to you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ahmed. Let me first take the opportunity to say thank you to the DG and his team for inviting me to be a part of this panel. From Antigua's standpoint, we welcome what the SEEDS platform has introduced here for us. I think when you think of, I have another microphone, please. When you think of the distance that has to be traveled in terms of concept to actualization, I think what the SEEDS platform is actually bringing us to is a position where we can now put some meat in the bones, if you will. In every single discussion that I have been through, whether or not it was sponsored by the World Bank or other groups within the Caribbean, the whole conversation about how do we move to the promise of solarization, there are a number of factors that has always come into play. One has to do with the whole concept of funding, whether or not we get some type of blended financing, the cost of procurement, and of course the intellectual basis for being able to projectize these very important initiatives. So I think what the SIDS platform is actually doing, along with the other work that the ISA has afforded us in terms of developing our own individual capacities within our island states, I think it is bringing the whole program together. I believe one aspect of the resiliency that has been raised, but perhaps maybe we need to delve into it in further discussions, is the whole aspect of insurance. I believe in 2017, like Dominica, we were 3 days apart from, at that time, the first recorded Category 5+++ hurricanes. And we lost total service on one of our islands. Antigua is a twin island state, and on the small island of Barbuda, it was totally devastated, and we had to build it back. And so the whole question of resiliency, and I believe we have on Barbuda the benefit of a laboratory in terms of what that spells for the utility on mainland Antigua, in the sense that we have already seen with a hybrid infrastructure being put in place since Hurricane Irma on Barbuda, we have generated upwards of 25% fuel cost savings by being able to provide Barbuda with its daytime energy from solar. We have to expand the plant because now we've used up all the capacity, so we have to double the capacity. We're looking at expanding the residential community in Barbuda. We are having an aggressive program for housing development in Barbuda. So the demand is likely to increase, and we're going to have to double that capacity in very short order. But equally on Antigua, most of our energy comes from heavy fuel oil and some diesel. More recently, we had built a plant we had acquired through a PPP arrangement, a 40 megawatt LNG plant, which, although it is cleaner than the HFO, it is still keeping us in that dependent framework on fossil fuels. And so our aim is to grow out of that within a 5-year period. We have some very aggressive NDCs which were made at the Paris Agreement COP, and I believe the intention here within the next 3 to 5 years is to be able to develop our own public utility, to develop a utility-grade solar plant of approximately 40 megawatts. And I believe that when combined with what we do in Barbuda and what is happening elsewhere within our own sub-region that are part of SIDS, I think it really is hinting at a very nice aggregation. And I doubt that Antigua is in the first phase, but I certainly am going to speak with the team here at ESA to ensure that we can do the evaluation so we can be in phase 2 and we can move this quite happily along. So I'm happy to be a part of these proceedings. What ESA is actually introducing for us here is a total toolkit, and to bring our friends as well from the World Bank and from other concessionary arrangements, perhaps maybe some of the Global Climate Fund, we can have a better pathway towards solarization. So Antigua is really looking forward to these opportunities that will come from this initiative. Thank you.
Sir, I could not have asked for a better closing remarks. I think you have captured everything beautifully. So I'll just hand it over to Karan and say just 2 words. When we started 6 months back, DG and Chandra, we didn't believe that we will go with letter of intent, which happened in Colombo. Then we were not sure if the broad MOU on procurement will happen, which will happen in the next few minutes. Then we were not sure the phase 1 on 100 megawatt will happen, but I think now we are hearing from you and from other ministers that there is a strong interest in moving phase 1 forward. What I can commit to you on behalf of DG is next time when we meet, we will have this 100 megawatt of renewables plus 50 megawatt hours of battery storage ready to move forward. Thank you, and moving to Karan for taking it forward.
Thank you, Amit. And we move to the most exciting part of this session, where we want to sign the in-principle MOU. But in the interest of time, I would quickly request the logistics team to keep a table at the center and I would request my DG to be there and all dignitaries on the dais to actually stand behind him for the photo. I'll send my colleague Rohan and we'll get it signed subsequently. As the logistics on the stage are going on, I'm delighted that we have received support from Antigua, Barbuda, Belize, Dominican Republic, the independent state of Papua New Guinea, the Republic of Fiji, Republic of Marshall Islands, the Republic of Nauru, the Republic of Vanuatu, the Republic of Seychelles, St. Kitts and Nevis, Solomon Islands, the Republic of Suriname, the minister actually signed it yesterday, the Commonwealth of Dominica, the World Bank Group as an observer, and of course the International Solar Alliance. I would request all of you to stand behind the Director General and support this. And I would also like to invite my team, Nar, Barakat, Sandeep, Rohan, Vivan, if you can quickly come up for this photograph, please. Thank you very much for this engaging session and for showing all your support for the SIDS platform. And the ball is now in our court and we will take it forward. Let me hand it back to our MC Aishwarya to take it forward from here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mangotra, for steering that session. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go on to our next session. And the next session is a session that represents ISA's next leap in innovation and institutional capacity, transforming solar energy global capability center as a hub for impact. And so very quickly we will reset the days. I'm going to request the team, the organizing team, to please join us and help us reset the days very quickly, fresh bottles, and then we will transition into this next session almost immediately. So I request you to please remain seated. Meanwhile, I'd also like to once again announce the sessions taking place in the respective rooms. In room A, which is this one, we soon have a session on transforming solar energy global capability center as hub for impact. And in the adjoining room, you're going to witness Floating Solar for a Sustainable Future launch of ISA's global framework, where we're also launching a report. Now, at the end of these two sessions, which run parallelly, we have two sessions, the last two sessions of this high-level conference. In room A, we have a session on enhancing food security in ISA member countries by resolving the energy, water, food nexus. And in the adjoining room, we've got a session on digital leapfrogging for smarter, resilient power systems in the global south. So those two sessions take place, ladies and gentlemen, right after this one. So we're lagging behind a little bit, but we're going to get this session to a start very, very shortly. I'm going to request our team to please help us reorganize the days. And I'm also going to request at this juncture, yes, we'll just reset the days, ladies and gentlemen. So I invite you to please remain seated. I'm also going to request Policy Specialist KMID Unit ISA, Ms. Jyotsna, to please join us since we're going to be starting this session. And she's the session lead, she's going to be leading it. I also would request the organizing team to kindly join us on stage and help us reset the days. लेट हो गए Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed dignitaries for the next session, the panelists are here with us, so we are going to get this session to a start very quickly now. I request you to please be seated and we will begin now. You don't have one on the table? Table पे ले लो. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be starting with this session on Transforming Solar Energy, Global Capability Center as Hub for Impact. And we're going to be shortly joined on the panel by our Excellencies, esteemed dignitaries. We're going to be starting the session very, very shortly. So those of you who are outside and would like to join in, please make your way to the room A, and be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, our next session, Transforming Solar Energy, Global Capability Center as Hub for Impact, unveils ISA's vision for a digitally enabled, partnership-driven platform that will make solar deployment faster, smarter, and more affordable for all member countries. The Solar Global Capability Center will serve as a global hub for innovation, bringing together AI, digital tools and collaborative expertise to help nations leapfrog traditional barriers in policy, permitting, skills and finance. And by connecting knowledge with action, the GCC embodies ISA's commitment to turning technology into transformation, empowering every country to harness the sun more efficiently, sustainably and inclusively. With that said, we're now going to invite our esteemed dignitaries to this dais. Let me take the privilege of calling on stage first His Excellency. Are we changing the bottles or are we done with the dais? Okay, we're done with rearranging the dais. So may I take the privilege of inviting to the dais for this session His Excellency Dr. Win Sendison, Honorable Minister, Government of the Commonwealth of Dominica. Can we welcome him with a huge round of applause, please? There he is. His Excellency Honorable Dr. Win Sendison is the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business, Trade and Energy of the Commonwealth of Dominica and a global leader in renewable energy policy. A former ambassador to the UN, USA and OAS, he co-founded SIDS DOC and the Caribbean Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, advancing sustainable energy across island nations. A very warm welcome to you, His Excellency, Your Excellency. And with that, let me now invite DG ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna, Director General of the International Solar Alliance. Mr. Ashish Khanna brings over 26 years of experience in leading large-scale energy and solar transitions across Asia, Africa and the Middle East. Let's welcome him. May I invite, and it is my privilege in fact to invite on stage Dr. R. Balasubramaniam, Member HR, Capacity Building Commission, Government of India. And Dr. R. Balasubramaniam is a renowned development leader and governance reformer with over 4 decades of grassroots and policy experience. He serves as Member HR at India's Capacity Building Commission and chairs SEBI's Social Stock Exchange Advisory Committee. His writings and public service bridge ancient Indian wisdom with modern leadership and civic reform. Warm welcome, sir. May I now invite the moderator for the panel which will be in this session, Mr. Shubhranshu Patnaik, Partner G&PS Industry Leader, Deloitte, India. Let's welcome him, everybody. Mr. Shubhranshu Patnaik is a partner at Deloitte Touche Tohmatsu, India, and a leading strategist in renewable energy with over 2 decades of global experience and has advised governments, multilateral institutions and corporates on large-scale solar integration, green grid development and renewable energy policy reforms across Asia and Africa. Welcome. May I invite Mr. Atul Rai Zada, Operations Head, JSW Energy. He heads renewable energy operations at JSW Energy, bringing over 25 years of experience, in fact leadership experience across India's leading energy companies. He's held senior roles at IndiGrid, Hero Future Energies, Green Infra, Suzlon, to name a few. Warm welcome, sir. I invite Mr. Varun Agarwal, founder Change Engine, the founder of Invention Engine and co-founder of Fast India, driving India's deep tech and AI innovation ecosystem, and he continues to champion India's role in deep tech through accelerators, publications and thought leadership. Warm welcome. It is my privilege to invite on stage Ms. Andrea Eras Almeida, Sustainable Energy Specialist at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization. There she is, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome the lady with a round of applause. Comes down with over 15 years of experience advancing renewable energy and climate initiatives across Latin America, Africa and Asia. Warm welcome, madam. And ladies and gentlemen, may I also invite the session lead for this session, Ms. Jyotsna, Policy Specialist, KMID Unit, ISA. She leads the Knowledge Management and Institutional Development Division at the International Solar Alliance, where she is driving the creation of ISA's Solar Global Capability Center. With that said, it is now over to you, Ms. Jyotsna, to take these proceedings forward.
Well, thank you so much, Aishwarya. Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Minister, Director General ISA and colleagues. I would like to begin by thanking each one of you for joining us in this session. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to the soft launch of Solar Global Capability Center, a milestone that reflects our shared commitment to accelerating the global energy transition. Today marks not just the launch of a service, but the beginning of a new chapter in how solar innovation, digital capability and international collaboration come together to redefine the future of clean energy. My friends, to begin with, I would like to invite Ashish Khanna, Director General of ISA, for setting the context for the session. Over to you, DG.
Thank you, Jyotsna. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to this important session on International Solar Alliance's Global Capability Center's virtual launch. This initiative stands at the intersection of AI and digital innovation, collaboration and capacity building. Let me tell a little bit of the genesis of where we are on this. We felt that for sustainability of the Star Sea centers in 17 countries, it is very vital to link them to the digital powerhouse of India. And that was the initial thinking of Global Capability Center. We went around in all the regional committee meetings and we saw a great demand for the same, but also a great demand for a much deeper democratization of solar knowledge across all member countries. And therefore, I'm delighted that to democratize, we are in the process of developing an AI-enabled learning and knowledge-sharing platforms that will equip ISA stakeholders worldwide across all stakeholders, be government, industry, financial institutions, academia, and communities with cutting-edge solar work. We are doing it after consulting a lot of stakeholders, including India's Capacity Building Commission, private sector agencies, international agencies like RENAC, because we believe the future of learning is on using AI. We are also going to launch an ISA Academy's first version of a YouTube channel today, with both these initiatives aimed at the importance of International Solar Alliance's role in democratizing solar knowledge across all our member countries. That's more than 3/4 of humanity. We really hope that this gives us an opportunity to reach, whether you are a technician in Malawi, a high school student in Cuba, or any child sitting in a high school in India, to have the same access to information as is made possible through AI-enabled learning. So thank you very much. We will share with you a virtual business plan through this session, here without extremely valuable set of advice from the great panel. And I wish this panel a great discussion. It's start of a very important journey. Thank you once again for coming.
Thank you so much, DG. DG will have to leave for the parallel session where we are actually launching our floating PV framework. So moving on, we have a presentation on the key dimensions and strategic aspects of the ISA Solar Global Capability Center. Thank you. As we know, solar deployment in Global South is experiencing accelerated growth. However, it continues to face systemic challenges like financial and investment barriers, infrastructure and grid limitation, policy and regulatory hurdles, and technical factors. And on the other hand, we see how artificial intelligence and digitalization has revolutionized solar deployment in advanced countries, optimizing planning, efficient designing, reducing cost, and improving reliability. Well, as you can all see, this presents a huge opportunity for the Global South. They can leapfrog traditional bottlenecks by AI-enabled planning and forecasting for enhanced solar generation, optimized grid management, overcome data scarcity, and regulatory delays. They can maximize limited resources by deploying artificial intelligence to strengthen capacity building, knowledge repositories, training systems, etc. They can also build climate-resilient solar systems tailored to local climate risk and grid challenges. Hence, leveraging the power of artificial intelligence and digitalization, ISA is in the process of setting up a global capability center, which will be a future digital one-stop shop offering open source, free-to-access, AI-powered digital platforms and solutions that help member countries speed up solar deployment. The GCC will be anchored on 4 strategic pillars. AI and digital services will have advanced digital platforms and analytics to accelerate planning, designing, and deployment, like AI-based solar planning tool, automated finance structuring solutions, etc. Data analytics and platforms will offer real-time insights, project monitoring, and predictive analysis, like asset monitoring system, program life cycle management platforms, and grid management tool. International Center of Excellence will particularly focus on building capacity for different stakeholders like technicians, policymakers, developers and institutions. So the service that DG was just talking about, the ISA Academy, will be part of this pillar, and we will also be offering a hub and spoke model with the star centers that we have set up. Advisory and market development, which is the fourth pillar, it will create a supportive ecosystem through structured advisory, partnership facilitations and market intelligence. Colleagues, the solar GCC and star centers are designed to operate as complementary institutions in a hub and spoke model, creating a seamless bridge between centralized expertise and localized implementation. GCC will anchor training of trainers and training of directors to support the long-term sustainability of the star centers and support countries to develop testing and standardization capabilities. The service that we are planning to launch today, which is called ISA Academy, we envisage to establish a globally accessible AI-enabled solar learning and knowledge sharing hub that equips ISA stakeholders worldwide with cutting-edge solar knowledge and skills. It also fosters South-South cooperation and accelerates the global transition. ISA Academy will be an AI-enabled learning and knowledge sharing platform, and it will also offer in-person trainings through star centers. We will also be doing industry collaboration, so the industry facilities could be made available for the in-person trainings, and then we will also be facilitating institutional partnerships. It will also foster knowledge sharing, peer learning communities and South-South collaboration, and it will also host virtual webinars, workshops and dialogues. These are the salient features of the overall academy, of the overall learning management system that we are preparing right now and will be launching sometime mid of next year. To begin with, we are launching the YouTube channel of ISA Academy today with the objective of democratizing solar knowledge and learning for all the stakeholders. Through a mix of beginner to advanced videos, the channel makes technical and policy-oriented solar knowledge both understandable and actionable. The aim is to break barriers to information, foster skill development at all levels, and accelerate the adoption of best practices and innovation, regardless of geography or background. This is the larger work plan for the Solar Global Capability Center that we have developed for next year. And these are some of the services that we are right now working on so that we can launch them by the end of next year, which will be accessible for all our member countries. One is the ISA Academy, which is going to be an online learning platform can be accessed by all the member countries. Then we are also working with NICE to create testing and capacity building services, where we will also support capacity building of institutions in different member countries. We are also preparing a grid management tool where we will be talking to countries and providing them advisory on how grid codes can be managed and developed to integrate solar. We are also working on another service which is called Solar Radiation Resource Assessment. This will actually equip and help member countries to assess the solar potential of their countries and then create a pipeline of bankable projects. This tool will also help with the economic and financial analysis of the sites. We are also working on creating a finance structuring solution tool, because that was one demand which came from a lot of investors, like developers and EPCs that we spoke to, and they said that these countries in the global south, they need support with creating right financing structures, also creating right templates so that these can be taken to the banks and the right financial institutions for the investments. And this is our YouTube channel for ISA Academy, which we are launching today. You may like to scan the QR code to access the YouTube channel. Next, we have a small launch video of the Global Capability Center to give you a visual context of the platform.
While the world accelerates its shift toward a clean energy future, the Global South faces distinct obstacles that make solar adoption particularly challenging. These challenges are deeply rooted in gaps related to skills, finance, and technology, which are more pronounced than in other regions. For Global South, digitalization offers tools to fast-track solar deployment by addressing technical and financial barriers. AI-based planning enables least-cost electrification models, digital forecasting reduces curtailment risks, and IoT-powered grid management helps nations leapfrog traditional barriers. To bridge this gap, the International Solar Alliance is establishing the Solar Global Capability Center, a digital accelerator for solar transformation. The Solar Global Capability Center will serve as a multifunctional platform advancing inclusive growth with 4 strategic pillars, including advisory and market development AI, and digital services, data analytics platform, and international center of excellence. Provide ISA member countries with strategic guidance, market intelligence, standard templates that strengthen their solar ecosystems for creating an enabling environment where solar markets can expand sustainably and at scale. Focuses on harnessing advanced digital tools, deep tech, artificial intelligence, and data-driven insights to accelerate planning, design, and deployment of solar projects. It enables smarter decisions, improved efficiency, and forward-looking solutions. Builds integrated systems that offer real-time insights, project monitoring, and predictive analysis. This helps streamline project design, ensure transparency, and strengthen evaluation across the solar value chain. As part of Phase 1, the GCC will roll out a suite of digital service offerings for ISA member countries in 2026. These will include the ISA Academy, an integrated AI-based learning platform, alongside testing and certification services, solar radiation resource assessment, a grid management tool, and a finance structuring solutions tool. Developed in close collaboration with private sector partners, these services aim to strengthen technical capacity, enhance data-driven decision-making, and accelerate solar deployment across member nations. The GCC will establish a hub-and-spoke network connecting all 16 STAR centers, offering training programs specifically designed for trainers and directors to ensure the long-term sustainability and effectiveness of these centers. Parallel efforts are underway to develop a world-class GCC facility, which is set to be inaugurated in 2028 during India's COP presidency. The Global Capability Center will connect solar startups with governments, private sector and investors, academia, and research institutions, fostering international collaboration and knowledge exchange. At its core, the Solar Global Capability Center is about accelerating solar transformation, making clean energy accessible, affordable, reliable, and inclusive. Together, we can power a brighter, cleaner, and more equitable future.
Thank you so much. I was about to ask for a big round of applause for this flagship initiative of ISA. Thanks a lot. Moving on, I would like to request Shubhranshu Patnaik to take the floor for the panel discussion. Shubhranshu, over to you.
Thank you so much, Jyotsna, and this is really powerful to experience. It's come a long way. We've been hearing about the setting up of the GCC, but I think now we see the power of what it is conceived to be. The real power is in the democratization of capabilities and world-class knowledge that will possibly be available to all the member countries in terms of not just knowledge products, but also AI-enabled digital tools which will be accessible to all the member countries going forward once the GCC is ready and up and running. So this is really good to hear. I have the privilege of having a really power-packed panel here with stakeholders from every walk of life. So we have the developers in Mr. Raijada from JSW Energy. We have Mr. Agarwal from one of the technology developers himself, so he will walk us through the technology life cycle. We have the honor of having His Excellency from Dominica Republic, which is Dominica, I should say. Sorry, apologies for that. Who will, be, bringing the government perspective today We have Dr. Bala, who is from the Capacity Building Commission, and obviously, the world's largest capacity building initiative for government resources is being driven by him. So he will bring us some, perspectives on what it takes to really adapt technology at scale, adapt learning at scale, not just developing programs, but how do we make it stick? So we'll get some perspectives there. And last but not the least, Ms. Andrea, who will give us a perspective of how this complements efforts by multilaterals. From her perspective, how does this really drive complementarity with the initiatives that other multilaterals are driving? So maybe I start with you, Mr. Rajada. If you can walk us through what are the common problems that you encounter when you go and actually set up projects, not just in India but around the globe. What are the set of common problems that you encounter which could possibly be addressed through common frameworks, through more world-class standards that gets adopted when you drive something of this scale? So maybe you walk us through those problems and we'll try and draw some lessons around what could be adopted in the GCC of the future.
Sure. Okay, thank you. So basically, if I start from the scratch, for the project, any specific project or the solar project, there are the three frameworks which starts from basics. One is the regulatory framework, second is the executional framework, and third one is basically a supply chain framework. So these are the three major pillars to execute any of the projects properly. If we speak one by one, regulatory. See, in any of the countries, some of the countries I have worked personally, except the India. India, I have worked rigorously, but some of the rest of the countries I have also worked. I don't want to take the name over here. But important, the problem of the regulatory side is we never know a correct directional framework of each country. We have to catch somebody local or some of the people who can guide us as per their knowledge. So if a GCC can create a directory and dictionary and guide us at a central point of level, then it would be easier to any of the alliance to put up any of the project very easily in any of the countries, supporting countries. So this is one of the wonderful aspects which we can take. Second was the executional. In the executional, if we support, so there are basically two things. One is the engineering side, means the skilled manpower or heavily skilled manpower, and second one is the less skilled or general kind of the manpower. So to search the manpower, for the skilled manpower, they are very well known. You can catch them on the social media or some of the areas as well. But for the medium or the lower skilled people, it's really difficult to search them. And for the particular employment, if you want to search, because I found in some of the countries, even I have to take the persons which are outside of the industry, even though some of the industrial people are available in the countries. So if the proper guidance and guidelines will be provided, if the dictionary and complete know-how will be provided by the GCC, then it would be easier to directly be contacted on those resources and tap those resources easily. And third specifically is the supply chain. So supply chain is the known, but important is how qualitative it is. See, there are a certain section of the people or of the resources, they are basically qualitative grade. And if we come to know, as per the cross prospects, what the quality they are possessing, it would be easier to guide any of the newcomer to any of the country to understand very easily which resource they need to tap as per their financial requirement. So this is my suggestion, I think.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Agarwal. May I come to you next, Mr. Agarwal, sorry. If you can walk us through, what kind of, new age digital tools and technologies could start to get standardized within the framework of GCC that you envisage, and that could really be of use, across the globe. We can draw some lessons from them, given your work in this field already.
Sure. No, thanks for having me.
No, so I think I can bucket it in 3 areas, right? The first one to think about is how do you reduce friction? And this is to what Mr. Raizada was speaking about, right? So to get anything done, there are a lot of friction points, especially when a state is involved, and here multiple states are involved, right? And as again Mr. Raizada was pointing that can we have knowledge resources, but then one could go a layer above it and say that can we have standards and protocols for regulatory approvals, which India has some great experience in with the digital public infrastructure. And I think one thing to do, this is a more, we always talk about AI and all those things, but I think we need to do the more boring stuff, which is around or getting all these regulatory things into standards, right? Which is getting this unstructured kind of information into structures and across multiple nations. And thankfully, because ISA is a collaboration, probably it justifies to do these digital protocols and objects and codifying some of this information in it so that it's not just a directory, but a place where you can have automated approvals and know how much time is going to be there. There can be a dashboard where companies can come and see what's really going on. So I think that's the first part of it, but it's not just, sometimes when we talk about digitizing, it's like first you have to put a paper application, now you upload a PDF, right? Which makes no difference to anyone's life, right? So you have to go to one step ahead of saying that how do you get structured information in and be able to algorithmically give an approval. So I think that's the first piece I would think that ISA can play a big role in, is to reduce friction through process re-engineering, when you do it, and it takes time to do this, and it would be a collaborative effort. So that's one. Two is when you look at now saying that where can you have efficiency gains, right? And that's where you start leveraging AI on saying that can we do predictive power prediction as to how much, starting from saying that, okay, can you have shared data around satellite data and so on, and seeing that where should you put something on and get those feeds all integrated in. And then to be able to even predict how much power is going to be generated. Now in the West, they do a prediction even for the next 1 hour, which then leads to changes in pricing and so on. So I think there can be a set of tools which ISA can provide on this platform, which are AI enabled. And I think there's also a lot of interest in when people say that let's put dashboards, right? And I think dashboards are interesting, but they again get boring very quickly, right? Because you're like, okay, first time you see the dashboard, you're very excited to see real-time data and so on, but then it has to drive actionables, right? And that's where I think more work has to be done. And that's where AI again comes in, right? Like now you can have automatic inference from data and say what action should be taken, which then a human can do, and there can be a communication layer on top of it. So I think that's where I think the trap is just not to stop at dashboards and making information available, but create layers of actions on top of it. And third, I would say is innovation. So we started with reducing friction, then we talked about efficiency, and the third piece is innovation, where still most of the technology for solar is coming from the West, and I think it's time slowly to think about how all these nations as a collaborative can start contributing in that and building tools for that. Like it was very interesting to see this YouTube channel which is being launched. But can there be knowledge sharing? Because I think a lot of knowledge will be created locally. So it shouldn't be one way. It should be a two-way communication where the local knowledge which is being created in deployment, in running, and so on, can be fed back like in a wiki or a Wikipedia kind of a structure. And that knowledge can be shared to generate new knowledge and develop new knowledge. So those will be the 3 points I like to make.
This is excellent. Thank you, Mr. Agarwal. So if I can just take away a few points from you, you're emphasizing on the role of the hub and spoke model. I mean, it's not doing away with StarSea. StarSea is very, very important part of what's got developed within the ISA framework. And that will be very, very vital to driving actual implementation on the ground, actual accreditation, actual standardizations. But the GCC plays a role of developing high-level innovation products which then get democratized and accepted overall, right? And you brought out 2 or 3 elements of that. One, of course, is the ease of doing business part and driving efficiencies there. So making that available to the government and government agencies, so maybe for procurement itself, but also for standards and processes of those nature. And then, of course, for efficiency and efficiency gains in the operation period itself. So excellent in terms of the elements that you brought out. Dr. Bala, if I can come to you next. The common misconstrued notion is we probably will develop a few training programs and a few tools, and that will drive everything forward. But from your experience of driving one of the largest change initiatives in the world, I believe almost 40 million people are getting trained in that framework. Walk us through what it takes from developing standards frames to really adopting that and driving capacity or change amongst the adoptees.
Thank you for that, setting the foundation for me to describe what capacity building is. I think most of us equate capacity building to training. And I think fundamentally that's an error is the way I look at it. So we started off looking at capacity building not in isolation, where we see training just as an instrument. One of the instruments we use for understanding what needs to be done. So we actually broke down capacity building, and like all of you are talking frameworks, I'm going to throw out a few frameworks around. We looked at 3 Ws. We said, what is the work that these people are going to be doing? And which is very unique for each level and role that they play. So we understand work, what is going to be the future of public administration. And luckily for us, we had the Honorable Prime Minister had set us a clear target in terms of Vikasit Bharat by 2047. So we had a strategic vision plan of the nation. We knew exactly which ministry has to deliver on what. It could be evolving, it could be dynamic, but the point was we exactly knew what are the officers preparing themselves for. So what is work going to look like for them 5 years from now, 10 years from now? The second thing is the workplace is changing dramatically. Now we're talking of a global capability center completely driven possibly by technology in the virtual space. We couldn't have imagined this 10 years ago. So we said, how is workplace going to look at? How are we going to deliver public goods? Because the definition of public good itself is altering now. How do you look at it? And the last, we looked at the work person. And what does he need to operate in this workplace to deliver on the work that is there? So for us, capacity building was an ecosystem approach. We didn't take in a very isolated, silo-wise approach. The second thing was we were aware of the problems of the state. We were aware what were the barriers to performance. We understood what exactly are they supposed to be doing. And so we set, at least we were set a standard of by building capacity, what is the state expecting as an outcome. And I think that's a very standard framework everybody could use, including the Global Capability Center. The first thing is we should understand what performance means for the state. And therefore, if you're investing so much on capacity building, how is performance going to look like? How is the delta going to look like? With what kind of effort it will reach that delta? The second is from a public administration perspective, and I do suppose now power being some sort of a, though it's going to pay it for, it can't really fit the definition of a public good, it's essentially something the state provides. So we said accountability frameworks have to be put in place, and how do you enhance accountability of the system? First to themselves, to the department, the division, to the ministry and to the nation, most importantly to citizens. So those have to be driven by capacity building, because we should also appreciate that we had a unique problem. We actually inherited the legacy of the British leftover, right? And so we actually inherited a colonial mindset of how public administration operates. So for us, capacity building actually meant beginning with decolonization also. How do you throw away what is no longer relevant? It might have been relevant in a point of time in a particular context, but in independent India, we had to figure it out first, and we didn't. It took us 75 years to figure it out, but we realized we had to work very fast, and it's a huge amount of behavioral change. These are not the realities that's going to prevail everywhere else, or at least not in the solar space, but these are mostly realities in every other place. The third thing is we said the reality of technology, you can't ignore it. So how are you going to embed technology in this understanding of capacity building at the very individual level and the larger ecosystem level? And we also had the mandate that the governance model is no longer going to be state as a patronizing agent of change. It's going to be state as a partner with citizens, and therefore everything that the state had to do now was going to become citizen-centric. with the Prime Minister even giving a call saying that Nagarik Devo Bhava. The citizen is the god for the government. And so how do we shift this mindset? So we had three major mandates that in the language of the Prime Minister, he said, the behavioral shift, he said, was karmachari to karmayogi. You don't just operate like a civil servant following a set of things that you do for your salary, but you actually evolve yourself to serve. The second mandate, and that's again very interesting from the capacity building framework, is that he said that we got to move away from a rule-based thinking to a role-based approach. So today in government, we classify officers not just by the designation, that's why administrative convenience. Earlier, people just fell in love with the designations, they operated designation-wise in a very hierarchical manner. We are dismantling that, and today we say there are only 3 roles you can play in government. Within the roles, you may carry designations, and that enabled us to design learning products, and I think it matters for the solar space also. We said there's an operational role some people play. It could be the technicians, it could be the Anganwadi worker, it could be our people in the lab at the forefront and a scientist. They're operating on a particular outcome they have to do. The second, we say a set of officers who are tactical in their thinking. Like if you take the nutrition program portion, we know that the Anganwadi worker is operational. For the Anganwadi worker, her supervisor, the CDPO, the child development officer could be slightly tactical. But for Government of India, they are all operational. So it's very contextual. So we actually clarified this context and said the learning product must appeal to the person who's actually operating in that particular context. And the last we said is strategic. So for the national level, strategic role is different. For the state levels, they're different. But we designed it out. And we also went on a massive exercise. And that's something which technology enabled us. And I can give an example before AI and after AI. Even in my 4.5 year term, I can actually separate out and say before and after AI. Before AI, we would actually hire expensive consultants, send them out to our ministries, actually map out people, look at their job descriptions, look at the roles they play, look at what competencies they need, and we didn't even have a competency framework. So I think the GCC should actually define what is the competency framework you need for people operating in the solar ecosystem. So we actually broke down competencies into behavioral, functional, and domain. We have 93 ministries, each having a different domain experience they need. And it took us 6 months for each ministry, but we managed to do all of them. But today, we have developed an AI tool with an 80% plus efficiency, which is better than a consultant's actually. It can, in 5 minutes, I can have the complete capacity building plan of any ministry in India, not just national government, even state governments. So that is the power of AI and really can throw it out and say this is exactly what your people need to be trained in. So we actually know what capacities you need, what are your deficits, and therefore our training is very targeted. The last point I want to make when you drive with technology is we presume a learning management system enables learning. It does not. Let's not lose sight of the fact that learning for adults is not driven by compliance. It's driven by what I want to learn at this point of time. And therefore, that's where AI is very powerful. And we are just field testing it now, and hopefully in a month's time we'll be rolling it out. You have a database, a library of material, and ISA has got huge material now. And I think all countries put together will have a lot of material. So we say adults learn only when the shoe pinches. And they have to have a reason to learn. Either my job depends on it, my survival depends on it, my income capability depends on it. And he only has very little time. Today it's the world of Instagram, and my students at Cornell when I was teaching would tell me, can you tell us what you're teaching in an hour in 3-minute videos? That's a reality. You can't say I need an hour to teach something. You got to teach at the level of the learner. So we decided our learning is anytime, anywhere, any instrument. Now we are saying any subject that you need for your job. Earlier we had to give courses to match the competencies. Today we say you can go to our platform and say, I am having this problem as a technician in the solar plant and I don't know how to solve for it. And our tool will search around right now it searches in our library, and then we can allow it to search a globe and gives me an answer in the language I want. And in India, because we have to have every state has got its own language, we provide it in languages. So we have actually given a very highly customizable learning product, which is very driven by that. Or I can say, I need to understand how this whole process happens, so it will pick material from different places, put it together as a course, and offer it in very custom format for me. And we download a certificate. Obviously, in government, you have to incentivize. We also use this stick. I won't say we don't. We say if you don't do so many courses by next year, your APAR will get affected. So there is a semi-hybridization of compliance versus facilitation, but more importantly, we tell the person that now it's going to be very different. And the most important, I think, the person driving this. For us, the champion and the ambassador of the whole program is the Prime Minister himself. He keeps asking us what courses should I do. He actually visits the portal, and more importantly, he runs a National Learning Week every year for a week, during which time he personally monitors how many people in the Prime Minister's office itself are doing what kind of courses. So I think when you have somebody like that inspiring and pushing it, it gets absorbed. So now it's going to be a challenge, because when you're an alliance like this, every country needs to have a brand champion and ambassador for knowledge. And if they drive it, I'm sure that this will become common parlance.
Excellent points, Dr. Bala. As usual, I think carry away for me is 3 or 4 elements. One, of course, the importance of making the learning management system designed in such a manner that it is relevant, impact-oriented or performance-oriented, and outcome-oriented, right? So that's one aspect of it. And second, design it for each and every persona who will be involved in the supply chain from a solar standpoint. It should be relevant to the last person, and it should be relevant to the highest person as well. So programs have to be designed speaking to them individually and not necessarily at a generic level. So yeah, very, very important points. And of course, you talked about the systemic elements of how to drive the change, which is relevant from a government perspective. Maybe I come to you, Dr. Henderson, on that aspect. How do you see this? You've been obviously involved in all the discussions, and we have the honor of having you, so I'll not let you go without asking a question on how do you see the whole GCC framework? How do you perceive of it? And where do you see the elements being very relevant for countries like yours, which is of course an SIDS itself, where some elements will always be very difficult to develop standing alone. But if that's kind of available from a global COE, it becomes that much more attractive, and it becomes that much more powerful as well. So maybe I come to you and draw you out on some of those aspects.
No, clearly, this is a major game changer for small island developing states. We don't have the capacity on island, and I really thank you very much for that learning opportunity, Professor. Thank you very much. Because we don't have the ability to keep getting people trained and going out. And the key thing is on demand, and being able to have AI-enabled online learning that could reach people at any time and help them to solve problems, which is the key thing. Being able to use these tools to solve problems on demand. And one of the things that came out even yesterday in the discussions is really standards. And I think that is going to be a key thing. I didn't see much of it highlighted there, except for the program with the NICE. But I think it is important that we in small island developing states can be guided in terms of standards of equipment. And one standard that I'm asking ISA to work on is a standard for resilience, climate resilience. And we need to be able to use these tools so that we can not only better design and optimize systems, but being able to learn as we move along. Out of that, though, I think you need to have data. You need to be able, and I like the concept that was shared, that it should be both ways. We should be able to share. But I think there must be some more in situ sort of work done, because understanding life on an island state is much different than being in almost a continental place like India. So there are nuances, there are differences, there are peculiarities that we need to be able to fit into a system that when you actually go through the GCC, you're able to get data or to get the type of information and get the type of learning that is applicable to our own realities, our own circumstances. And I'm hoping that we can see the GCC develop into a tool that will provide for small island developing states in those particular areas where we know we have some slight differences from India and some of the larger member states of ISA. But clearly it is a tool that can help to better understand the role that solar power can play in development and being able to, I like the plan because, sorry, there was one thing I need to go back to. There was a point that was made about forecasting. This is something that I've been raising in the Caribbean for a long time. I come from a small island, and everybody here, please, if you give me your attention just for 1 second. I come from the island of Dominica. It's the Commonwealth of Dominica, not the Dominican Republic. I love the Dominican Republic, our neighborhood, but yeah. But the fact is, we are a small island state, very mountainous, a lot of rainfall, but we have a lot of cloud cover. Being able to forecast solar power over a period of time is critical. And I'm saying this from my own learned experience. I have solar power at home, and I know the nervousness I get because we know what I just know out of practice, out of habit, out of knowledge, experience, that we normally would have, like, say, perhaps 3 days of cloud cover consecutively. And that creates a problem. If we go in I could deal with it because I'm connected to the grid. But if you go in utility scale solar generation, you need to be able to have those tools available. So these tools become critical in helping for energy planning, but also for forecasting, and to ensure that we know that the utility company knows what to do. And they have to prepare for it. Because in our case, for example, we have hydropower. And hydropower is also, to some extent, because we don't have storage, we don't have major reservoirs. It can be, you know, sometimes almost like, I won't say intermittent, it's not, that would not be the appropriate word, but the time of year would depend, will determine the actual outputs of generation. And therefore, being able to have tools that can help you in forecasting, seeing ahead, makes a big difference. And I think that this GCC is definitely a tool that will allow us, we don't have the capabilities, and especially using AI as an opportunity, as a tool actually, to drive a lot of the learning, a lot of the information that can be accessed would make a big difference, especially for small island development states.
Excellent points, Dr. Henderson. So again, taking away from what you said, 3 or 4 major points. One, of course, is not losing sight of the variability across the country's members, particularly the archetypes of SIDS versus larger countries, and what standards would apply differently for them. And the second element that you drew on very eloquently is look at system level influences also. And it's not, so technologies should also be obviously helping you from a system perspective and not just isolated for just one technology as in solar, but how does it impact the overall system and how do you get that to be managed. So excellent points, Dr. Henderson. Ms. Andrea, sorry for coming to you last, but let me draw you out on where you see complementarities. You, of course, work in the intersection of industrial transition in emerging economies as well as other countries. Walk us through where you see the complementarities of this approach that ISA is bringing to the table with what UNIDO, of course, has been so much involved in for years together.
Well, thank you very much, dear Chair, and I would like also to take the opportunity to thank my colleagues from the International Solar Alliance for having UNIDO here, for allowing me to share this space with you. Before starting, I would like to highlight that UNIDO is the specialized agency of the United Nations to support and foster inclusive and sustainable industrial development. This is our mandate. And in alignment with that, what we are doing to support our member countries is by the provision of technical assistance, advisory services, capacity building, so that we can ensure that the countries will be able to enhance policies, strategies, initiatives. In consideration to that, and also taking into account the purpose of the GCC, we have identified several aspects for complementarity We can talk about the standards and quality assurance, as you were highlighting, digital supply chain upgrade as well, just energy transition, and digital skill, Sud-Sud, and triangular cooperation. When we talk about standards and quality assurance, one of the very good examples is the StarSea project, and that we have been discussing during these days about the StarSea project that has been implemented from 2022, and it's counted with funding available support of the government of France to support ISA member countries in the enhancement of the technical, institutional, and networking capacities. Why I'm talking about the StarSea? Because this program was designed with a very important approach to work at the regional level and to work at the country level. At the regional level, through the involvement of the Global Network Regional Sustainable Energy Centers, an initiative led by UNIDO to accelerate the market uptake of renewables and energy efficiency technologies, including solar. And the standards and digitalization, it's one of the they are some of the key components of the GNSEC, and that's why the GNSEC was involved in the implementation of the StarSea first phase. And then at the country level, we have been working with pilot countries for the setup of the StarSea centers, as you know, PNG, Senegal, and Bhutan. During this period of implementation, we have get several invaluable results. Qualification frameworks, quality frameworks as well, that involves the development of standards for products and services, selected products and services for photovoltaics and solar thermal technologies, the promotion of gender and social inclusion, because this is key for the development of the solar energy sector, the implementation of different capacity building activities, and also dissemination activities. With these results that we have gathered, the lessons learned, the learning process, all of this can become part of the GCC to keep supporting ISA member countries and going to the next step, especially for those that will be involved into the next phase of the StarSea, that will be counting with the support, or will be implemented under the cooperation framework between ISA and the EU. In this line, I think through the GCC we can have a bigger impact in terms of standardization and quality assurance. But when we talk about digital supply chain upgrade, this is also go directly to the agenda of UNIDO for digital transformation. And as the GCC would be being this center hub to make available the technology for the ISA member countries, we as UNIDO can provide your expertise from the digital transformation. But also we need to take into account when we talk about digitalization, it's not just about opportunities, it's also about challenge. That's why within our experience, when we are integrating the digitalization within the supply chains that also involve solar technologies, we need to consider 4 pillars to move ahead and to take advantage of the full potential of digitalization. We can talk about digital infrastructure because we need to access to reliable technology and networks. Digital skills because we need to create this new mass of professionals that would be able to use the technology. Digital frameworks because we need clear policies and rules, and of course digital cooperation. And here I would like to highlight again the role of the GNSEC. And finally, talking about just energy transition and digital skills, because if we talk about the industrial development, the development of the supply chains, when they become digital, when they become smarter and more efficient, this also enables opportunities for new jobs. And within the cooperation that we have with ISA and under the framework again of the GCC, we can ensure that these new jobs opportunities will remain for local people to support local industries, and also to ensure that we will include the participation of women and youth. Just to summarize, UNIDO can bring this expertise in terms of industrial development, digital transformation, while the GCC will be contributing with solar energy data, with training backbone, with digital platforms, so that together we can move ahead, we can continue supporting the development of the solar energy sector for all ISA member countries. Thank you.
Excellent points. Thank you, Ms. Andrea. I think again, just to take away 2 or 3 points, headline points from what you said, One essential element is the role of StarSeas and how it will continue to provide on-the-ground quality assurance, certifications, all of which could actually be monetized going forward, along with the private sector's involvement there. So that's one very important element. And the other one you spoke about, the not just the opportunities that digitalization offers, but also the challenges. How do we keep that in mind and make sure that that results in a positive local impact also in terms of job generation and employment, right? So I think that those are very, very important points to keep in mind as we design the overall framework. If I can come to you, Mr. Raijada, we have some time, so maybe we'll go through one or two more questions. In terms of, now that you've heard the other speakers as well, what are the elements that you think you would distinguish to say has to be delivered locally with regards to interacting with the government, getting things done with the government, that are very essential and can be actually factored into our local centers? Vis-a-vis, what are the elements that you think can actually be delivered from a centralized perspective in terms of processes, systems, knowledge, and of course leaning on technology and technology solutions? So from a government perspective, what are the elements when you interact with the government you think you would continue to work with the government, and therefore there are ways and means of doing that locally, and there are those things that you think can be actually driven by common frameworks from a center of excellence?
Okay. All right. Thank you. So actually what happens is when you are executing any of the project, the important point is two. One is the safety, one is the ease of doing the business. So specifically if you see the project as a safety point of view, then the local governance is very, very important. Like electrical safety, manpower safety, equipment safety, local plant safety. So the local authorities must be involved into that. But for the larger platforms like forest approvals, railway crossing approvals, bridges approvals, so land approvals, line approvals. So these are the majority areas where the project got delayed. So here the central government has to play a vital role to get the clearance faster. And they have to a single window system where it should be very clearly be created in such a way that a person could get a ease of business. Whenever the investor is coming out of the India, then they definitely need or they want basically to invest a easy money. They want to take the things so simpler that it should be in a single window, should be applied, should be approved. If there is any concerns, need to be mitigated fast. But here what we people are facing is generally the prolongation of the processes. So what Mr. Agrawal is also saying, the system and procedures, so this can be a part of that system. So I think these are the two major challenges which generally need to be resolved.
I don't know how we're doing on time. I think we are nearly there. Dr. Henderson, if I can come to you next, in terms of your impressions of how you see the GCC move in phases. Right, so the first element, of course, is, as we looked at it, maybe standardizing some of the training aspects of it. How do you see, obviously the digital elements will take some time to develop, and we'll obviously be phasing that out, and you saw the work program look at it in a phased manner. From your perspective, which are the priority elements that you think can be taken up first, and which are the elements that we can take a little bit of time to develop further? So if I can just draw you out on those elements of prioritization, that if you can help us out with, that will be good to hear, sir.
Well, every time I speak, I like to bring my country's perspective, and also I like to also highlight the situation of small island developing states. And clearly, large organizations like ISA, over 120 members, it is easy to get lost with the smallness, although I must confess I must say hastily that the Director General has given some emphasis on SIDS with the SIDS platform launching and some of the work that is being done to ensure that the situation, the peculiarities of SIDS are highlighted. But I cannot overstate the need for seeing content that deals with resilience. And I'm talking about resilience to the impact of climate change. And that has to be given some priority, because if we don't have resilient systems, what happens when the first major hurricane hits? What happens to that power purchase agreement? What happens to the residents on that island and the ability to get, back power? These are things that we need to give urgent attention, because what we don't want to happen is a loss of confidence in the solar technology. And this is where my biggest concern is, and I'm losing sleep on this. Similarly, the issue of standards, as I mentioned, is important. I know you have the IEC, you have the different standards that certify solar equipment. But consumers need to know, especially when we start talking about introducing rooftop solar and individual solar power systems for residential and commercial places. We want to ensure that what is installed is in fact gives you what it promised to give you. Certification from the solar panels to the inverters and the battery systems. And I'm not saying this because I've had to buy batteries 3 times in the last 5 years, but and found out that they were defective from the factory. So we need to be able to educate, the users, the end users. Obviously, companies are more sophisticated, so when they do their procurement, they know what to look for. But the individuals who are seeking to see solar power as an alternative, they need to know the quality is assured when they do their procurements. So I believe that we need to get a space for small island developing states and to deal with issues of resilience and to ensure that we can have the tools that can help us. And as I mentioned earlier, that is also an area of priority, forecasting. Being able to have the capabilities in different locations wherever you are. I mean, the technology is available. There's a lot of stuff out there that can be utilized to help in doing forecasting. There are regional institutions in these regions, the Caribbean, the Pacific. There are regional institutions that have data, that may have access, to real-time info, real-time data that can be utilized to give that kind of tool to especially utilities. I think utility scale or IPPs, they are going to need to have that capability in order to be able to produce properly. But I just think for me, my biggest concern is that we don't want, as we roll out massive solar projects in the islands, that confidence is lost. So we have to move very quickly in those areas.
Great. Thank you very much, Dr. Anderson. That was a good note to, I think, bring this on to close. Again, carrying the 2 highlights from what you said, focus on elements which are essential for longer-term security. So obviously standards, performance standards, but also resilience, which you brought so eloquently into focus. So clearly that's something that needs to be given priority up front while we look at the GCC's work also. Without further ado, I'll hand this back to the organizers. Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Thank you, Dr. Bala, Mr. Agarwal, Mr. Rajada, Ms. Andrea. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shubhranshu. Thanks a lot. And big thanks to all the dignitaries on stage for this insightful discussion and also strengthening our work and belief and reinforcing how GCC will prove to be a game changer for a global south. We really look forward to working with you all closely and particularly with all our countries, because without the country's support and without their collaboration, I don't think we'll be able to do this alone. I would now like to invite His Excellency Dr. Henderson, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Business, Trade and Energy of the Commonwealth of Dominica, for the closing remarks.
Thank you very much. But I thought I said the last words. That's not really fair. But really, I want to take the opportunity to thank ISA for bringing to focus some of the issues that are important to its members, and especially the smallest members among us. I'm very, very happy to be part of this assembly, and in particular this panel. We have here, I think, an all-star cast. I could tell by the quality of their contributions. So I want to thank you. You did an excellent job in selecting the panelists, and their contributions, I hope, will pay attention to some of the contributions that they've made, especially when you consider the use of technology and AI-enabled online learning, utilizing the tools, and I think that was a great advice and suggestions that were made in terms of being able to move from digitalization as merely taking something from the paper form and putting it in an electronic format, but actually being able to go through the entire process, even an application process. And I like the contribution on the dashboard. I think having a dashboard, of course, when you're on a dashboard, you want to see you moving, because that's why you have a dashboard in your car. You want to see the speed, you want to see where the fuel is, and some people like the RPM to know when they're really pressing the pedal hard enough. So it is important that we bring the tools that can, in fact, bring the technology to life, but being able to do so in a way that can help the end user. We, as individual member states, may not have the capacity to do all of those things. It may be we may have the capacity if we have the money. I like to say that, because capacity is also your ability to buy the services that you require at any given time. So people like to talk about capacity as if you must have somebody in there who can do that thing, but being able to do that. So I recognize that we may not even have the resources to procure the type of services that would be able to give us what the GCC will be able to give member states. So we really have to commend ISA for this initiative, but we need to ensure that it grows and to ensure that it works for the members. We need to have a feedback mechanism. We need to have an opportunity to ourselves produce content and to supply content, so that it will be a loop, a feedback loop, an opportunity for learning and from different parts of the world. So we'll be very happy to utilize these tools as much as possible. But finally, I want to say thank you to ISA on my own behalf, my delegation, I'm sure my colleagues, especially those from the Caribbean, but all member states, for the hospitality of ISA and the government of India. And I must say, this is the first time that I'm actually attending an assembly, having been a Minister of Energy for a number of years, and having been in the energy space for the last 20 years. I have to say that it's my first meeting, and I'm very happy that I made the decision, although very difficult, because this is our favorite time of year in Dominica, when we celebrate our independence and everything that happens during that time of the year. But I'm very happy that I was able to join you. I look forward to seeing the implementation of not only the GCC, but being able to see the, as we say, ambitions to actions on the SEEDS platform as member states, with great anticipation, look forward to what ISA can bring to its members. I stand prepared to work with you, especially in the Caribbean, and I have had the opportunity to work with SEEDS throughout the world as the first chairman of SEEDSDOC. And it's an organization that we formed some years ago at the United Nations, and of course having worked closely with UNIDO in the establishment of the centers in the Pacific, in the Caribbean, and throughout the world. We were able to work very closely with GenSec, and we did a lot of work together back in those days. And I'm hoping that ISA will also have the opportunity to collaborate with some of our institutions, our regional institutions, so that we will be able to really see the transition into renewable energy, not only in SEEDS, but especially in Africa. I was encouraged by the presentation by Ghana today, And I believe that ISA can make a major impact on the African continent, being able to enter into partnership agreements, to collaborate with member states so that we can see ambition into action. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And with that, I request the esteemed participants, our eminent panelists, to kindly step ahead of the dais and give us a group photo opportunity. I'd also like to invite Ms. Jyotsna to kindly join us at this juncture and join us in this picture. And may I request DG ISA, Mr. Ashish Khanna, to also please join us on stage for this group photograph. Ms. Jyotsna is the policy specialist at KMID Unit ISA, and Mr. Philippe, the chief of unit KMID, I'll also request. I'd request Ms. Jyotsna to call out some names as well.
Thank you, Aishwarya. I would really like Philippe to join us. Without your support, I don't think we could have come this far. And I would actually especially invite my colleague Gopesh. Gopesh, please come on stage. I think it was your hard work that we are able to launch YouTube channel today.
And from here, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, after this group photograph, we will transition almost immediately to our next session, which is on enhancing food security in ISA member countries by resolving the energy, water, food nexus. Our very esteemed panelists for this session are here with us, and we will start that session as soon as we reset the dais, just get some fresh water bottles. So please stay with us and don't go away anywhere. I thank our eminent panelists for this session. Thank you so much for the session on transforming solar energy global capability center as the hub for impact once again. So quickly we will reset the dais.
I don't have a card, but I'll send you. You have a WhatsApp?
Yeah.
I have to also bring to your attention, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that we have a site visit which is scheduled tomorrow, the 30th of October from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m., which is organized for all our eminent delegates to witness India's first commercially approved and South Asia's largest utility-scale standalone battery energy storage system developed by BSES Rajdhani Power. And this landmark 20-megawatt project marks a major step forward in urban energy storage, improving power reliability for over 1 lakh residents and serving as a template for similar clean energy initiatives across India. I know I've been making this announcement over and over since yesterday, but just want to remind you so that you can connect with your liaison officers for detailed logistics and, of course, for assisting with transportation and coordination. So thank you very much. We're just resetting the dais, and then we will bring on stage our next set of panelists very shortly. But I have to say that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to move into a session that lies at the intersection of three of humanity's most vital needs, really: energy, water, and food. And the session is titled Enhancing Food Security in ISA Member Countries by Resolving the Energy, Water, Food Nexus. And this nexus represents the critical balance between sustainable agriculture, efficient water management, and reliable energy access, a balance that is increasingly under strain due to population growth, climate change, and resource stress. So, I think we just need to change a couple bottles. So I'm going to request you, there they are. So ladies and gentlemen, just give us a minute. We will just get some fresh bottles in for our next set of eminent panelists, please. So stay with us, and this is going to be a very compelling session. Across much of Africa, Asia, Latin America, farmers face the daily challenge of unreliable electricity, water scarcity, and low agriculture productivity. So solar energy offers a transformative path forward, one that decouples growth from fossil fuel dependence and empowers farmers through solar irrigation, solar-powered cold chains, and decentralized agro-processing systems. And these innovations not only enhance yields, but also improve resilience, reduce costs, and secure livelihoods against climate volatility. Now we have, ladies and gentlemen, a very eminent panel for this session, and I'm going to be calling them onto the stage very shortly. So I request you to please stay with us in this room for this session on enhancing food security in ISA member countries by resolving the energy, water-food nexus. This is indeed an unmissable session as it aims to foster dialogue amongst governments, financial institutions and innovators on how solar technologies can strengthen the energy water-food nexus. So it's only fair to say that together in this session we could explore new solutions, share best practices and identify pathways to make sustainable agriculture a reality across ISA member countries. I'm now going to welcome on stage our eminent panelists. Let me take the privilege of calling on stage first His Excellency Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Government of Ghana. A very warm welcome back again, sir. We're being joined by on stage Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Ghana. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Charles Umehai, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Mines and Energy, Liberia. Let's get our hands together and welcome him, His Excellency Mr. Charles. Warm welcome to you, sir. And let me invite at this juncture Ms. Suman Chandra, Director, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India. Let's welcome her with a huge round of applause. A very warm welcome to you, Madam. Namaskar. And with that, let me now invite our eminent panelists to the stage, starting with our moderator, who's going to steer the conversations, the panel discussion as part of this session, Dr. Sujata Gupta, Director, Asian Development Bank. Let's welcome the lady with a big round of applause, please. We welcome Dr. Sujata Gupta, Director, Asian Development Bank. A very warm welcome to you, Madam. May I now invite Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Technical Advisor, Shakti Foundation. Let's have a huge round of applause. And thank you for the applause, ladies and gentlemen. It just goes to show that we're still alive and we need that reaffirmation. Welcome, sir. That's Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Technical Advisor, Shakti Foundation. May I take the privilege of calling on stage Mr. Alok Sikka, Country Director, India and Bangladesh, IWMI. A very warm welcome to you, sir. Mr. Alok Sikka, Country Director, India and Bangladesh, IWMI. May I now take the privilege of calling onto the stage Mr. Harish Hande, Founder, Selco Foundation. There he is, joining us back on stage. Mr. Harish Hande, Founder, Selco Foundation, ladies and gentlemen. Warm welcome again, sir. And may I now invite Mr. Amit Sahu, Deputy General Manager, Exim Bank of India. There he is, let's welcome him. Mr. Amit Sahu, Deputy General Manager, Exim Bank of India. Welcome, sir. And may I invite Mr. Ramesh Patidar, Director, Shakti Pumps. There he is. Mr. Ramesh Patidar, Director, Shakti Pumps, India. Warm welcome to you, sir. And may I also call on to this dais Mr. Kanv Garg, Chief of Unit, Resource Mobilization and Private Sector, International Solar Alliance. Mr. Kanv Garg. Warm welcome. And the session lead for this session is Mr. PC Sharma, ISA NFP CP Coordinator and Distributed Solar Specialist, and he's going to be making the closing remarks. Mr. Sharma, would you like to take a seat with the panelists? Why not? Let's welcome him, everyone. Warm welcome, sir. And now, to begin with this session and to deliver the welcome address as well as to set the context for this particular session, it is now my privilege to hand over to Mr. Kanv Garg, Chief of Unit, Resource Mobilization and Private Sector, ISA, please.
Okay, cool. So, yeah. Thank you, participants. It's such an eminent panel that I actually am the worst person to be setting up any context for this. So without much ado, let me just say that solar pumps, being a cross-sectoral topic, we all see that it can very well, even though the economics work, they can very well fall into a no man's land when it comes to implementation. Especially when you're looking at the African continent, with the additional complexities, it can be it can be an orphan baby when it comes to implementation. So from an ISA's perspective, as a convener, as an umbrella role into bringing the stakeholders together, what I limit my conversation today is to only set a possible institutional structure or a framework in which the various stakeholders can possibly work together into bringing solar pumps as a value-added proposition to life in the African continent. And I'll not take much time. So let me just straight away go into this. For example, this is what we feel that could be done if we have to set up an e-marketplace across countries doing solar pumps in the African continent. For example, being a financial intervention, we can choose a local cooperative or a national bank that should set up a program or a subsidiary on solar agri pump sets. There could be a Ministry of Water, Ministry of Energy, or possibly both in that country, and the public body for defining technical standards. This, through the ISA technical assistance or any other technical assistance available in the market locally, with other platforms from donors and philanthropies, can give capacity building to help these two ministries or standards bodies into giving favorable regulations and technical standards to this bank. Because this bank is not aware of how to design a financial product on solar pump sets, which is high on upfront capex, but almost zero on the operational expenditure. Then possibly a funding facility, which we have put in the Africa Solar Facility for, just as a case in point, that combined with concessional financing from any multilateral development bank, based on the proper due diligence on this national cooperative bank in that country, could be giving catalytic equity, because debt is already available with that bank themselves. What they are missing is catalytic equity to the end consumers. Then very important is to have an empaneled list of private sector EPC and vendors in that local market that, through a local technical institute, through the STAR-C and Global Capability Center offerings of, say, the ISA, could be giving training and best practices for that local market to work back with the bank. Now comes in, from our perspective, is the Ministry of Agriculture, which actually has access to all the consumers and possible communities to which solar pumps can be percolated to. That should give mandates and support to the district level agency or municipality as per those financial institutions' project preparation and due diligence requirements to build a pipeline of projects with costing and feasibility. Then, and this is how we'll bring it together, is that with the end consumer, this local level, district level agency should actually be working in feedback and coordination, because they should be aware of the needs of the local end consumers. This is where, now that we have the financing facility, the standards, the regulations, the technical assistance, the private vendors, is where now we see that an e-marketplace, which has details on product and finance, project pipeline from the district level agency, comparatively selected EPC vendors empaneled on this e-marketplace, that can give financing access to the end consumers. And this is how then the information, communication, education also flows to the end consumers. Service happens, payment happens, the loan repayment happens to that through that e-marketplace back to the cooperative bank. And this is where the impact reporting and financial reporting also comes into play. And this is how we see a structure could be put in place. This, in our opinion, having had some feedback from the market, seems to be a broad, agreeable framework with obvious customizations to various countries that could be, used to kickstart a conversation, bringing various kinds of ministries and stakeholders under a common conversation. So we'll end here, but over to PC Sharma ji, to take the conversation away. Thank you. Thank you. You want me to? Okay.
That's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Garg, for setting the context so thoughtfully, and I think your insights beautifully frame the purpose of today's discussions. With that, it is now my privilege to request Ms. Suman Chandra, Director, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, Government of India, for an outlook on the Kusum scheme. So let us welcome her with a huge round of applause to the podium, everyone. It's Ms. Suman Chandra. Welcome, madam.
Can I request for my presentation? Am I audible? Aishwarya, may I request for my presentation to be loaded? Good evening, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, my colleagues on the dais of the dais. It's an honor to address all of you today, and Kanav, I think, did a brilliant job at highlighting what the digital platform or the architecture of this support may look like. It gives me immense pleasure to state that this is something that India has experimented with in terms of this scheme called PM Kusum since 2019, and let me present to all of you the larger framework of PM Kusum, which will then make it available to everyone to take it not in a prescriptive way, but in a guidance framework which works for everybody in the context-sensitive manner. So this was the status of solarization. If we look at 2009 globally, a very meager spread of solarization of agriculture across the world, and India sat at a meager 12.2 megawatt peak. This kind of accelerated further in 2019, but we were still sitting at 531 megawatt peak. 2023, we are still 1,083, and come 2025, we boast of almost 9 gigawatts of solarization of agriculture, achieved largely through PM Kusum scheme. So what is this mystery of a PM Kusum scheme? So just introducing the scheme itself, the full form of the scheme talks about embedding the name of the Prime Minister himself, giving his name to the cause which is very dear, a greatest nudge that has happened in the energy sector for the first time, where the leadership of the country is invested in ensuring that the clean energy remains not confined to the rich and to the elite and as a buzzword only in the first word, but it goes right to the grassroots and is delivered to the last mile and benefits the farmers. So PM Kusum scheme was designed in 2019 with end-to-end solarization of the agriculture sector, and it has three components. Component A, which essentially was designed that any farmer who has a barren land and would like to use his barren land for generating additional income for herself or himself can put a small renewable energy power plant up to 2 megawatts, plug it to the grid and earn money as a prosumer. So from Annadata is what we call him in India, means producer of the food. He becomes Urja Data, that he now becomes the producer of energy also, by co-locating both the food infrastructure as well as the energy production infrastructure in his field. Component B is essentially, we know that food, water and energy nexus is a huge trilemma for a lot of countries where the trade-off for the natural resources is very imminent, and how do we address address it is yet to be seen, and countries are accelerating those drives. And component B speaks directly to decarbonizing the diesel irrigation sector that has taken deep roots, and it's deeply entrenched in the agricultural practices across the globe, and particularly in South Asia and African countries. So how do we ameliorate our farmers from the carbon emissions that emit out of the fossil-based diesel pumps, and how do we shift them to the off-grid solar pumping solutions? So component B speaks to that part of solarization of agriculture. And then there is a component C. So I do not know globally, but in India, almost 25 to 30% of the load on the grid is from the agriculture. And government has to pay an additional subsidy to make it low cost or free of cost to the farmer. But still government is paying it. However, if we harness the same energy and shift the source to the sun, we not only decarbonize our grid, but we ensure daytime assured clean energy to our farmers. So therefore, it has a twin benefit of decarbonizing your grid and also saving the government agricultural subsidy, which now frees up and is available for other welfare of the farmers. If we look at the progress of the ground zero to pumping irrigation globally, this is the map which gives you a bit of a trajectory till 2010, and you can see the steady rise of India's focus in this area. Now I'll skip these slides, but let me come to the detailed analysis of the component A. So what is this component A? Because some of you had expressed interest in the design of the scheme, as Kanav also said that they want to design a digital platform that speaks to all these needs. So component A essentially allows, these capacities are limited by the budgetary allocation that we had, but the larger design is such that if you have land and you want to install a solar plant, so up to 2 megawatt is permitted, and this 2 megawatt is thoughtfully kept because most of the farmers that in India are small and marginal farmers, so they won't have that kind of land, and this is essentially for the farmers to generate income from their land and not to be transferred to some private partner and then on the name of farmer making some bucks. So essentially the farmland should belong to the farmer. It should be barren preferably in the first instance, but if there is a cultivable land, we allow for an installation in the stilt fashion, which kind of yields itself to the agrovoltaic structure. The power is purchased by the DISCOM at a prefixed tariff, and since this tariff is little higher than the otherwise market thing, so we give a performance-based incentive of 40 paisa per unit to the DISCOM to offset the perception of the loss that the DISCOM may experience. There are many social benefits to it, but the financial loss that the DISCOM may perceive is offset by this performance-based incentive. There are many best practices across the country in component A, but particularly I'd like to highlight Rajasthan, who have made provision for a one-stop solution, a digital platform, and they have issued a standard operating procedure. I think Mr. Raizada in the previous session also spoke about ease of doing business. So this is one of the examples of the ease of doing business, where the farmer doesn't have to go anywhere. He has this digital infrastructure available to him or her, and then they can apply this and in coordination with the DISCOM, right from the installation of the plant to selling of the electricity once it's generated to the grid is monitored and followed up. Then there is this other example of the agrovoltaic plant in Madhya Pradesh, Khargapur. This is again in a stilt fashion, which allows for the seasonal vegetables to be grown under the modules. And this has a structure of financing in 70-30 debt equity ratio. And the technology uses monocrystalline bifacial. There are many examples spread across. I'll skip this and come directly to component B. Component B is essentially the recurring cost of the diesel, which has to be offset for the farmer with one-time investment in the setting up of these solar pumps for them, and government provides a subsidy of 30% of the cost, empanels the technical vendors who then install the diesel pumps in the fields of the farmers. There is a pump sizing tool which is available, which allows for proper sizing of the pump that should be used by the farmer. It's juxtaposed with what is the water table, what is the requirement of the farmer, and there is a provision of guardrails that the overtly overdraft aquifers should not be further overdrawn, so the pump sizing tool takes care of that. And since the irrigation in the fields happen only 150 days out of the 365 days, so therefore there's also a provision for the universal solar pump controller, which allows for the generated electricity to be used for other purposes beyond the irrigation needs of the farmers. This is a schematic, and most of you are technical people here, so I don't have to sort of explain this, so I'll skip past. In component B also, there are different successful models. There is a Saral portal which is used by Haryana. They have a revolving fund mechanism which they keep on replenishing, and therefore that takes care of the gap that occurs between the payment of the central financial assistance and the state financial assistance. There is an online vendor selection mechanism, and the beneficiary selection is in the market mode. They also have very decentralized office systems to take care of the O&M and attend to the farmer grievances. Then there is a small component of the solarization of the grid-connected individual pumps, but the offtake of this is not very great in India because most of the electricity that is provided to the farmer is free of cost, and therefore a grid-connected pump mostly would not like to be solarized by farmers. It's a low preference area. One of the most successful domains and the components of the PM Kusum in the last 2 years has been the feeder level solarization, because in the solar project maximum risk is taken by the DISCOMs, and DISCOMs always find it very inconvenient to navigate that space. But the breather here is provided by feeder level solarization, where they can free themselves from the agricultural load by shifting that load to the daytime power and ensuring that the separated agricultural feeders can be solarized, or if the feeders are not separated, then at least the agricultural load on the feeders can be solarized. Government provides central financial assistance of 1/3 of the cost of the plant, and there is no state share requirement because this takes care of the equity part in the RESCO and the CAPEX mode. There are many best practices that have emerged in the solarization of the feeder. One of the best example is Maharashtra. Maharashtra ensured that first it draws a vision of the solarization needs of the state. Thereafter, they ensured what are they sort of mapped what are the different bottlenecks that exist in this, and land, as some of you in the previous session also pointed out, as one of the bottlenecks, the permissions and the land. So they ensured a land bank for all the project developers through an online land bank portal. They also identified these parcels of land in the 5-kilometer vicinity of the feeders, and they did a cluster base and tenders to ensure economy of scales. They also very proactively and transparently defined the lease price, which kind of brought in a confidence in the private farmers to lease their land. We have almost 9 gigawatts installed under the PM Kusum so far, and it is emerging as a model which many countries are going to replicate. So therefore, I see a great potential of PM Kusum in scaling it up globally to address the water, food, energy nexus. And India is a partner for the Global South through very elite organizations and very deeply development entrenched organizations like ISA can make this journey a shared growth journey. I would really put in a word of appreciation for ISA's efforts like Solar Tech Application Resource Center, StarC, and SolarX startup challenges that are enabling these capacity building, because initially when we started PM Kusum in 2019, it was not an immediate success. It's only subsequently when we took it in a climate collaborative approach, bringing the stakeholders together, not just from the financial streams, but also from the streams of technology, from the streams of O&M, from the streams of EPC, that this scheme could take off, and how we could handhold the states, the true potential of the scheme was unlocked. So therefore, institutions like ISA have a great role to play, that handholding support role for the Global South countries, and I really appreciate their effort in this. So in efforts of solarization of agriculture, I feel also the next frontier is the agrovoltaic technology. As as we keep on accelerating our solar, and solar has emerged as the lowest cost technology today for decarbonizing, we would have this conflict constantly between the food and the energy needs, and therefore agrivoltaic is a solution which has to be constantly accelerated at scale so that the costs come down and our regulators also understand the benefits of the same. DRE, decentralized renewable RE, has a huge potential, not just in Asia but globally, and that's where the potential sits for all of us to decarbonize responsibly and to consume responsibly. And once again, my compliments to ISA for taking this agenda forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam, for that remarkable and inspiring special address. You beautifully articulated the spirit of PM Kusum, where the turning of our Annadata into Urja Data truly captures the essence of inclusive clean energy transformation. Your insights remind us that solarizing agriculture isn't just about megawatts, it's really about mindsets, ensuring that the power of the sun reaches every farmer, every field and every future harvest. So we thank you once again for illuminating how innovation, technology and smart governance are converging to make India's solar story truly farmer-centric, from agrovoltaic fields to digital grievance redressal and feeder-level solarization. And we're so grateful for your perspective, and indeed, as you rightly noted, the International Solar Alliance has a pivotal role to play in amplifying these best practices and helping member countries translate them into tangible change on the ground. So thank you once again. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now my privilege and my honor to request His Excellency Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Ghana, to please render the keynote address. Let's welcome him.
Thank you very much. I believe my voice is audible. Thank you. And I don't need this. Honorable ministers present here, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a great privilege to address this distinguished gathering at the International Solar Alliance Assembly. I wish to express my profound appreciation to the Government of India and ISA Secretariat for convening this timely and thought-provoking session on enhancing food security through what I call the trilogy, which is energy, water, food nexus. This conversation certainly could not have been more relevant. Around the world today, and particularly in Africa, where I come from, the interdependence between energy, water, and food is not merely conceptual. It defines the daily realities of millions of Africans and the world at large. These three pillars are at the very heart of human survival, economic growth, and sustainable development. In Ghana, like most African countries, agriculture remains the backbone of our economy, providing jobs for millions of people, providing livelihoods for a majority of our people, and the mainstay of most of our economies. Yet, our farmers continue to face recurring challenges: unreliable electricity access, inadequate irrigation infrastructure, and significant post-harvest losses due to insufficient cold storage and processing capacity continues to pose a major challenge. These constraints are further aggravated by climate variabilities and growing pressures on natural resources arising from population growth. But despite all these challenges, despite the enormity of the challenge we face, I'm confident that there is hope. And that hope shines through solar energy. Ghana has already begun deploying solar-powered irrigation systems and mini-grids to support agricultural communities. These systems are providing transformative processes, providing farmers with clean, reliable energy for irrigation, agro-processing, and storage, whilst reducing dependence on expensive fossil fuels. And so clearly, solar energy is serving as a game changer in the agriculture industry. And the results are beginning to show very clear, tangible, and measurable results. This has led to improved yields. It has also lowered the cost of production and greater resilience to climate shocks. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panel members, however, if we are to scale up these successes, our policies must be evolving. We must be transformative and we must be innovative. We must embrace integrated strategies that brings together the energy, water, and agriculture sectors in pursuit of shared goals by ensuring that we harmonize and integrate these three. In Ghana, my ministry, which is the Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, is working closely with partners to promote renewable energy for agriculture by enabling frameworks and targeted incentives to boost this capacity. Yet still, national action alone will not be enough. The strength of entities and organizations such as the International Solar Alliance lies in partnership. I therefore urge member countries to deepen our collaboration and even work more harder. We should work to share our experiences, promote technology, and anchor innovative financing mechanisms that can unlock wider access to solar energy. Together, we can empower smallhold farmers, advance gender equity, and ensure that no community is left behind in this transition. As we look ahead, let us resolve today to do whatever we can to promote solar energy, promote renewable energy, and carry everybody along. Let us imagine a future where solar energy powers not just homes and industries, but also fuels that feeds us and systems that sustains our water resources. A future where our green transition is not only clean, but also just. Not only just, but inclusive. Not only inclusive, but equitable. Ghana stands ready to collaborate, we stand ready to learn, and we are determined to lead. Through the platforms of ISA, let us join hands to strengthen the energy, water, food nexus, accelerate our green transformation, and build a sustainable, resilient, and prosperous future for all generations. Thank you very much. I'm most grateful.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for your deeply insightful address and for powerfully reminding us that energy, water and food form the very trinity of human survival and progress, and your vision of empowering Africa's agricultural backbone through solar energy, innovative policies and cross-border collaboration reflects the spirit of shared growth that the International Solar Alliance also stands for. As you said, hope truly shines through the sun, and partnerships like these will ensure that light reaches every community and every farmer in the world who needs it the most. So thank you once again, sir. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we will now transit into the panel discussion, and it is indeed my privilege to hand over the proceedings, and who better than Dr. Sujata Gupta, Director of the Asian Development Bank, to take this discussion forward. Madam, please.
Thank you very much. It's really an honor and privilege for me to be amidst very learned colleagues, and I really look forward to hearing your discussion. Just to add to Director Eminari's information on Kusum, I think I must congratulate the Government of India for taking this bold step and actually staying with it. not giving up hope and letting different variants of it develop over time. So in fact, the Asian Development Bank is working with the state of Maharashtra and for the component C. And what is very, very interesting, if you compare it to the national scheme, Maharashtra has actually contracted 16 gigawatts. They've developed 1.5 gigawatts. They had contracts for 16 gigawatts of this distributed renewable energy. And it's a very innovative model where the private sector comes in and sets up the generation, so saving the farmer getting into a sector where they're not familiar with really, energy generation. And they have fixed a tariff. They get daytime electricity instead of nighttime electricity. When we so leading from this to the topic of our panel, when we took this proposal to our board, one question that was asked is, how do you ensure sustainable use of water? So that became a major issue. Otherwise, everyone praised this project a lot. But there were issues of over-irrigation. There was, that happens even when nighttime electricity is supplied. But amongst our board members, there was one farmer. And he said, I prefer to irrigate my farm at night because there is less evaporation. So we conserve water. So in this panel, I would like to explore another nexus. So of course we are looking at water, food and energy, but what we have to also look at resource, the nexus between resource and how to utilize this resource effectively, especially in water stressed areas. Then comes the issue of access for all or universal access, and especially for those who do not have the means to be able. So we have to look at the resource, technology and business models, and of course, being from a bank, for me, it's very important, the financing. So there is this nexus that I hope our panel members would address, and we'd like to hear a lot more. So with this, let me first, I think the panel doesn't need any introduction, but let me first move to Dr. Ashwini Kumar, who's the technical advisor at Shakti Foundation. And Dr. Ashwini, you have extensive experience in renewable energy policy and implementation. And so how do you see solar energy playing a catalytic role in transforming agricultural productivity, especially in water-stressed regions, and looking at solutions like decentralized solar irrigation?
Thanks. First of all, I would like to congratulate ISA and of course Ma'am Director MNRE, and of course the Honorable Minister from Ghana. I think he's gone. So presenting what I would say a little variant, in the overall approach. Just linking or continuing what Director MNRE presented, I would say, since my experience also in utility scale power in India, India is a country with a lot of policy innovations. And we take pride in that we are able to set leadership, that how can policy work. With that statement or observation, I would like to say that, but still when you are looking at ISA member countries, which is largely, global south countries, a large chunk, and all have large variations in their development, their needs and their present level of growth or infrastructure availability. There is a large variation. We can't see that only from India lens. We have to go beyond that. So that's one thing. But Indian policy provides you, different examples. Like national policy is there. Then states, as you rightly said, there is one Maharashtra example, like separation of feeder, agriculture feeder, and then you are experimenting that. There is a Gujarat model, there is a Rajasthan model, there is Haryana model. You have sub-national lot of learnings. So solar makes a lot of sense as coming back to the overall nexus of energy, water, food. And we all appreciate that as there are happening, demographic changes, population growth and everything. So food systems are getting, under increased pressure of enhancing the productivity. How can you do that? So it means first thing comes the water availability, irrigation coverage has to be maximized, has to be increased. There immediately comes the role of solar pumps. If you have utility, that's fine. If you don't have utility, in many places, even in India, you are using the diesel pumps. So in India, what ma'am also said or brought out issue is of subsidy also. Because farmers are there, they can't afford the high cost of tariffs, they can't afford the high cost of diesel for running their pumps, but they need to do so. It means in order to make their life easy, you have to reduce the cost of inputs in the agriculture, and for that solar comes very handy. Right now, a lot of ecosystem, very comprehensive ecosystem is there in terms of solar, panel, whatever you talk about, that knowledge is there. People can set up small projects, big projects, and everything. So that's coming very handy. And Indian, I think, subsidy has been, reducing subsidy has been one of the main drivers for PM Kusum scheme. But in other countries, it might be like resilience, or might be increasing the farmers' comfort in, efficiently production and all. So, if we start, let us say, setting up the solar pumps, I think Director Mr. Khan presented the context. That's very fine from the bank perspective or financing perspective. But if I am a farmer, I feel at a loss. For whom you are giving the finance? That depends. If it's a DISCOM, it's fine. If it's an individual farmer, you can't afford. Even in India, if you see a diesel pump maybe cost you 10-20,000. A solar pump will cost you maybe 15 times more. How do you meet that capex? And you won't be able to take the loans and concessions or anything. So it means there have to be business models. And India, I think what very interestingly is done in India, you are setting up business models with support. Like, for example, you also raised one point on water sustainability that your board wanted to know. When we were discussing with Gujarat, they said, no, if it's a 1 HP model pump, I am officially, it's a kind of 1 kilowatt modules I am setting up. But I allow you to set up 1.5 kilowatt modules. 0.5 extra power which is generated, I'll ask my DISCOM to buy. So that gives you to meet your EMIs, what you are buying from the, and in fact they wanted to make, I am not sure whether they made that provision or not, if out of your units generated, if you consume less, even higher number of units they can buy, distribution company. It means there is an incentive not to use wastefully, water. There is a already built-in incentive in the scheme that you reduce the water consumption. So those kind of models are there. Definitely, I think first part comes the solar pumps, and as far as concerned to agrovoltaics, for me that goes little lower in the priority list, because first thing is I am able to provide the electricity. Then, of course, one very important thing comes the storage, post-harvest. storage facilities. If these are provided, I think farmers, again, that food, energy, water, food nexus, that's strengthened if these things are there. But I think apart from that, if we go still beyond that, now a lot of mechanization of agriculture implements is happening, even e-trucks, e-tractors and those kind of things are coming in because solar is getting cheaper, so people's imagination is expanding and they want to go to any level. So what I feel is that the genesis of success in all these countries, there is no one solution which fit to all. We have to consider each and every country, their economy, their requirement, prepare a roadmap, but definitely aggregation, which we have seen in India with a great pride that brings cost efficiencies in procurement. That can be done, that should be done. And definitely one of the experiment what we did at SECI, Government of India did in SECI was that government was standing behind SECI. It means all the de-risking measures, whatever being implemented, it had a government backing. So there was a, I would say, acceptance in the investors that, look, government is backing up. Though I know that even in the utility scale power, we set up a payment security mechanism and fund. Hardly that was required to be used, but that provided a great confidence and we got best of the prices. I think that was the key to me. So I stop here maybe for further questions.
Thank you very much. Just staying on the issue of resource, let me move to Mr. Alok Sikka. So, would like to hear from you how solar-powered irrigation systems can be optimized to ensure water efficiency and agricultural productivity, especially in regions with groundwater stress. So how would I respond to my board member? So it's okay, there can be mechanisms to reduce the water use, but again, we need some technological interventions that would help us to use a limited resource more efficiently.
All right.
Your thoughts, please.
Thank you very much. And first of all, let me thank ISA for organizing such a brilliant event and inviting International Water Management Institute to be on the panel. And as we are talking about solar energy here with water energy food nexus lens, and that's very important because as we know, particularly in the perspective of South Asia, where a lot of dependence is there on groundwater and the groundwater stress is developing in many places. And at the same time, there are also areas where groundwater exists, but because of many other reasons, it has not been developed because perhaps the energy access was not there or the access to groundwater was limited from the capacity to really pump the water and all those kind of things, or remote areas and all those factors. Now, we also know that this energy food water nexus, we started talking in 2011-12 with the Davos and other Bonn conference, and IMI has been working on this since that time. And when this impetus on solar energy for groundwater and the water or solarizing agriculture came up, one of the experiments or the pilots which we did was in Dhundi in Gujarat, which is again a water stressed area. Mm-hmm. In trying to see that, as it is apprehension of most of us, that it comes at a hardly any operational cost, and so farmers may tend to pump more and more water. And that was the pilot which we started with a small mini grid, and where we wanted farmers to evacuate the surplus energy into the grid, and they get incentivized for that with feed-in tariff. And I think so that is one way that you are trying to incentivize the farmers and induce more interest to them so that they can be more water positive and more rational water use so that they'll be getting incentivized through money. So that's one of the way. And as Suman rightly mentioned in this component C, and others there, and A as well, there is a feed-in tariff are there. And there are other examples like the Kusum and also Sky in the Gujarat, they have been doing, and same model. So that is something to take care of, that how best you can optimize this thing where the policy instrument. That's one thing. But there are other instruments, the technology, which is more in terms of enhanced efficiency of pump sets, because we know that the pumping system which we are using in solar is more efficient than the diesel or the electric. That's one way to look at it. And then the enhancing water use efficiency with various measures, because the time is short, I can't really go on and on into those kind of a thing. There are various demand side measures. And so the point is that they have to be bundled, integrated with the solar energy, including crop diversification, micro irrigation, and following many other agriculture water management interventions. So that's, now if we look into the other areas, like in the eastern part of the India, where you have a groundwater, and it's not that stressed as in the other parts. There, solar energy becomes very handy, so that there is a, not physical water scarcity, but economic water scarcity, what we call it as. So there it provides access to the poor people to the groundwater, be it mostly through a small group of farmers, as in entrepreneurs, so that they can sell the groundwater, because there are water markets. But when we are using, and we have already piloted, when you use this kind of using the youths or the women groups, definitely they are selling water at much cheaper rates than those who are running it through diesel. And it's not the case in India. We have been also working in Bangladesh. Yesterday I came back from our project in Bangladesh, where now we are been also looking into the various business models, including the IDCOL. IDCOL is one of the best business models over there, and that how various business models are really working in order to optimize this water energy food nexus. So I think I know time is short in a sense, otherwise I can go on and on, because let me also say one point, that we have looked into the groundwater sustainability angle in Gujarat and also in Bangladesh, that to clear this kind of a thinking that whether it really overexploits the groundwater or not. My statement may not be interpreted universally truth, but it is to be taken that it is very context specific. In Sky, in Gujarat, because it is incentivized for evacuation based incentive, so farmers have incentive to conserve water, so there we hardly see any adverse impact on groundwater. Similarly, even in Bangladesh, because IDCOL model is also incentivized in a sense that diesel farmers are selling for 130 taka and they are selling it for 90 taka, so you have got a saving for that. So that is also incentivizing them for the Boro rice season. So there are a number of ways that along with technology, you have to also blend it or kind of bundle it with the other policy-related interventions. Maybe I'll talk more on the policy a little later then, if the time permits. Thank you.
Yes, if time permits. I think we are really running over time, and some people may have flights to catch this evening. So, but I think this is a nice point to move to Mr. Harish Hanade, founder, Selco Foundation. Harishji, Selco Foundation has been instrumental in deploying decentralized solar solutions, especially for the underserved communities. So as I said, you know, it's not only access, it's access for all, and especially the low income groups. So how can inclusive design and community-driven approaches help ensure that solar interventions in agriculture are not only technically viable, but also socially accessible, equitable across the ISA member countries? I mean, not only India, but beyond India, if you could comment on that, please.
No, thank you. Thank you for this. And Madam Director knows last time, whenever some youngster comes to my office with a water pump project, I will take a 1983 document. So we still talk about, in the last 45 years, about solar. See, the question for us is, it's energy, water and agriculture. The starting point is agriculture. And the starting point being agriculture, it's the only sector where the seller decides the price, not the buyer. Let's look at the reverse economics which happens, where why people are not able to pay, because we don't want to pay our food if the farmers can get profitable, but we want cheaper food, right? So it's number one. Number two is, it's just like efficiency of anything, like in a sense. So first, what is the soil condition and what should be the cropping pattern in the first place? Right, let's talk about. And next 5 to 10 years is going to be very different to what we were talking in the last 15 years with the stress. And what we talk about stress, are we talking of water stress, or is that the water that was available? Why do we use the word stress? That's the water available. What should have been the cropping pattern? Then what should be the irrigation pattern? Because the cover of the title of the book is irrigation. Solar water pump is chapter 4, part 3, right? And we have made that as the title of the book, right? So it's not EV, it's a transportation is the book's title, and EV is, why do we, so my question is, let's look at agriculture first. Okay, these are not supposed to be sugarcane growing, it has to be millet. Can we get champion farmers, 3 or 4, 5, 10, 12, who are growing millet, and the money that the farmer earns is from the processed millet, processed cassava, processed in terms of turmeric in Meghalaya, and in terms of pineapple processed in Manipur or Meghalaya, in Mizoram, right? Where do we look at solar powered processing units in these places? Then, okay, what is it 1 acre land, 2 acre land, 3 acre land, 4 acre land? And the value is on processed pineapple. What should be the water? Should it be solar powered, which is pumped into a storage tank, and then you have drip irrigation in the night, so the 7 farmers can use it on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday? It's a whole system design. It's like you go to Himachal, the monkey population is increased, but you're not realizing it's because the leopard population has gone down. So irrespective of what you do, the monkey population is going to increase. It's a systems level thinking that we need to give in agriculture, and we are putting in the single interventions either from a technology or from a finance. It's not going to work, because none of us here actually are from farming, and the stress that the farmers are facing is, we need to get, as you're talking of food, energy, water nexus, we also need to have energy department, agriculture department nexus to happen, right? And the cropping patterns have to change in certain areas. So for example, in North Karnataka, there are numerous women who now grow millets, and their money is through millet processing. So how do you innovate millet processing grading centers that they can actually sell their graded millet and then they earn the income? Or in Jantia Hills in Meghalaya is a processed Lakadong turmeric which gets them money. And they've actually used 10% of the water that they were using before. It's a holistic solutions that needs to come in place. We cannot enter from one angle and say we are going to solve the agriculture, water exercise. If I have to be answering to your board member, I would say, why is Manila's traffic, and I'm going to change it to EV? No, first you have to question, why are people going from A to B? Not about how do I conserve fuel, right? Who is asking that fundamental questions, and who is going to solve that? That's the point.
So I think the audience agrees he deserves a round of applause, as always. But yes, very, very relevant points that we have to take a holistic view of any issue that we are trying to tackle, and often these are interrelated. Mr. Sikka also referred to, cropping patterns as one way, and I think what you have also, in addition to this holistic view, looked at the entire food value chain, not just looking at irrigation and agricultural productivity. It goes beyond just agricultural produce. So many thanks for that. Now we have all these wonderful ideas, then we have to move to financing these. So I'd like to move on to Mr. Amit Sahu, Deputy General Manager, Exim Bank of India. So,
Sweta, I just want to add one thing.
Please.
In UP, Shakti is working with the, various entities in UP. Now, they want to develop heat-resilient seeds. For example, that's another way of how do you survive in agriculture. And I think making everything, of course, Harish, whatever says, I mean, that's the way that it should be done. But I'm just adding development of heat resilience kind of seeds also.
It's already there. Drought-tolerant seed varieties are being developed.
That's also one of the approaches that
there is nothing like we call it drought-tolerant, the heat not resistant.
Yeah.
Okay, so with the permission of my panel members, if I can move to Mr. Sahu. So Amitji, financing, as I said, is a key barrier to scaling up. So apologies, Harish, we are going back to solar because we are at an ISA event. So financing remains a barrier to solar-powered solutions in agriculture. So from your bank's perspective, what innovative financing instruments or models can be leveraged to support deployment of solar technologies not only in one country but across the region, such that it enhances agricultural productivity, and especially, again, the emphasis is on water-stressed areas. So over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. And first and foremost, I would like to thank ISA for organizing this discussion. I represent Exim Bank on this panel, and by virtue of our mandate, we handle. Is it audible? Yeah. By virtue of our mandate, we handle both the policy business of Government of India, which is lines of credit that Government of India extends, and also commercial credit, which typically the other public sector banks or private sector banks in India do extend. Being a development financial institution, this gives us a dual leverage. Now, coming to the question of the nexus between energy, water and food, and where do we start with? So from a lender's point of view, what would we generally look at is policy, technology, and then finance comes. So there has to be a policy which is clear, consistent, and enforced. Technology which is developing and bringing down the cost. And finance comes in at a time when the technology and policy brings down the viability gap. That is exactly what has happened in other sectors in India and is happening in this sector as well. 2 decades back, solar sector, we used to hear tariffs as high as 25 rupees and all, and 1 megawatt of solar electricity being set up at 15 crore, which has now come down to about 3.5 to 4 crores. So that is where the technology and policy has assisted. Now coming to India and looking at our portfolio, we are present in 68 countries, 44 in Africa, and duly spread across all the continents. In the solar sector per se, India is a beautiful laboratory. 29 states, 29 geography, and some tweaked policies. You cannot have a different variant across the world when we enforce solar financing in this renewable sector. Solar happens to be a sweet spot today and would continue for a very long time given the nature that it is. Any other energy sector that we try to develop would also entail a added distribution cost and all, whereas solar has as its ability to reach remote areas is unmatched. Now coming to the space, I would agree with my panelists that reforms are required everywhere, but as a banker, where do we start with? So within the 3 that we talked about, energy as a sector is what we see nudges the other 2. Now I would give an example like we were looking at technology. Now like cropping patterns and all. This is something like our farmers have been lured into crops, looking at the price that one crop commands. I come from Chhattisgarh, and I have seen like 2 districts doing extremely well with turmeric in one crop season, and suddenly 4 or 5 districts follow that, and the next year the price crashes. So these kind of patterns do happen. But as a lender, if I have to intervene, we still feel energy is the right way to go forward and then assist. This is a similar debate that we had post-independence of India, whether industrialization should feed agriculture or agriculture should feed industrialization. So this debate, we would not get much into it. But I was giving an example. Now, how technology is changing it. So cold storage and all. So we, under the CSR, we had funded a cold storage unit in Muzaffarpur amongst the lychee grower associations. And there, this was a case of cooling as a service. So they would pay per use. And the next year, they came up with their own commercial unit for it. So the pilot project was introduced, and then they went ahead with the commercial project. Why that happened is because energy was available. Otherwise, the same crop was available. They were unable to market it. The shelf life was lesser. Same kind of intervention is what electricity or power can bring in agriculture. So basically, it has a power to generate income and conserve resource. Both sides it is able to address. So that was the aspect. Now, coming to the financing aspect, presently, and I would compare it with 2 decades back and today. 2 decades back, there were some entrepreneurs who were looking at this sector. Banks were not aware how to fund this sector. And so mostly it was funded through private equities and all. Today, we are at a spot where under the lines of credit, many of the companies have explored new geographies for the first time. Now over there, they have actually got repeat businesses and all, and are doing at commercial scale now. They come back to us for finance. At the same time, borrower government also looks for finance. This matching the two, the users and the service providers, has been a very critical thing. And when ISA was making that presentation at the beginning, when Kanav made the presentation on the structure, that is exactly what we could see. That is one place where people meet. Because you have to converge this. There is a need, there is a supply. India, we have EPC players. Initially, they went ahead as EPC players. Now they see so much of potential. Then in Africa, they would like to continue as developers rather than just do a project and exit. Those kind of scenarios are also developing. And we would be happy to look at. And any development finance institution, for that matter, would like to do these kind of finance. We are in the business of financing risk in partnership with our other associates. So in Africa also, like when we do leverage on our partnership with, say, World Bank for maybe an insurance cover. Then there is AFDB. There are other regional development banks who would come across. So on the structuring part, I would say that it's quite flexible. Once a need is identified, the bankers can structure around it. The risk mitigation has a cost, but there are ways to mitigate that cost as well. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. Looking at a wide range of things, right from de-risking to looking at services instead of actual investment in a project. So supply of services and supporting those services. So very, very interesting. You covered, I think, some of the points which other panelists have made, and you were also going on this holistic approach to the problem. However, what was very interesting is you're saying energy is the driver of all this. I'm going to come back to the panel and see if they have a different view on this. But first, let me go to our final panelist, and we have Mr. Ramesh Patidar, who's the director, Shakti Pumps India. So Ramesh, Shakti Pumps has been a pioneer in solar-powered pumping solutions. And from the industry's perspective, what are the key technical and operational innovations that can make solar irrigation systems I'm emphasizing more accessible and affordable to the small farm holder.
Thank you, madam. Hello. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So thank you, ISA, for giving this opportunity to explain about the solar water pump system for the small farmers. We are from Shakti Pumps. We are the largest manufacturer of solar water pumps in India, and we are the largest supplier in the PM Kusum scheme, like respected Suman Madam explained about the scheme, and we are very thankful for respected Suman Madam and MRRE for running successful this scheme in India. And we are giving this example to all our African friends and other countries to make the same policy to promote the solar energy in other countries also. As regards the operational and technical, I think the first is very important is the operational. So for the operational, we are trying to do the pilot project, create the awareness of the farmers, what is the benefit in the long term. Because when we talk about the solar, it's unbelievable for them. Like I have been to many African countries, and I try to explain the benefit of the project and why the solar pumps is better than the diesel-driven pumps. So then we demonstrated the pilot projects in many countries, like in Senegal, in Mali. Before I have the example in Mali. They have the very small farm, around 2 acres of farms. Every 2 acres, another well, and then they put the diesel pumps over there. So I went there and I personally surprised why they are, and even they don't have the money to buy the diesels. So then we explained them that you need only one-time investment. You don't need to buy diesel every day. It's just one-time investment, and whatever the running cost, you can recover in 2 years only. So then we did some pilot projects. After the pilot projects, they are convinced with the project, and then we are start supplying to the farmers. We have supplied now more than 400 pumps in the country like Mali. Like in other countries like ITCOL, we are very actively working with ITCOL, and in ITCOL model is like it's a society of the farmers, like 50 farmers or 25 farmers. They have the land all together, and then they put the one big pumps, and they buy the water from this pump. So this is also a very successful scheme, and we supplied the solar water pumps in Bangladesh also. As regard the technical, this is the solar is sometimes they are thinking it's not running in a cloudy or in a rainy season. In Africa, it's a sunshine countries, and for the companies like we have our own R&D systems, and we manufacture motors, we manufacture inverters. So our motors has the BLDC motors, better efficiency motors. So the solar pumps can start early in the morning. It will use the less water, but at least you can get the water. So this is the technical development we have done it, and we provide the solution to the farmers so that they can get confidence to use the solar water pumps. We did the pilot projects in Senegal. Before they were using the diesel pumps, and they are hardly able to irrigate 2 or 3 acres of lands. Once we put the solar pumps, now they are able to irrigate 10 acres of the lands, and without any investment, just one-time investment. So now they are more into the solar water pumps, but here the more important is the government support. Government support is very important, and we are trying to explain how the India is getting success. So I hope with the help of the ISA, we can be able to promote solar energy in Africa, because Africa land is available, water is available, sunshine is available. Only the pumping system, irrigation system is not available. And most of the African countries are importing their rice. So I'm confident if they go more into the solar energy, they will be the more self-sufficient in near future.
So how do you get the small farmer to make that initial investment? I noted you said 2 years payback period.
Yes.
So how do they get the resources, and especially they don't have the collateral to even borrow, and it's different in India that we have these policies as was mentioned earlier by. So how do you overcome this?
Of course, there is some microfinance is available, so we should go to the microfinance, and in Africa, they can afford, not afford, but they can go to the microfinance because they don't have any choice. There is no scheme or support right now, so they can afford to get a finance from the micro. Or there are some NGOs, they can get the facilities from the NGOs to get the solar pumps. Okay. And for your question, to run the pumps in the night, rather than using in the night, we can go for drip irrigation. Then you can save the water.
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much.
So thank you. Mr. Sikka mentioned those very quickly, the water use efficiency technologies that we can employ. So I think we've heard various aspects of the issue, and very, very interesting. We are well over time, but I'd like to come back to the panel and would request each panel member to give their key takeaway for the audience on the topic of food, energy and water nexus. And I will come to Harish ji last. He will have the privilege of having the last word. So let me start with Ashwini ji. Your less than 1 minute, less than 60 seconds message on this topic.
I would say that solar is a boon to everyone. We need to exploit this, whether through solar pumps or solar storages or any other solar applications. And as Shakti, I would say that we would like to work. We have already understanding with ISA to work. We work with Government of India. We work with the various states. We can connect the states to various countries to translate the policy actions what have gone well in India to see that what is the replicability in other countries.
Okay, thank you. And one more thing, Mr. Sahu had mentioned that energy is the catalyst. So I would like the panelists also to comment on if they agree that energy is the catalyst in terms of moving this.
I completely agree with that, and in fact I was thinking that apart from the agriculture feeder separation, there could be mini grids, microgrids, another application where the housing load or agriculture and non-agriculture loads are combined and then business model is evolved or something. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Please.
Yes, I mean, just few points I'll make. One is that in terms of the policies and this thing, the context-specific business models and the finance models, that's, of course, time is short. There are a number of business models which are floating around, and of course we did the comparative analysis for Bangladesh, and what we found in Bangladesh perspective, this what it called model, the fee for service really is one of the better ones. So that's what I think, even India also we have been working on that. So that's one point. The other thing is, when we are looking into this off-grid systems, underutilization of the solar energy which is produced, and that is where we have to do the value addition in terms of the processing and other things, and including some farm operations which are more static in nature, if not dynamic in nature. And so that is something, and as we were challenged sometimes back, maybe I think someone would remember, she said that, so we have initiated, someone maybe sometime will take you, in Mandla, as a part of our SDC solar and our multifunction landscape, link that with the women self-help groups which were carved out from this NRLM or SRLM, and now we have also Rise Herod and so many other kind of things, just to cut the long story short. So this is something I think we need to really look into that. And the other thing is to address water, energy, food nexus. In the water-stressed areas, when we are putting in all these solar irrigation pumps, we have to see that how best we can come up with attractive incentivization to the farmer to save groundwater. Because sometimes I may save groundwater, but my next door neighbor pulls it out. So what is the incentive to me? So
Right.
I think I'll leave it over here, and of course if I go to the other countries in Africa, forward and backward linkages are also very important, though we are better off in terms of forward and backward linkages. So I'll stop it over here.
Thank you, thank you. Let me go to Mr. Sahu.
See, on the water and agriculture sectors, we would request the users and the cultivators to have a relook of the process and how they are approaching it. Once they identify it, then leverage on technology and then go back on finance. Because once you have the problem statement backed by a technical solution, finance follows. So that approach we would suggest. As regards other countries are concerned, as development financial institution, policy is what we would like to nudge our partner countries, because that is where the entire thing starts in terms of a country. So
Thank you. Since you emphasize policy, I'm going to go beyond my panel and come to MNRE for their key takeaway, based on the discussion that you've heard from various people here on the panel.
Yeah, thank you everybody for very insightful views, and just to highlight that government has this realization of breaking the silos and working in the convergence mode, and you must be noticing for the last 10 years we are largely operating in whole of government approach, which is what is tying up, say agriculture, water and food nexus, where we do not just talk about energy but we do consultations with the agricultural ministry and see what kind of food zones, particular kind of crops are suitable and what kind of irrigation patterns would be required and what would be the sizing of the pumps there. And then also the realization that there are, overdrawn aquifers which need to be protected and not over extracted beyond what they have already been done. So we have the built-in guardrail within the scheme itself where it prevents the higher capacity pump in those areas, and you can only replace that much capacity in the which existed, and that is necessary because you also have to sustain the natural resource of food and feed the billions that are a part of this country. So therefore there are policy level measures which encourage these kind of things, along with encouraging compulsorily sprinkler irrigation, so that judicious use of water can be made. Apart from that, a lot of people highlighted the DRE part of it, and therefore there was a realization that our pumps run at the most 150 days in a year, and what do we do with the rest of the energy? And therefore that rest of the energy can be channelized in other applications, say for not really cold storage, which that requires much more energy, but dryers and shaft cutters and these kind of DRE applications, and farmers are using it. And very consciously the PM Kusum scheme has an element of participation from the SHG, food producer organizations, water user association, just to leverage this convergence part of it. So for us, the greatest takeaway and also our success model has been the iterative process, to keep our eyes and ears to the ground. And if you would have seen that just because the scheme was launched in 2019, it did not automatically take off. It was a very climate collaborative approach where we did a lot of capacity building and also did our own hand holding through various stakeholders, which kind of unlocked the potential. And I feel that is the takeaway for most of the countries, that you need to take all the stakeholders together for the success of such programs, which involves more than just one sectors.
Thank you. And I think, just side comment on this, we see that the government is doing a lot. I mean, I'm not, I haven't been in India for a long time, but when I started coming here, one comes across this millet mission. So trying to promote a lesser or a less popular, I can't call it food grain because it is not a grain, but something that's healthy, more efficient in terms of resource use, and more suitable in many regions in the country. So I think there is a holistic approach being taken by the government as well. So with this, let me move to you.
Thank you. So in very short, I think we should prioritize what is the priority, food or water. I think the best priority is the food. So whatever to grow the food, to grow the grain, what we need, we should focus on this. And then I think to make it successful in Africa, I think Exim Bank and ISA can have the finance mechanism, because there are so many lines to the Africa. So we can use these lines for the solar. So there should be some schemes from the ISA and from the India Exim Bank. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Harish, take it away.
Oh, no, thank you. No, I was saying, I mean, the field, I mean, Ashwini Kumarji, and we go back to, see, unfortunately, when people look at MNRE, they only look at technology. But MNRE has been very innovative in financing over the years. They were the first people to actually look at water pumping and depreciation, which are the companies finance companies that can actually take the 100% depreciation in the first year and refinance at a much cheaper rate to the end users, to the farmers. So a 1,75,000 water pump used to cost an end user 25,000 rupees, because 100% depreciation was taken by the companies and they got a 0% financing from IREDA, which was what the MNRE had actually done that. Hopefully those case studies are there, which should upload in AI, because that's where some of the lessons should be replicated for me. I mean, so that time Ashwini Kumarji nearly gave me a room in MNRE also when I used to come. So, no, but coming back to the issue is what India can offer to Africa is like, just a specific example, Mizoram has just got a 350 crore loan from IFAD. Okay, for small scale holding farmers. That's when they called us and said, can we actually work together for the 350 crores, relook at energy from day one? In a sense, from what is it? Is it energy for water, energy for food processing, energy for drying? What is it? Right? And suddenly the scale up of solar happens. See, if you look at just a dairy value chain, I'm just giving you an example. You have hydroponics, you have shaft cutters, you have the cowshed, you have milking machine, you have chiller, and you have koya making. Solar powered hydroponics, redesign of the cowshed to reduce heat stress, solar powered milking machine, solar powered chillers, solar powered koya machine. Suddenly I go to the Milk Federation and suddenly 10,000 farmers are now scaled up solar, right? Had we gone from a solar panel perspective, you would not scale up. So my question is, how do we look at solar as an enabler? So my disagreement of that is, we cannot finance from an energy perspective. It's the end goal, which is, I will look at a balance sheet and look at end goal, what am I financing for? And if you look at the MNRE Rural Bank partnership that happened in 2001, where MNRE actually said, which is under the PLR, priority sector lending, you finance the end users at 14%, which is PLR. We are going to give you 7%. And so the Grameen banks in India, rural Grameen in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh, shot up 10,000 water pumping agricultural financing happened in that 3 years, where MNRE subsidized it by delta 7%, right? But again, we sometimes confuse between asset-based financing and consumptive-based financing. And we now, water pumps are an asset. It's like buying a house on a credit card. It's not. We need to go back to asset-based financing and say 10-year financing, just like India gets financing, or Africa, or countries in Africa get financing at 30 years for airports. That's the type of financing water pumping is needed. We are squeezing that and saying that, how do you make it viable? No, it's not. Mathematically, it will not work out.
Okay, thank you. And if I may ask the audience to give a round of applause to our panelists for them. Hand back to the MC, Aishwarya.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gupta, for steering such a deeply engaging and insightful discussion. You beautifully expanded the conversation beyond the energy, water, food nexus to the larger question of resource optimization, weaving together perspectives on technology, finance, policy, and social inclusion, from innovative business models, farmer-centric solar solutions to equitable access and community-driven design. Today's dialogue reflected the very purpose of the ISA to turn ideas into impact through partnership. And our gratitude also to all the distinguished panelists for the invaluable contributions, reminding us that energy is not merely a technology, it's a catalyst for transformation, enabling livelihoods, resilience, and shared prosperity. So thank you once again. And with that, for the closing remarks, it is my honor and my privilege to invite to this podium His Excellency Mr. Charles Umehai, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Mines and Energy, Liberia. Let's welcome him with a huge round of applause, please.
A pleasant good evening to everyone. Distinguished delegates, esteemed panelists, respected colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of the government and people of Liberia, it is an honor to deliver the closing remark at this vital session on the energy, water, food nexus, a theme that resonates deeply with the development priorities of Liberia and many other ISA member countries. Today's discussion has illuminated the transformative potential of solar energy in addressing the interconnected challenges of energy access, water management, and food security. From the solar-powered irrigation and cold chains to decentralized agro-processing, we have seen how innovation, policy, and partnership can converge to empower farmers, enhance resilience, and drive inclusive growth. I wish to commend the International Solar Alliance for convening this timely dialogue and for its continued commitment to supporting member countries in harnessing solar energy for sustainable agriculture. The insights shared by our distinguished panel, including experts from Shakti Foundation, IWMI, Selco Foundation, Exim Bank, NABARD, and Shakti Pumps, have provided us with actionable ideas and collaborative pathways. As we move forward, let us remember that energy, water, food nexus is not just a technical challenge, it is a human one. It is about ensuring that every farmer, every household, every community has access to resources they need to thrive. Liberia stands ready to work with ISA and fellow member nations to scale solar-powered solutions that are locally relevant, financially viable, and environmentally sustainable. Together, we can build a future where clean energy powers not only our homes and industries, but also our fields, our food systems, and our shared prosperity. Let us continue this journey with resolve, with unity, and with the spirit of collaboration that defines today's session. I thank you, and thank you to everyone.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for those insightful and compelling closing remarks and for so aptly capturing the spirit of today's discussions, collaboration, innovation, and shared progress. And on that note, it is now my privilege to invite Mr. P.C. Sharma, ISA NFP CP Coordinator and Distributed Solar Specialist with the International Solar Alliance, to render the word of thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm good evening, everyone. I am really thankful to all of you for participating in this session. My special thanks to His Excellency Dr. John Abdul Jenapod, Honorable Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Ghana, who has delivered the keynote address
he was very sleepy and he was very tired because ISA has engaged him since the last night when he landed in India for the assembly, and continuously he has been chased by all other sessions for delivering that keynote address, and that's why I'm having special thanks. But more than that, because he has last time when we went to RCM Ghana, he has announced a scheme for solar water pumping systems, and he has invited ISA to take a mission. We are planning next month to develop that agricultural program, and we will to take that holistic approach that Mr. Hande was mentioning. And another many thanks to His Excellency Mr. Charles Wade, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Mines and Energy, Government of Liberia, for his closing remarks. I'm really grateful to him that when I requested for the closing remarks, immediately within minutes he agreed to deliver that. And although the last session, everybody knows it's tiring in the end, but he has been with us for so long. Thank you, Excellency, for your time. I would also like to thank Ms. Suman Chandra, Director MNRE. She was in a meeting, but I have been continuously requesting to attend this session, and for her, because in ISA also we think the perspective of Kusum scheme can be taken as learnings to African countries. In the past 2-3 years that we have been interacting with various African countries, there is a great demand for solar water pumping system, and from this year we have been advocating to all these countries to take a collective approach of having solar water pumping system, solar cold storages and other applications in these countries, and we are getting more requests like 30,000 solar pumps from Ethiopia, Ghana, Senegal and so on. Even those countries where we have conducted some feasibility studies, they are planning to launch those schemes, like Exim Bank has and other panelists are saying policy is important. So that is what we are advocating, to make those policies so that we can collaborate with them for scaling up all these applications in agriculture sector. My thanks to Dr. Sujata for moderating this session, having so eminent panelists and providing all this great knowledge for the benefit of our member countries that we will take to them. And thanks to all the panelists, that includes Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Mr. Alok Sikka, Mr. Harish Hande, Mr. Amit Sahu and Patidar, and Mr. Kanav for setting the context for this session, and for all of these panelists. We have been working very closely to take this message of, because food security has become a hot topic, especially in Africa, even in other Asian countries. So we wanted to discuss how we can take this knowledge and have that interaction with the countries in the coming year to develop a big program on solar water irrigation and agriculture applications. And that's all. Thank you very much for all the delegates who have been listening very patiently and at the end of the day. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Sharma, for that endearing word of thanks. And with that, I'd request our esteemed panelists to please step ahead of the dais and give us a photo opportunity as we close this high-level conference.
And thanks to Aishwarya for anchoring this session.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. We request our eminent panelists to give us that group photo opportunity. And with that, we bring to a close, ladies and gentlemen, this high-level conference on new technologies for clean energy transition. I thank you very much for being an integral part of this, of today's proceedings as well. And thank you for being here yesterday as well for the ISA Assembly, Excellencies and distinguished delegates of the ISA member countries. Thank you once again. Can we hear it for the panel once again? I think it was a very compelling panel, ladies and gentlemen. We are very grateful to the esteemed panelists, so we thank them once again. His Excellency Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapur, Honorable Minister, Ministry of Energy and Green Transition, Ghana. His Excellency Mr. Charles Umehai, Honorable Deputy Minister, Ministry of Mines and Energy, Liberia. Ms. Suman Chandra, Director, MNRE, Government of India. We thank you, Madam. We also thank eminent moderator, Dr. Sujata Gupta, Director, Asian Development Bank, for brilliantly steering this session. Dr. Ashwini Kumar, Technical Advisor, Shakti Foundation. Mr. Alok Sikka, Country Director, India and Bangladesh, IWMI. Mr. Harish Hande, Founder, Selco Foundation. Mr. Amit Sahu, Deputy General Manager, Exim Bank of India. Thank you, Mr. Ramesh Patidar, Director, Shakti Pumps India. And thank you, Mr. Kant Garg, Chief of Unit, Resource Mobilization and Private Sector. And we also thank Mr. P.C. Sharma. With that, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Aishwarya Singh, and now I sign off. Thank you.
अपने आप उठाएगा वो